if I carry this pain. Sometimes I wake up, think I'm going insane. There's gotta be an answer for the way I feel. I never said that I was perfect, I'm just real. Mister, don't get in my way. Yeah, and have a nice day. Sister, say what you won't say. Yeah, and have a nice day. Brother, I feel your pain. Yeah, so have a nice day. Sister, go do your thing. Yeah, and have a nice day. Have a nice day. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. And don't you ever slow down. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. And don't you ever slow down. Sometimes, what can you say? Trouble was yesterday, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta hit the restart and understand life ain't perfect. Sometimes it won't go your way, but it's cool. What's beautiful about the day is when it's new. You never seen it before, so much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That's silver lining. So you can't stop it now when it's higher, and you can't find it. That silver lining, that silver lining. I told the black cloud sorry, I can't be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade, I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling, check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That's silver lining. So you can't stop it now when it's higher, and you can't find it. That silver lining, silver Don't hold back your love. Don't hold back your love. Na 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 na. So when the sun stops shining, when you wear that tired face, and when the moon looks down, when you show a little grace. 'Cause everybody who loves anybody would say you're gonna be someone when you have a little faith. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. So when the sun starts shining, when you wear your tired face, and when the moon bows down, when you show a little grace. Everybody who loves anybody will say you're gonna be alright if you show a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little faith.
Hey there, I'm Snooty Today we're going to talk about lose streak and win streak and how to approach each one of these. So guys, we have two approaches, win streak and lose streak, and how we're going to focus on each one of them. In order to win streak, you need at least a few 2 stars so you can go for a strong opener. Otherwise, you'll have to sell all of your units to go for an econ approach. The general thing about win streaking is you need at least 2 upgraded units and slammable items for these units to make the best out of your opener. While win streaking, forget about all those builds you see online, just slam the best items you have at each point in the game in order to keep this win streak going. That's the most important thing to take into consideration. Next important step, go for combat augments. These augments are going to reinforce your team to be even stronger and help you keep up with the pace of the game. For example, Lucky Gloves. This augment will give you perfect items on each one of your units, which makes them all a different level of threat. And you can have a strong carry, a strong tank, every one of them being very useful to the team. Investing into this win streak means everything. So we actually have to level much earlier than usual to protect the win streak. For example, you have to go level 7 on 3-5, even if it costs you a lot of econ to keep strong in the mid game. So what are we trying to achieve with all of this? We're trying to get to level 8 and 9 as soon as possible so we can access epic and legendary units, which are the most powerful in TFT overall. And that is so we can actually get there before other players have access to these units. And that's why we have to save up a lot of money while win streaking to get to this point. All of this might sound very confusing to you. So how are we going to recognize exactly when to level or how to make the best of it? So in TFT, every time you press the XP button, you're going to get 4 experience unit. This means you're going to get perfect intervals for 8 XP, 12, 16, and so on. For example, the most natural thing we have in TFT is going from level 3 to level 4, which only costs you 4 XP and always makes you feel a little bit stronger. Over time, the TFT community has gotten very used to leveling at some exact intervals. For example, at stage 2-1, we go from level 3 to level 4. At stage 2-5, we go from level 4 to level 5. At stage 3-2, we go to level 6. This all feels very natural to us because we can actually get there having a lot of money left over so we can keep on pushing the tempo of the lobby. And what exactly do I mean by pushing the lobby? Well, you're gonna have to put a lot of pressure on your opponents, and this means having more units on your board. Each extra unit is 2 more damage for your opponent. Let's say you win a round by 6 of your units. This is at least 12 damage your opponent is taking, plus the extra damage for the stage that we're on. So that's a lot of pressure, and they're gonna have to hurry if they want to come back in that game. So remember, if you want to go for a win streak approach, you need upgraded units, you want to put pressure on your lobby by getting to higher levels as soon as possible, which will allow you to get to those epic and legendary units. And we want to reinforce those with a lot of combat augments so you're going to feel really powerful throughout the game. So let's talk about the lose streak a little bit. Everybody fears this a lot because you're always feeling like you're playing from behind, you have a low HP total, but sometimes your opener just doesn't give you any more options. You don't have any upgraded units or you don't have good items, so you're just gonna have to go for that econ approach and try to make the best out of it. How can I feel safer while playing lose streak? You want to go for those econ augments. These augments are going to give you extra income, more money. Some will give you more intervals for economy, some will just give you extra gold each round, but they're going to help you get to those comps as soon as possible. Or you can also go for some comp-specific augments. Let's say you're playing a Gnar reroll comp and you're getting a Warden spat, which make him a lot stronger. You have to find your direction as early as possible, either through econ or some very specific augments, which will help you get there easier. Each set of TFT, there's always an econ trait. This time it's Fortune, we've had Heartsteel. It's actually the second iteration of Fortune, so they're always trying to meme it a little bit to make it a little bit more spicy. How are we going to recognize if this trait is good for us or not? Usually, when you're losing, there's no disadvantage to putting an econ trait on your board, because you can either lose and not get anything extra for it, or put Fortune in there and maybe have a spicy cash out that will help you out further on. And what does Fortune really do? So this trait, every time you field it, a dice will be rolled and a number will appear. After the number of rounds, you will get an extra reward. So let's say, for example, you hit a 6. After 6 rounds, you will get an extra reward for having placed those units on your board. Obviously, those units are not always going to be great for you, so there's a risk-reward kind of factor you have to take into consideration for this synergy. While lose streaking, scouting is way more important than when you're in a win streak. Usually when you're in a win streak, you're way too focused on your own units and how to make the best out of it. But while you're lose streaking, you only have to make interest, so you have a lot of spare time to check out what your opponents are doing. Make sure the line of play you're going for is available for you and nobody else is going for it, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble. While scouting, it's very important to know what your opponents are doing, so you have to recognize exactly what you're trying to approach. For example, this set, we have some very specific item holders for different situations. Let's take the Bard comp. He's the best item holder for Guinsus that there is in their entire game. So if you see by somebody with a Ginsus built there, he's trying to go for the Bard comp. Stay away from it. It's very dangerous to contest the comp from somebody who's already built a Ginsus. And that's the most important thing about scouting, recognizing their main item and where it's going to go. When the first carousel comes around, you should have decided more or less what comp you're going for. Because from now on, you're always going to have to take the items that suit your comp the best. So let's say, for example, you are going for that Bard comp and you don't have a Ginsus. You're going to try to have to go for those components to get as many Ginsus as possible and make your Bard really pop off in the future. Once you've decided the comp you're going for, you will already know more or less when you have to roll, or you can help yourself from online guides. For example, in this Bard comp, you're trying to go for a level 7 approach, where you have the best chance to actually go for the 3 cost units. So save up all of your gold to get to that desired level, and then roll as much as possible to hit your units 2-star. While lose streaking, there are 3 main approaches for reroll comps. You've got 1 cost units, 2 cost units, and 3 cost units. So for example, on 1 cost units, you try to get to level 5 naturally and slow roll above 50 gold throughout the entirety of stage 3 so we get those 3-star units. Regarding 2 costs, our best odds are at level 6. Same concept, we try to get to level 6 with 50 gold and slow roll for those 2 cost units. And finally, the 3 cost approach. At level 7, it feels most comfortable, so try to get there with 50 gold and do the same thing. Obviously, the higher the level, it becomes more expensive, but also usually your units become a little bit more powerful, so it's a bit more rewarding. Ultimately, we have the most YOLO approach of them all, which is trying to go straight to level 8. This means we're not playing stage 2 or stage 3, which is obviously very dangerous, but otherwise you can't save up enough money to get there. This way, we will be the first person to get to level 8 and actually be able to roll for those epic units, which will give us the highest priority on the strongest comp of the metagame. I don't recommend this playstyle for you if you're not used to lose streaking, because you have to be really fast in your transition, otherwise you're just going straight 8th. So remember, overall, while lose streaking, you have to take into consideration econ augments to get more interest. You have to go for the units that other people aren't trying to buy. Econ trades will help you along the way to get better rewards, and try to decide what level you're going to end on so you can actually know what comp is best for you. So that's it for the win streak and lose streak concept. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did recording this piece. And I also hope to see you very soon, the 26th of April, for the first GSC, where the best European players are going to face off in their tournament to see who's the very best. See you soon. Bye-bye.
It takes you higher and higher. Say it with me now. Take me higher. Take me higher.
I feel it rising. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. I feel it go on. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. I feel it building. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. I
you see is your deepest fantasy. Maybe, I'm your woman meant to be. Make it so your dreams will become reality. Come take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession. That is all I want to be. Let me be your goddess and your queen.
Welcome back to yet another Golden Spatula Cup in the new set Inkborn Fables. My name is Makes, and of course I'm here with the true and tested and patches Panda and Weeda. Panda, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. It's great to be back. It's been a long month of mostly just monster ladder performances from players, but very excited to see what this tournament has in store for us, especially with a radically new meta and playstyle compared to the reroll heavy start of the set.
Yeah, like I'm super excited to see what's going to be happening here in terms of like what do these players have in the bag. Are there some rogue comps that we haven't seen too much of that will make a claim today, right? Some of the reroll. Will it come back? Well, time will tell.
Well, you said two of my favorite words, rogue and reroll, but unfortunately it's not going to take the main and center stage, but I'll tell you what will. Here is our rundown for today's pre-show. Of course, first and foremost, we do want to update all of you guys with the format changes that have come with the new set. We're going to be talking about the CAGGTUS LAN in Leipzig. Then we have an awesome interview planned with Alanzq and Asaika, as well as some players we wanted to highlight, and then for all of you viewers at home, of course, the meta talks to keep you updated on what you can expect this patch if you're not firm in the saddle just yet. But Panda, we also have our competitive pyramid ready to tell people how it's all kind of structured.
We do, my favorite pyramid of all time, and one that's very easy to understand for viewers because you start at the bottom with the 3 different avenues you can utilize to make it to this tournament today, and the next 2 also in this set. That is going to be the ladder, which is of course the rank lock, where the top 30 or so players from different ladders are able to make it directly into the tournament. You have the open qualifiers that happened last week, a grueling 500 player competition where only 32 make it to this weekend. Then of course the regional competitions where 10 different regions representing all different parts of EMEA get to send some of their best players to GSCs as well. And of course GSC, which leads into the Rising Legends Finals for our entire region. And then of course the Tactician's Crown, which is now the new name for the championship event at the end of the set.
And that's not the only new thing. I already alluded to it while I was being ganked here on desk. We do have a lot of changes that we are going to be running through and make sure everybody's on the same page. With the new set, there was a lot of aligning being done internationally. We now have the Americas, which is Latin, Brazil, and the USA, well, North America, all combined into the Americas region, as well as APAC and EMEA, all happening at the same time. I was watching some of APAC this morning already, trying my best to Google Translate the chat. But we also have some changes on our regional level here at EMEA Weeda. Day 3 for Golden Spatula Cups has yet been tweaked a little bit more.
Yeah, so last set we played 7 rounds where we had a cut after 6. We're going to have an additional cut after round 5 where the top 16 players will be split into 2 lobbies, and then they'll play 1 round, and then the top 8 players coming out of those 2 lobbies will then play the final that you know from the last set. Furthermore, now we have qualification points all throughout the tournament cycle, so that's going to be qualifier points that will be used for championship, stuff like that, that was given to the players that also made it far in the open qualifier. No longer just day 2 or day 3 of a GSC gets points. The points are sprinkled out all throughout the system.
And then, of course, we also have one spot in the finals for our LAN winner, this time coming from CAGGTUS. We're going to be talking a little bit more about that in just a second. But we also have one player coming through on the highest AVP, which is something I think many people are going to be excited about, just making sure we have all of that in there. But with that, let's take a look at where we are in the calendar, because I personally feel like this set has been running on for months already, and just so many tournaments happening on the PBE as well as the LAN. Of course, you can see it here at the beginning of the month. We're right now at that very first Golden Spatula Cup. Only a few more snapshots and 2 more Golden Spatula Cups until we actually arrive at the finals, and then shortly after, the tacticians crown the World Championship. But speaking of it, Panda, tell us about the CAGGTUS LAN at Leipzig. You were there on the floor for us.
It was one of the, I think, the first big LAN event in EMEA that is, kind of linked automatically with the circuits, where you have a player qualifying directly to EMEA Finals. You have it kind of very integrated into the circuit at the very start of the set. And it was great. I think the highlight for me was just overall the German community and how connected they all seem to be, how friendly they all seem to be with outsiders. There was mostly just some French outsiders and Alan and I coming from Warsaw. But overall, just a very good vibe. It was a huge LAN event, so not just TFT. There was a lot of other stuff happening and other distractions all across the LAN event. But overall, really, really fun. I think it's going to be the first of many, hopefully, in EMEA. And I think it's a great opportunity to play TFT at a high level, but also to meet all these different friends and community members that you've been talking to and yapping to on Discord and in Twitch chats throughout all your time playing TFT.
Well, we do have a video ready to give you guys that experience feeling if you couldn't make it there. So let's check that out together.
We're here at the Leipzig LAN event, which is a huge event, a massive hall, all kind of video games here, but also TFT, Rising Legends tournament happening here at the venue. And there's a lot at stake. There's even a Rising Legends EMEA Finals slot.
I'm very happy to make this kind of event, and I think it will improve the TFT competitive doing LAN like that.
The events are always good for the community because they bring us together, and this way we get to improve ourselves as well.
The LANs are amazing. We can play offline. A really good initiative. Just hope for more that kind of events.
I think it's really cool because you meet all the players. It's really nice talking to everyone, and I think it helps connecting the scene a bit more. Maybe fostering a bit more international friendships.
It's been a very fun experience. Very long days of TFT.
It's really nice to see that there's so many people passionate about the same thing and trying to grind and compete.
Maybe we can create a bit more common practice inside EMEA so we can finally take down an A.
I never won a tournament before, so I'm super happy, obviously. But I was confident because last week we had the French LAN and I went second. I played very well, so I thought I was very confident going into the tournament. I feel very happy because it's my first time as well qualifying to the EMEA Finals.
And of course, that is not the only LAN that we will be having this year. There is one for every single set. The next one has already been announced. It's going to be in Poland at EMEA Rift in the late summer. So make sure you stay ready for that alert, have all those notifications on. But before we talk too much about that, let's get back to where we are at in this set and talk a little bit about the ranked ladder snapshots points. We already heard that there's a lot of Polish players in that top echelon, Weeder. What are you thinking about what we're seeing here?
I mean, what we're seeing is we're seeing all of the traditional players, right? We're seeing Double, we're seeing Campus, we're seeing Lelouch. The only player to qualify to every single GSC. That's been quite a few. That's a very impressive feat. And you have someone like Lires, someone like Potter Ball, right? These are players that, historically speaking, have been very good competitively, but have had their ups and downs as well in terms of consistency.
I want to shout out as well Mujiwara, double rank 1 in the UNE server now. So really excited for what they bring to the table for this GSC as well.
Yeah, me too. I'm also, you know, a little bit biased. Gotta get that out there. Zologazang, as always, being in this top echelon is something I'm very excited and happy about. Maybe this set is finally the time where he's gonna run for it all the way. I know many people put their trust in him on the tier list, and I personally put my trust in him on the DACH region. But of course, we have a lot of great contenders there as well. So do not fret, you have choices. I personally am really excited that we have as many ranked snapshots as we have. We've kind of streamlined them a little bit all throughout the sets of Rising Legends thus far. And I'm just curious on how it's all going to land with the new format changes that we've been talking about earlier.
One thing as well that I think is really important to mention is just the Wild Rumble, the ladder race that happened at the start of the sets, because I think that was really impactful. One of the big impacts, at least for players ranking up so much and grinding so many games at the very start of the set, but also the fact that the Polish TRC, the Ultraliga, has a kind of a very early snapshot for players that qualify directly to the TRC. It's kind of a league system throughout this set. So I think that's one of the big impacts onto why players like Huubinh, players like Belush, players like Alanzq has just a very explosive start to this set overall.
Yeah, and then we have like another player, David, right? Take Another L. A player coming in from the CIS space that none of us really have been able to kind of figure out who they are. Right, I think that's pretty exciting right now, sat with direct qualification if they're able to keep up their current form. I always like to see this. It's kind of like when Odessa was playing under like a different name and we thought Odessa was like completely new and it was like, oh my god, who is this guy coming in? Completely unknown player. And then it was just Odessa, to be fair, right? It was like, but again, this guy does seem to be like a completely unknown character for most people.
And this is really exciting in TFT because it's something where it's not easy to come out of nowhere with how much kind of information you bring from past sets in terms of your player level. Come out of nowhere and do so well and be, you know, top 10, top 20 the entirety of the set until now. So for me, it's always very exciting to see a new name. As long as it's not just a Smurf and trying to bamboozle us, like you're saying. I know Lekoko also had a new name this set, and a few other players were trying to trick us. But Take Another L is a new entity altogether, so we'll see what they can do this weekend as well.
I mean, that's just kind of like the nature of casters in a game where players can just freely change their names. I think every single time one of these Golden Spatula Cup rolls around, there's like a list that we get in our green room saying, oh, this player has this name now, this player has this name now. But we do have two players here that thankfully haven't changed their name. So I'm very confident in announcing Asaika and Alanzq coming to us here today on the broadcast. Of course, Alanzq, literal world champion in another game, I will say, but maybe in TFT soon. And then Asaika, who has been co-streaming for a long time and also has been very close to the Polish region. Panda, you've met her, I think, a couple times already. So did I. Vegas, Ultraliga over in Warsaw. And now she finally made it in as well. So I am super excited to get to talk to these guys in just a second. We're just now setting up, making sure that we can bring them on the broadcast. I personally love getting to talk to our players, and I'm also really excited to see some new faces make it into the Golden Spatula Cups every single time.
And great guests to celebrate the uprising of just the Polish community overall coming to this GSC number 1. 14 Polish players making it, which is the highest it's been for a long time. Maybe not the highest ever. I think there have been some GSCs where overall they've peaked at around 14 or 15, but still really happy to see this great performance coming out from the country. And hopefully we can see more than 2 or 3 players in day 3 as well.
Yeah, hopefully we can. We're just making sure all of the tech is working. So stay with us for just a few more seconds. I'm sure we can manage it. But Wida, I know you haven't made it all the way to Poland just yet, but you've been to some of the lands. Are you planning on attending Meet at Rift?
I mean, we'll see again whether or not it's going to overlap or what it will overlap with, right? Because that's the nature of the things when stuff happens on weekends. It can overlap with real life. I mean, I haven't been to a family birthday in like a year because they just overlap with every single TSC. That's just how it is. I mean that's just how it is, But I would be super excited to go, right? I think that Meet at Rift also is a well, it's in the name, right? It's also a more league-centric event, more so than CAGGTUS was, for example, right? So there's going to be more overlap between the spaces, which I think would be super interesting and super exciting to attend for sure.
Well, we now have them here with us, Asaika and Alanzq. The tech is working, and I'm so happy to welcome you both on broadcast here. Right out of the gate, I have to say, Asaika, congratulations. Your very first Golden Spatula Cup. I already told Chad that you've been co-streaming and, of course, in the scene for a long time. How are you feeling approaching that first Golden Spatula Cup as a player this time?
Amazing and scared because I respect all the players and I'm glad that I can compete with them right now.
Yeah, I'm glad as well. Of course, I'm also glad to see you here, Alan. You've recently been ranked rank 4 in EMEA. How's your confidence level going into this Golden Spatula Cup this time?
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. It would be amazing if I played this patch more than 5 games. I've been busy for the past week and I did not practice much. And so far I played like 5 games and my average doesn't go above 6. So it might be rough, but I'll do my best.
Don't tell me that.
It's okay, Alan. You were rank 1 a couple of weeks ago. You're gonna be able to slam a rage blade and play Ash. You know, it's fine. But I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about the fact that like you were recently rank 1, right? And you kind of had an approach back into competitive TFT fully now. Are we gonna see you at your peak again, like right before you left the game initially?
Yeah, definitely. I came back set 9 with the mindset to practice and get better at the game. I spent 2 sets to get to that point that I'm right now in the set. And like I feel pretty confident and just like at the speed of improving each patch and adapting. So most definitely you're gonna see me competing and doing well on the ladder as well as the tournaments.
So Asaika, I wanted to ask you about your team. You represent Z10, an esports organization from Serbia. And this team always has 2 players in GSCs, Lelouch and Travis. This time Travis didn't make it. Is that why you kind of popped off an open qualifier? You said, you know what? I'm going to make sure there's at least 2 players from Z10. I'll take Travis's shoes. I'll fill them up, no problem.
Yes, that was the plan. I wanted to. No, I think just meta suits me best, and Travis prefer more reroll meta, so that's why maybe he had struggled with this type of playstyle. But I'm just glad I can represent Z10 as well.
Talking about the meta, my follow-up question is about, we were talking about it yesterday on the podcast about the Silas technology that is currently, I think, going to be really impactful for day 1. I think, in my opinion, knowing Silas or not and understanding the comp well could be a difference maker in terms of making a good splash on this day 1. Do you have mastery over the comp? Do you feel comfortable playing it?
Okay, today I played Silas, and even I wanted to send you my composition, but I forgot. But I giga high-rolled this game and made second. So from that spot I had, Silas was a beast. But I think you need good items for him and also good overall board.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure you have the next question also.
I'm just looking down. I'm like, David, you got something?
I'm sorry. That's on me. Alan, back to you. I just wanted to ignore Alan altogether, but I guess I have to talk to him. So
nice fight, buddy.
I didn't want to cast or curse you. That's what I was going for here. Alan, you're prepped for the event. You already mentioned it. Didn't have too many days. You came back yesterday, tried a knowledge download, a very different patch. Do you think it's going to be impactful to your confidence in terms of your decision making, in terms of how you approach? Because usually you're very, very confident in everything you do in TFT. Is it different this weekend?
I mean, on confidence level, in terms of my decision making, probably not. It's just knowledge of what can I do from the certain spots and like how well does the comps cap, how high they cap from the and if I can win out and how low can I drop in HP with the certain comp that I'll be safe when I hit. So like that's what I'm missing, and I won't be able to grid as much as I usually do. I'll have to just try to play from the tempo spot and just play for the high HP because again I'm unaware how strong are certain comps in terms of winning out.
So a bit less detail in terms of recognizing the different spots.
Okay. Exactly.
Yeah, and I want to throw this one to you, Asaika, because it's kind of in line with what Alan is talking about, but with the fact that you have such a different variety of encounters in a game right now, right? That really, like, do you think that that's something that do you enjoy that as a player? Because it feels like it really puts a lot of the game into a flux at times where you can't really expect to be stable.
Okay, because I love playing like this, that E-League stage. I build the best team I can. Then I switch at level 8 with different forecast. I'm not tunneling on only Ashe or Kai'Sa. Anything I can hit on level 2 and have good items for it, I will go for it. So I'm just playing safe for top 4.
All right, I love hearing that. You know, a little bit of variety is always good. But of course, we don't want to keep you guys too long here. Before we let you go off into your games, as always, you know the drill. I'm going to throw to you first, Alan. Any shout outs you want to make here?
Yeah, shout out to the community, to all the guys watching. I hope you guys you're gonna enjoy the whole 3 days of the event. And yeah, good luck to everybody.
And what about you, Asaika? Anybody you want to greet and shout out?
Of course, my family, my boyfriend Redin, my best friend Kasia, my organization Z10, my viewers who watched me through my Discord, that I thank you for the support, and for all community and everyone who plays and supports.
Oh, I love that. Thank you guys so much. Good luck out there on the Convergence. We're going to be watching and cheering you on from the sidelines, same as the other players as well, of course. And with that, we are coming to our meta talks. We already mentioned a little bit the encounters. There is a new set, and we kind of haven't mentioned it as much just yet. There's a lot of resource influx. We have a lot of new encounters coming in and new augments also being part of this set. But I've been hearing whispers, you know, out there by some players that we might be seeing 3-star legendaries. Panda, talk to me about the high risk and the high reward that we can maybe expect this weekend.
A lot of people said that reroll is dead, but forecast reroll is very much alive with the amount of duplicators and encounters and just, you know, random variant stuff that happens in stage 4. And with so many players playing for forecast with the strength they have now with the extra HP buff they got in the last patch, it means that it's just so much easier to hit a 3-star forecast unit, sometimes even legendary units, depending on if you have a fortune cash out or not. But I think a lot of this patch will be able to navigate these high risk situations like fortune, like lose streaking most of stage 2 and 3 to get to those forecasts before anyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, and again, another thing that's also worth noting, right, is that a lot of these augments that are going to come in here can really be game changers, right? Something like Build Different is a really interesting augment to kind of look into because it's just such a powerful augment in terms of what it allows you to do. And again, with the forecast being as strong as they are, as you're talking about, David, Build Different goes off the rails in terms of power level. And the same thing kind of goes for the Divine rolls coming, or the Heavenly Rerolls coming in, right? Because at the start of each stage, you know, you're going to be leveling up either way to level 7, level 8, and then you're going to get extra free rerolls on top of that to hit your con, but it really just does give you so much value, and I think that's something that is going to be super exciting to follow because it's going to be a real indicator of the player's skills, whether or not they're going to be able to navigate these super game-changing augments.
Oh my god, I love Build Different, and I love when Build Different is in a good spot. So I'm a fan of that, although it never seems to come around in my games. What does come around are hero augments, although there are only a few left. Some of them still viable, some of them could be seen in this weekend. And then of course we always have more artifacts coming to the matches now through the encounters, manifesting that positioning mind game that you have. Of course, with some of the units like Yone, we've seen it in the last patch specifically a lot, those backline access units can be a little bit mean, and you need to make sure that you somehow out-position them.
The one last thing I wanted to mention when it comes to the big picture of this set 11 is Exalted. I think Exalted will be one of the ways that some very talented players will find an edge on this day 1. Being able to play around forecasts that have relative parity means that you can really mix and match so many different 4 and 5 costs with the Exalted units that are, you know, maybe 2 costs or 3 costs, and find a lot of strength on level 8 and level 9, and maybe even use it as a tool to make it to 9 and then get out of Exalted altogether. So really excited to see flex play from so many of our competitors in our region today.
Well, you mentioned flex play. I'm going to be mentioning what we expect, and those are the 4 comps that we just know are probably going to be showing up in every single game. First and foremost, the Kai'Sa, the Kayn. We've seen a lot of it, even the Ashe. But there is some hope. I've been hearing some whispers of 2-cost rerolls, Panda, not only Gnar.
I think those whispers are from people that are not going to make it very far in this tournament because it's really mostly just Gnar. There maybe are, hero augment spots and some very, very fringe cases where something like a Riven reroll could work or Kiana reroll where you have like 8 copies on Krugs, maybe. But even then, it's a bit sus. Most of the time I just sell and just, forget about taking that risk. We'll see if that happens. Maybe with Exalted, we can see some combinations. But the big thing I think are these 4 costs. And as we mentioned with Asaika in the interview, Sylas, Sage is a combo that has been getting a lot of traction in North America, especially with some players having insane climbs the last few days. And I think everyone else is playing catch up, trying to master this comp in time, Weeda. I'm not sure if you think it'll be as impactful as I do on this day 1.
I mean, I will say, like, I am the people that are currently, like, on catch-up, because I must admit that it was not necessarily on my bingo card even going into this morning. That is definitely something that I will say. But there is that very interesting dynamic, right? Because Sylas is a melee carry, David. There is a big, scary porcelain lady that does quite well into melee carries in the game right now. Her name is Lissandra.
I think she does well into every comp in the game, so that worry is uniform. That's the one thing that all players are on the same boat today.
It's okay, guys. It's only Lissandra. She cannot just win every single game, surely, right? We're going to be seeing how that one plays out. But we, of course, want to talk about the Open Qualifier as well. Happened last weekend. Who caught your eye out of this list?
That's a lot, right? You have like mainstays like Jetusaw, who's currently rank 1 on ladder and also rank 1 OQ, right? Go make sense of that. Then you have Broken, you have Style, you have all these big names that if you're like a viewer of the GSC circuit for such a long time of Rising Legends, but also David, Dark Hydra in there for the sake of it,
world's competitor having to fight through the Overclock to make it a GSC. It just goes to show this is, of course, the most inclusive tournament there is. Players of all different skill levels can come and show up and prove their worth.
Well, we had someone in there, almost like a little bit of a spy infiltrating the Open Qualifier. Panda, tell us about your experience. You made it to day 3.
Like I said, players of all skill levels can try their best on this weekend. It was a really fun time. I had I think an okay meta read, not too flexible, but played mostly around Heavenly Kayn and Gnar reroll and a few other comps. Had a really good day 1 and 2. I had like 35 points. I'm really proud of that. And then day 3 is just very difficult. Obviously, it's the best players. And it just really goes to show, and it gives me, I think, even more respect for everyone that made it to this weekend, how hard it is to be consistent in TFT when you're playing in these high-tempo lobbies with very, very skilled players. You can't always play your comfort comp. You have to really think outside the box in many cases. And that's why I maybe failed on day 3, but we'll get them next time, surely.
We'll get them next time. But, of course, being in there as a player, as a competitor, anybody that caught your eye, or maybe at CAGGTUS LAN, I heard there's a player that was in both.
Clémou is that player, and Clémou has really popped off this set. Not really considered an S-tier French player coming into set 11 Inkborn Fables, but has maybe started to open up that conversation, considering he went 2nd place at Gamers Assembly, the French LAN that happened a few weeks ago. And then the weekend right after that, he went 1st place, of course, winning Leipzig LAN. So just really great start in a tournament setting, especially it's so hard to be consistent. We saw it only from Malala, really, all of set 10. We'll see if Clémou can start maybe his own Malala journey in EMEA.
We're going to be watching, but there's 2 more players we did want to shout out here. First and foremost, Diga Sparta, one of our Portuguese players, a powerhouse coming through. And I'm personally really excited to see him kind of ramp up in all of the Rising Legends history, see whether or not that trend continues. But there's one more player on the list, Weeda.
Yeah, David says you can't play the same combo over and over again. Well, YLCO at least tries to go 1st or 8th pretty much every game because this guy likes to play Fortune. I remember mentioning his name yesterday during our rehearsal and seeing the look on Memo's face when I said that this is his play style. There was a complete and utter agreement. This guy is super fun to watch because he is either 1st or 8th, and you know that if he's in your game, that's what's going to happen.
Well, if you know what's going to happen in a Rising Legends Golden Spatula Cup, then you know what comes next, because as we are getting closer to that first game start, we have something for you, dear viewers at home, on our Twitter page. This time around, we're asking big brain knowledge, Panda, if you could help me out here. Before you are thirsty, anything you got to say?
Drink water before you are thirsty. Gigabrain.
Okay, we'll move on. Vida, anything you got for me that maybe is a little bit more insightful? The best time to was 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
The best time to put pasta on ketchup, no, the other way around, was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. My brain is not so giga, apparently, because I get my words twisted around.
That's all right. That's all right. We have that giveaway ready for you. Make sure you check it out. Before we head to our casters, we do want to shout out all of the co-streamers as well. If you want to watch in another language, you can head on over there. We talked to Asaika already this time around. She's going to be playing, but if she gets eliminated, let's hope that is not the case. You can find her on the co-streamer list in our score sheet. But with that, I believe our casters are ready to bring you game number 1. We have Counterfeit and Memo on the desk for you.
Thank you so much, Megs and Des. Great to have you alongside me, Memo, with all your experience in the scene as a pro player. How do you think our 128 players are feeling coming into today's event? Oh no.
I feel like everyone should be pretty excited because right now it's like a forecast meta, and a lot of people prefer this kind of playstyle, especially like the veterans that have been playing for multiple GSCs or like even Rising Legends Finals. And because of that, I think it will be a very, very nice way to see all these veterans pivot their comms into these level 8, level 9 boards.
I mean, you know, of course, we'll have our first lobby roaring up in just a second. 6 games across the whole of the day, and we're cutting away a good amount of our players heading into day number 2. But before we do, I just want to kind of get some of your reflections on some things that were mentioning on the pre-show. We'll wait for that first lobby to arrive. You know, the CAGGTUS LAN in particular, of course, the most recent. We've got the Polish LAN coming up as well. How important do you personally feel it is to have these kind of opportunities for our players to thrive outside of events like this, you know, the online cups?
I mean, I think it's a great way for people to make it into the EU finals and potentially get a shot at Worlds, because right now the ladder spots are usually taken by like the similar 10-15 players that are always hoarding these high elo spots, and even the GCs are usually dominated by the same players over and over again. So having like a LAN event like the CAGGTUS event in Leipzig is a great way for people, like for example this time around Clémou, to make it to the regionals event as well.
I love that we've now got, you know, this extra metric that a player can be impressive on, you know, purely on how well they can play on LAN. Particularly for Clémou, it definitely feels like it's his season so far. You know, again, I suppose to follow up on what they were talking about with the meta things as well, you know, David mentioned at the end, particularly the exalted kind of aspect of the game that people are getting a stronger handle on now. They've had a little bit more time with the set. Do you two feel like that's going to be a major factor in what we see in day 1?
Yeah, I think the meta right now is very, very broad, but also kind of narrow, because everyone will just try to push level and find these legendary boards, especially if they can somehow find a way of fitting the exalted trait in their forecast line. I think that will be a great way of people getting an edge, like mentioned before. So I think it will be a great showing for especially players that are really flexible with their boards and ideas on level 8 and level 9.
Yeah, certainly when I had my first encounter with the Exalted trait, just seeing how many variations there can be in the game, it certainly gave us a lot of opportunity for our players to show exactly what they're made of. But let's open things up with our first lobby. We've got a heavy German and a Polish presence here to start things off.
Yeah, we have really strong German players. Red Jungler and Lasha, very big names in the German scene, especially Red Jungler having finished at second place at Worlds even. But also like the Polish representation in this lobby is very strong with Alanzq and Kaspersky, and even now Asaika making it into the GC.
I mean, it's got to be such a fascinating situation. Of course, we heard from Alan and from Asaika back in the interview stage of things. For them to be in the same lobby starting off has got to be a little nervous going in. I mean, you know, for our players, again, we got the 6 games today, we've got the 6 games tomorrow, and then the 7 games the day after. This is a long journey they're embarking on here. You know, In terms of, obviously you've got a lot of experience in this field. How do you kind of prepare? How do you get in the right mindset for such a journey?
It's really important to be prepared. I feel like having maybe a small meditation before the tournament starts, maybe even going through some scenarios where you maybe don't have a great first game or first 2 games, and already being prepared that this could happen and that you can still make it through the next day is crucial in my opinion. But also obviously having maybe a great start into the game can give you such a huge mental boost where you feel energized by that and motivated to perform at your highest.
Well, speaking of players who are feeling energetic, you can see Lusher there seems pretty relaxed on his camera right now. A player we're both very familiar with from the German scene. Because we've got a decent sample size with a couple of German players in this lobby. We'll see how they do overall, as we will be getting our first portal in. We know, of course, we are looking towards a later game, but we have got the one tricky portal in here for Trainer Sentinels.
Yeah, there's a lot of variations. Like, people are not going all on one portal. There are even people that want to take risk with the Trainer Sentinels. You can see Alan there, but it is going to be the gold subscription one. So this means the economy will be inflated a lot for every player. And because of that, we will see even crazier boards. We already talked about the 4-cost meta right now. Maybe we can see in the first game already like a 4-cost 3-star and start the game off with a banger.
So, I mean, I know that, looking at the game overall where we are right now, you're generally feeling like the early game tends to be, more of a sit-back kind of situation for our players than one that they'll, try and gain a lot of momentum coming out of that. I'm assuming with the gold subscription coming in, that's going to be even more the case.
Yeah, exactly, because you can hit your economy breakpoints way earlier with this region. It will be also favoring the players that will go for these econ breakpoints a lot earlier. But at the same time, it will also benefit the win streakers because they will invest a lot of gold into their board by leveling, buying a lot of upgrades, but will maybe still at the same time now hit their econ thresholds because it is an inflated econ region.
Alright, we'll keep our close eye on any of our players who do manage to put in early bits and pieces. Because, of course, with the Heavenly units coming in here pretty early on, and of course with the Darius there, who does a very good job of kind of providing the non-Heavenly carry for this board, this looks like a pretty decent base to build from.
Yeah, I want to highlight this spot because I think this will be one of the most standard early games that we will see throughout this tournament. The Heavenly opener with Darius as your item holder for the Kane or the Lee Sin, depending on which one you will hit first. Because the Darius is so strong in the early game, and he pairs up quite well with Kiana and all the Heavenly units, we will see this opener a lot.
Alright, we're starting things off here on the golden side, so we'll be able to see if our players get anything particularly spicy. Taking a quick glance over on the right-hand side, we're looking out for any players who've got the avenue in to Fortune. Alan does seem to be most of the way there, so if he gets a good first augment, he'll have a fantastic start.
Yeah, pretty tricky augments for Kaspersky here now. Could decide to take the Dryad Spat and look to play the Nari role that we mentioned in the broadcast before. But we can see on the right side, Red Jungler decides to take Mulch, but also Profanity with the Dryad Spat. So we will see already now being double contested here.
Alright, I mean, I'm absolutely here for it. We had to mention before the one sort of prominent reroll strategy that's still in place here. I mean, if we've got two different people going down the Dryad route, we can see here on the other side, Wet Jungler, with that mulch start, has already started itemizing the Gnar. Are we expecting to see both players trying to reroll it, or one of the players trying to scoot out and maybe go for the Dryad's later game versions?
I mean, ideally the person with the Dryad Spat should look to push level and hit the Asia as early as possible, because the 6th Dryad power spike is pretty substantial, so he could be stable on a 2-star board and maybe find that Gnar 3 down the line when maybe Wet Jungler dies, but obviously that's a big gamble to take.
Asaika, who of course we heard from before, has a pretty similar setup. She mentioned, of course, definitely not a fan of the reroll style of play, but has got a pretty decent board to start up here with the Slam Morellos to keep things nice and toasty. Lusher, of course, Mr. Compliment coming in, picking up the Mogul's Mail, an unusual choice, but a decent looking front-back composition here with the 2 stars holding the line while the Trots push out the damage.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best patches for Lasher because he loves to play like these flex forecast bots. He kind of embodies like the German playstyle where he will play like an aggressive early game and try to win streak as much as possible, save as much HP as possible. You can see he hit 3 upgrades on his on his board and slammed all of his items, so he will be very strong throughout the early game here. And then down the line in stage 4 and stage 5, he will just upgrade pretty much everything that fits onto his board.
All right, taking a quick look across some of the other boards we got sneaking in here. Just curious to see if we've got anyone else committing in. Subtle Cloud picking up the ghostly emblem as well as another way to kind of to put down and mark the route they're going to be going through the game. In terms of like flexibility, because we've got several players here who've really sort of defined out the path throughout the game. In terms of the overall meta, are you feeling like that trying to keep yourself open is more important than trying to find a particular line?
It always depends on your spot, right? Depending on how much gold you have in the early game, and if you can go for like a big lose streak, you can force harder into certain comps, depending on if you have a reason for it. So, for example, Exalted will always be a big reason why people will prefer, for example, Ashe over Kai'Sa or the other way around. And also, maybe you have an argument that synergizes really well with a certain comp, like the Dryad Spat, for example, or even now we are seeing on Subtle's bot the Ghostly Spat. So he's committing himself onto this line, but it can obviously pay off very, very highly if you get, like, for example, a second Spat, play 8 Ghostly.
Well, yeah, I mean, we certainly know, we've certainly seen the Gnar and Ghostly board do very well. We certainly, with 2 different people in the Dryad space, we're not expecting to see that here. So we come to our first carousel, just a quick update as to how everybody's been doing. Lusher and Asaika, both on the win streak, Subtle and Profanity down at the bottom there, with the Swedish player with the Dryad Spatula have been taking the hardest losses so far.
Yeah, and Wetchragnar cannot take this Gnar, sadly, for him, because he really needs the bow to finish off his Titans. Obviously would have really liked to get an extra Gnar from the carousel to upgrade that unit as early as possible, or even maybe be closer to his 3-star.
I will see how our players develop longer term. So Profanity, again, the player we were saying before, who was probably extremely annoyed to have, to have found himself in a contested line here with a Dryad setup. He's trying to, I don't know, we've just kind of got a more basic setup here because of the loss streak wanting to remain in place. I think it was mentioned on the pre-show that, that we've got more of a push towards the later levels. In this case here, with the two wins, the 2 loss streaks coming into place, putting a little bit of extra economy into the lobby, Profanity, I'd have to imagine, would be in a much better spot than he would have been otherwise.
Yeah, obviously now having the extra econ helps him a lot, making 20 here. He's obviously on the 3 loss, will lose this fight as well, most likely, and look for that 5 loss streak. But we can see on the right side of our screen that Subtle is also on a 3 loss, so maybe he will try to contest a lose streak and deny the 5 loss streak for Profanity, for that extra econ.
It's interesting that we've got Subtle and Profanity, 2 players who picked up the trait-specific emblems, both going for a more defensive approach, as it's worth noting Subtle has lost their loss streak, leaving Profanity as the only player down towards the bottom of the table to keep that money flowing in.
Yeah, exactly. Subtle won his last fight, so he's on 1 win streak now. But we can see the system changes that were made a week ago with the latest patch, that you are so healthy, even though you're on a 4 loss streak, he still has 78 HP, which is quite high. And that's why people will play these slower type of early games during this tournament.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you certainly imagine the loss streaks are the ones you tend to have a little bit more control over. But Asaika and Lusher, they've both managed to keep hold of their streaks. You can see the golden readout on the right-hand side showing Profanity is leading the lobby economically by a decent amount, as I imagine our win streakers will have had to spend a little bit of money to keep their win streaks up.
Yeah, we will see now if Asaika can keep her win streak going. Obviously, it would be great for her to win this combat, to go for that 5 win streak. And it's looking like right now that she might not be able to win it. Oh, actually she has it. Even though the early Kayn is super strong, she still manages to win. Oh, wait, that's Lusher's spot. Never mind.
Yes, I thought you were looking at something which I wasn't looking at. You do bring up a good point, though, as we come to the end of the stage. As was pointed out by Danny, we have had a few players picking up some interesting things off screen. I believe it was Kaspersky from Poland, or our third Polish player in the lobby, who did manage to find an extremely early Kane.
Yeah, that's obviously very great for him, but sadly he doesn't really have components or items for him right now. He decided to slam the Rage Blade, got a Krongrod as his augment. Will now look for Kane items maybe, because hitting a forecast really early on in this patch will be very impactful, since the base stats of all the forecasts got buffed by quite a lot, which makes them very, very strong on 1 star already.
I mean, if you're in, Kaspersky's position here, you're trying to make that pivot. I mean, we've got a potential bloodthirster online there, but what kind of line are you, given that we're on a loss streak right now, or on the win streak? Are we just trying to to sit back and get as much money in the bank and push towards levels, or trying to make something work out of what was currently on board?
I think he wants to not take big risks right now, because his bot is not particularly strong. Like I mentioned, he doesn't have items for the Kane, and the rest of his units are pretty mediocre, so playing also a slower game should be fine for him, since he still has 82 HP. He can look to play that bot till stage 4, and then look for the units that he wants.
Alright, let's check in with Alan, who has put together what's looking like very much the Bruiser trick shot ball, which is definitely very much part of Proceedings here as an alternate way to get into that forecast space later on. Looking like so far, Alan, though, doesn't have a massive win streak, was still up very high on the HP.
Yeah, the classic Alan bot, he really likes to play the Bruisers and the trick shots early in the early game, since Teemo deals so much damage over time because he poisons the enemy board, and the 4 Bruisers hold the front line and keep the fight going for a bit, so the Teemo poison has enough time to kill all the units.
Just check in on our streakers from before. Asaika and Lasha both managed to keep their streaks the entirety of the way through stage 2, so they have avoided each other so far. Profanity keeps the lost streak intact, while everyone else will have to flounder a little bit in the center. Notable though, Profanity down at the bottom has started spending some money aggressively, several upgrades coming in, so I think we might be starting to see a little bit of change up in terms of the overall scoreboard coming soon.
And now we are seeing both NAV players head-to-head fight each other, both rolled a little bit, both down to 20 gold, trying to find that NAR 2-star. We can see for Profanity, he also found a Kane already, and a lot of upgrades on his side of the board, and depending on who wins this, that could make the big difference in the contest down the line.
Yeah, well, we've got a lost streak's going to get turned around here, and it looks like Wet Jungler's going to be the one who starts climbing. So Profanity spent a lot of money, and the lost streak remained in place as that very early drop of the Ornn comes in. We do know this is a lobby which we've got a lot of Dryad players fight each other tooth and nail. Finding that Ornn, of course, a fantastic way to boost you up in power dramatically.
Yeah, this lobby is very crazy. We already see Kane for the NAV player, and for the other NAV player, for Red Jungler, we just saw he hit an Ornn. So hitting those early forecasts that are very crucial in the NAV reroll might make them a lot more stable than they usually would be at this part of the stage.
I mean, Profanity's had the advantage of the Dryad emblem to get up to Dryad 4 for a while, but yeah, that's absolutely massive for Wet Jungler, our mulched player. Lasha, again, one of our players, in fact our only remaining player with a win streak, as Asaika did lose out in the previous round, with the grab bag of the Story Weaver board from before, I think might be just about to get knocked over. The Gnar walking into the back line doesn't quite manage to get enough damage done. We have still got our Teemo ticking away. I think eventually, though, we will see both of our win streakers brought down in the same round.
Yeah, Lasha losing his win streak now is obviously fine for him. He still has a lot of HP, so much gold, has his bot also, has also a very decent bot right now, so he can still push 7 here, keep a lot of gold, and just play for his level 8 roll down as well.
Alright, on to our next carousel. Just want to check in on some of the HP here, because you noticed before, some of our players have been able to play more passively and reap the rewards economically. The ones who are jumping out to me here, Arzu and Profanity on the bottom right-hand side of the scoreboard, down in the 50s at this point. Particularly with Profanity trying to kind of turn the corner into a win streak before and not being able to manage it.
Yeah, very rough spot for Profanity. Even though he rolled down quite deeply, he still can't find his way to stabilize his board and is still losing. Just now won a fight after going for like an 8 loss streak. And obviously that's not ideal with Dryad as well, because ideally you would farm as early as possible some Dryad stacks to get the ball rolling with the extra HP that you get.
That's a really good point, but of course, from Dryads to Fated, we haven't looked too much at Asaika yet, but she has found a way into the Fated board. We've certainly seen, over recent events outside of the Rising Legends circuit, of course, the Fated has been a very, very reliable board for our players to call upon. Looking at the setup here is pretty decent. We've got our, our backline set up with our friend Aphelios, and some decent AP itemization, maybe to go later on into Syndra.
Yeah, she has a lot of options here, but I do want to mention that we didn't see an augment in 3-2 because we have the Lilia encounter, I believe, which moves the augments, and now we will see the second augment of the game in 3-6, which is quite unusual for a normal game of TFT. So let's see how all of these players will handle that.
And I think that's maybe why we're seeing so many of our players struggling to maintain the streaks, that the power level isn't getting differentiated in the same kind of way. But it will be gold again. Last time we did see a lot of players going in towards the trait specific. Maybe this time it will start to be a little bit more generic as our players build out their power heading into stage 4.
Yeah, Alanzq, you picking two very neutral augments for him keeps him very flexible with all the forecasts that he could play. So very great decision by him. Same for Asaika. Also takes the big grab bag. Just having more items for all those units is always a great way to get stronger in the mid to late game.
Yeah, taking a quick look across there, just seeing if there's anything which is jumping out here. I think the one which, we're talking about players generally picking up a lot of combat augments. The only player I can see that's jumping out to me who hasn't done that is Wet Jungler, going for the reigning gold. Bearing in mind that we're in the gold subscription portal as well. So presumably he's going to get a lot of money, but still be missing out on the power to enhance the board he's going to put together.
That's a great way of playing this contest, maybe taking an econ augment and maybe out-hitting the other person as early as possible, taking all of these Nars as early as possible out of the pool so Profanity doesn't hit them. And very, very interesting decision-making by Wet Jungler, but also very risky as well, because if he doesn't out-hit him and doesn't find the Natri very early on, he will be down an augment in the late game.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out very closely. Maybe the investment of money can result in a board strength that's still worth having. Coming close to the end of stage 3 then. We've got our streaking players being knocked off the top and bottom. CAGGTUS, of course, from before, and Wet Jungler being our winning and lost streaking players. But otherwise, I think, with the gold subscription coming in, maybe this is one of those lobbies where the streaks aren't going to make as much of a difference.
Yeah, we can see for most of these players being in similar HP brackets. We have like the 60 to 90 range, and then we have two players that are below 50, around 40 HP. But obviously they have a lot more gold to work with, and it's looking pretty balanced right now. I wouldn't say any spots are very high roll or like very strong right now. It will all depend on the 4-2 level 8 roll down.
That's very close to coming through. It looks like there's maybe a little bit of rolling happening from our players. We'll keep our eye on the right hand side to see if anyone's gold total starts to suddenly dip, so to maybe try and swipe some of these units ahead of the others. Of course, Profanity, from a very long time ago with that Dryad emblem we mentioned, has only just managed to hit up to the Gnar too, so long-term potential as Lusher finds, in fact, 2 of the Azirs that we have to imagine will be looking for all the Dryad players will be looking for.
Oh wow, very interesting from Lusher, sending it in 4-1 already on level 8 and not waiting for the correct interval in 4-2. Tries to all in before everyone else, so he can find all of these very contested forecast units like the Silas, and now finds himself 2 Azirs, decides to sell them. Also has still an Udyr, which is very interesting because he is trying to look to play towards maybe this Kai'Sa unit, and maybe getting in 3 Ink Shadow would be a great addition to his board.
Yeah, I mean, Lusher certainly seems to be headed on the up. Again, remember, Lusher on 92 HP, nearly a full 20 ahead of Asaika in second place, and the rest of the lobby dropping down at precipitously. Subtle Clyde, Profanity, and CAGGTUS in trouble. CAGGTUS in particular down on 36 HP. That's one of the players who was running the Story Weaver board from before. So things are starting to heat up, and we're getting a lot of these legendaries that a lot of our players will be fishing for starting to arrive.
And yeah, look at also he's sold parts of his boards very confidently and rolled down for his board. Didn't seem to find his cane that he's actually looking for right now, so has to itemize this Hylas for now. And has a Hwei pair. Sadly, Hwei's not in the strongest state right now, and he doesn't really have items to itemize Hwei anyway, so will not go for that, but maybe use the Hwei to print like a 4-cost unit to have an easier time to find that 4-cost 2-star that he's looking for.
I mean, the Sylas, there were some questions about him coming in. Does seem to be working well. This isn't the Sylas Sage board we were promised before, but I think this has been definitely one of the defining parts of the set at the moment, is how much flexibility there is in putting these packages together. Kaspersky, though, we mentioned before, on very low HP, along with Profanity, both of them at around 30. Kaspersky, you can see he's desperately trying to find something to bring this board together. It's looking like Invokers might be at least our temporary pit stop.
Yeah, and we are seeing what this patch is all about. Sadly, Kaspersky cannot seem to find his Ashe. Has perfect items almost for her, and is now struggling a lot to come back and find a unit that he can carry throughout the mid-late game. He's already 26 HP, meaning if he loses a couple more fights here, he could die very soon.
And I love that you mentioned the Ashe there in particular, because having a quick look through the players in lobby, I believe Subtle Cloud is playing the Ashe, but it's only at the 1-star, I believe, so far. We haven't seen the absolutely everybody managing to get a hold of Ashe in the way we might in other lobbies.
Yeah, very, very rough for a lot of people right now. We can also see Alan's board right now playing Fortune through the mid game. Will probably cash out and pivot into a different type of board. We see Kaspersky getting the Lissandra now, meaning if he finds now an Ashe, he has a way of putting in 4 Porcelain, and this might be his bailout, depending on if he can stabilize here and farm some items with the Lissandra. He can get a lot of tempo back.
And it's worth noting, Kaspersky has been sitting on Exalted for a little while as well, so hopefully it's all going to come together in a spectacular fashion. We're still a little way off of the safety release of hitting the end of stage 4, but I mean, there's just no money in the bank, and Kaspersky, they need to find a way to make this work. The upgrade on the Annie is definitely something. We have got the potential to go into the Kaiser just to get those items doing something.
Has to be careful here with upgrading units that are not holding items, because he's obviously wasting a lot of his money that's really crucial right now to finding the Ashe into those units, and now also takes out the Exalted, so not getting the strength from that as well. And depending on how strong his rotation will be, could be that within a couple of rounds here.
Profanity and Kaspersky, the 2 low HP players up against each other. Profanity, of course, has been fighting the uphill battle the whole way through the lobby because of knowing that Wet Jungler was contesting on this line of play the whole way through. You see our Kindred and the Azir both there, itemized on the backline, a little bit of help from the Ornn. I think the power's not going to quite be there. The Kindred shots are good. It comes down to the 1-on-1. Fortunately, the Soldier ends up in exactly the right place while Markar's going to do it. And it means that Profanity is the one who keeps his HP just a little bit higher.
Yeah, great idea from Profanity, like I called before. Pushing level 8 there to find maybe an Azir from the carousel or from his shops and try to play 6 Riot and find a way to get a decent placement, even though he is contested and he didn't have the greatest of early games.
So Kaspersky, there's no saving in sight. We've got a chance to put in an additional item. You noted before that the Annie wasn't itemized before. That has been corrected. The EMEA items getting pushed across there to give the strongest board possible. To check back in with Wet Jungler, definitely having a much better time on 52 HP. And without the 3 stars, of course, in the contested setup here, and the reigning gold. I mean, we've got the Cane in here for a little bit of extra punch, but not the 3 stars that we'd be hoping for.
Yeah, sadly for him as well, he took reigning gold and he's still not at his 3 stars, which is pretty rough for him, but did manage to find that Cane too, that is also very contested on level 7, which is huge for him, and we can see in the mirror matchup Wet Jungler just beating Profanity again and again, and probably will make him go into the bottom part of the lobby.
So Memo, what's your read here? Because of course, Wet Jungler is pushing Profanity out of the game as fast as possible, but it is taking quite a long time for it to happen. with the amount that Wet Jungler's been slowed down here by not being able to access the Dryad units, is that going to cap Wet Jungler as well?
Yeah, it's gonna for sure affect his end game or like his max cap, because all that he's doing right now is playing with the mindset that he is contested and that he will have a low chance of finding those 3-star units that he really needs. And he is playing it really well so far, making sure he always beats Profanity to kick him out of the lobby as early as possible for him to get his units back into the pool.
Taking a quick look on the right-hand side to check in on the overall lobby, as we will have our last opponent coming in, so it will be gold across the board. Alanzq, in particular, standing out for me, 66 gold in the bank and an 8-loss streak. We can compare him against Lusher, who's managed to stay up at the top of the table with the opposite streak and still a good amount of money.
Yeah, obviously Alanzq now probably out of fortune now, probably looking for a very high cap now. Obviously sacrificed a lot of his HP, has the little buddies, so he will look to play around the fact that he sacked a lot of his mid game to now play for a win out. And I think that's very interesting because in the interview he mentioned that he doesn't feel the most confident right now with like how much he can sack and how low he can drop in HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to definitely be affecting the rest of your day going forward if you find you've made the wrong decision there. Asaika, we checking back in here on the right-hand side, I believe, playing the Ash board. Did notice I believe we've now got 3 little buddies in the lobby at the moment, the organ, which helps propel the power of your 4 and 5 costs. So we're definitely starting to move towards the end zone here. So Asaika might be able to take out Profanity over on the right-hand side. Kaspersky as well, fighting it for his life. You can see that the end game units are really here in spades, and it's a double elimination.
Yeah, Profanity and Kaspersky both dying here. Cannot find a way to stabilize on level 8 and just die in stage 5 here. Pretty sad for them, but they can still come back. Hope they can keep a good mental state and try to come back for the next few games.
And it's a sigh of relief, of course, for everybody else that they can keep those points up and try and make sure they get through to day number 2. And, of course, the chance to go on to the EMEA Regional Finals beyond there. And, of course, the Tactician's Crown. The promise of glory longer term. For Alan, as you said, definitely playing into the riskier path in this game, has spent absolutely everything, as has Wet Jungler. Everyone else in the lobby around 30, 40 gold left. But those two on lowest HP right now, they've committed everything.
Yeah, and right now we are seeing like 4 people in the 40 HP range. Only Alan and Lesha being like on the opposite ends of the lobby with like the HP difference. And we see these two playstyles being very effective right now. And for like good placements, I feel like Alanzq has a very good shot of coming back here. And we can see how he just demolishes the other Ash board in the lobby.
And no kidding. Wow, that wasn't even close. So that's the Ash with the Mythic Invokers style of play, where you've got the extra carries in there for a little bit more punch. I think on subtle side of things, we've kind of got a little bit of a grab bag in that we've got the Ghostly Emblem and Lissandra all trying to come together to make the mix. But we did bring up before, of course, as we check back in with Germany's Wet Jungler, second place from previous championships, that he has managed to find and put together the Dryad board, the 3 stars that have taken longer to get than they should have been otherwise.
Yeah, depending now on how he positions, if he will get caught by like a unit like Lissandra or other positioning errors, he can find his way into the top 4 or maybe still go bottom here. But right now we are seeing Subtle now being level 9, finding that Lissandra 3rd item and trying to beat Azo's bot that he's still hoarding all of his gold and is still trying to go level 9. And it seems right now like Subtle wins this and makes sure he keeps those very, very valuable HP.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're getting very, very close, particularly Wet Jungler and Alan are both being very low indeed. I believe, so at least Wet Jungler took the loss off of the previous round, so it could be a pretty big elimination come up in the round next to come if the Dryad board just took that little bit too long to get online.
Yeah, and we can see Wet Jungler now struggling a lot, like at the end of the game, that he just doesn't have the same amount of power as the other players right now, because he took that econ augment, he still hit his units, but still he had to take double econ augments to make sure he finds his bot, and now he's just down so much power in augments that is just biting him in the ass right now.
Yeah, that's got to be very disappointing. I think you can get some, the sense of the frustration after the augments are saying, this should be a doable game, but circumstances are working against him in spades. Arzu and Wet Jungler, along with Alan, they're all around the same HP. Lusher has been dominant in this lobby and still remains at 82 HP, more than the two players below him combined. Wet Jungler will face to face again. This is the Porcelain Ghostly board from before, and the Gnar gets caught and removed from the equation very quickly. He will at least get his Titans online, but this is such a tough situation to fight through, as once that Gnar is gone, it's all on the Kindred.
Yeah, we can see the Lissandra casting twice onto this Gnar, and the Gnar just doesn't have anything that he can do about it, being CC'd for the most duration of the fight, where Jungler finishes here with a 6th place. Unfortunate that he got contested. Sometimes this happens in TFT, that two players will commit onto the same line at the same moment, maybe even with their augments, and then they are just locked in with that line and have to find a way to outplace at least the other player.
I mean, it's the classic thing, isn't it? Profanity and Wet Jungler contesting with each other. Not at least 7th and 8th, but 6th and 7th is not too much better. I think Lusher's really been the one who's been able to stand out above the crowd here, find the route a little bit less traveled. The Kaiser Zaya board from his side of things, definitely taking the slightly alternate route. But Arzu, though, with the Heavenly board, do bear in mind we've got the Heavenly Emblem in place as well. We're looking for our carries. The Lee Sin, in particular. I think, remember, you noted coming into Torn, that we've got these kind of Heavenly boards. We've got a lot of different ways to kind of bring out their power with multiple different carry types.
Yeah, I feel like Arzu very, very well put his board together, even fitting the Exalted trait in here, which makes his board even stronger than it is. And you can see this Lee Sin doing so much work, just not taking any damage and winning against Asaika's board. That was crazy from Lee Sin going at the end of the fight there. And you can see how this comp works. You play a lot of like filler units, like the Malphite, the Kha'Zix, that are not really doing anything, but they're providing so much stats for your main carry, the Lee Sin or the Kayn that we usually see.
I think that's why we're seeing the conversation around Heavenly, for future patches to come, turning away from being, we need to reduce the power of the unit being enabled to reducing the power overall, because it's absolutely crazy. So Arzu has got a potential path into top 4. Asaika, who was doing very well from before, along with Alan, all on single digits HP. So we've got a very volatile top 4, even while Lusher seems to be pretty much guaranteed into one of the top spots. For everybody else, it's an open question.
Yeah, Lusher just very happy sitting there with 82 HP, knows he has his guaranteed top 2, so he will look to play for a first place here. Maybe read out some things that can give him a win out. You can see Alan's board is crazy strong. He even found the Lissandra too with very good items and farmed a lot of items throughout the game. And we will see now Arzu face off against that board.
And for Arzu's board on the right-hand side, the thing which I'm looking out for, Memo, is what we saw from before, Lissandra being able to delete one of the big carries in a short order. But in this case, it actually looks like we're able to kind of avoid by getting Lissandra to hit on one of the filler units for a while. Lee Sin's still going to struggle under those kind of circumstances, and I think we'll see the elimination, but maybe we'll see a second as the low HP, I think, may well have left us with a top 3.
Yeah, we can see both Ashe players winning that combat and maybe facing each other next.
Oh no!
And seeing who has the stronger Ashe board, right? Alan obviously still holding on to the 55 gold, and we can see Lusher hit a Galio 3-star.
I wish we had had Lusher's camera for that moment, because I'm almost certain he would have not reacted almost at all, and that would have been just as good as him losing his mind.
Yeah, he would be like, yeah, that was expected for me to hit. No, but on a serious note, he had a very strong early mid game, and this is why, in my opinion, Lusher is one of the favorites for me in this tournament, because I feel like this is exactly his patch. He really likes to push level, he really likes to play around all these focus units, and we can see that he knew he already was in the top 2, so he was preparing a win condition like a 4-cost 3-star with the Galio.
Oh boy. Well, there we go. That's the elimination coming to give us a top 3. So it really just comes down between Alan and Subtle Cloud, who can hold on. No, I'll eat my words immediately. We have got our top 2. So it's Alan who made it all the way through there, taking the riskier route for lobby. So, you know, to follow up what you're saying there, it really feels like we've got 2 very distinct styles at odds here. You know, Alan took the incredibly risky path through the game, you know, brought the fortune in, made sure he's got this big late game. Lusher staying the path the whole way through the game and playing exactly the style that he wants to play.
Yeah, exactly. Like we mentioned before, this was very obvious this is gonna happen. Like both of these players went both extremes, and we can see now who executed. Like I feel like both of these players executed it very well, and finishing in like 1 and 2 now. Obviously a great start of the day.
I will see if Lusher can get this one across the line. Level 10 for Alan. He's a little bit more power in the bank. The 2 backliners from Alan getting ripped away, and it's not even close by the end. The golden goal, the Galio 3 comes through huge. Lusher takes the first on-stream lobby of GSC number 1, and 0 reaction at all. It's exactly according to plan.
Yeah, very cool, very calm, collected, knows his win condition, very methodical on how he approached this game from his early game. And we saw how good it is to play a strong early mid game, to have these type of games, to then go to level 8, to level 9, choose a line where focus is not that contested. We saw in this lobby a lot of players playing Ashe. I feel like Lusher was one of the few players playing towards the trickshot line and then has a free or easy way to focus 3-star on level 9.
Yeah, no, we're so impressed. You know, we saw from players like Asaika, who, of course, did have a very good finish in the lobby, but did fall off very hard. You know, I think the way Lusher was approaching this game, you know, to have the strong early, bring it into the strong mid, strong late, and just overwhelm the lobby overall, it's absolutely fantastic. But fortunately, we have got analysts to break down how everything happened. We're taking a short break. When we return, they'll let us know how it all worked out in game number 1 and the overall tournament standings as well. Of course, we've got 5 more games to go today, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
Welcome back after game number 1. We're here with the analyst desk, and in case you were confused by that previous game or you just missed it for some reason, we will not forgive you, but we will get you up to date and run you through what has been happening in this game. I'm personally, I saw myself in this game. The contesting on the 2-cost reroll just not working out for 2 of the players, Profanity and Wet Jungler. Unfortunately at the bottom there, but I did kind of want to make that a point and talk about your outs if you see someone else contesting you on that line. Both of them in that very first augment, going for the Molst and going for the Dryad emblem. You really only have one out, which is the vertical Dryads for Profanity, but in the end, both of them, unfortunately, getting that 7th and 6th point. And that brings me to my next point, which is emblem augments coming back. Of course, the Heavenly emblem kind of has to be shouted out. Panda Arzu picked it up there towards the end.
Just really strong combat augments as well. So hit 7 Heavenly. I think overall this is not the best version of the comp, obviously. I think the Kane version is a bit superior, and in the end it was a 5th, which came down to maybe positioning and maybe so many different Lissandra matchups where so many players are playing Ashe, and it just becomes so hard to try and navigate making sure your Lee Sin or your Wukong is not potted at the very start of the fight. It really becomes a positioning challenge that I think is very, very hard to navigate in the late game, especially when there's multiple players you can be facing and they all have Lissandras as well. But one more thing to mention, I think, is the game plan that players had going into Ashe, Guido, because I saw Saika, she was playing Faded with a Felios carry, which is not something you see every time on most of these games on Challenger Ladder, and she actually navigated that into an Ashe, but pivoted to Ashe as a carry very late in stage 4 and still found a lot of success.
Yeah, and I think that for me as well, like one of the comps that kind of on the radar at the start of the patch was the Felios reroll, like another out for the Rage play, but now we had 3 players on Ashe 2 in our top 4, and this is because of the fact that you were talking about, David, there are so many different avenues into the composition. You can even like play the Story Weaver open, and we saw a lot of people also play, right? You chunk that, raise it onto a Severe, and you take it from there. There are so many ways going into this composition. It's all about managing your resources, and then for someone like Alan, right, he even like had this whole fortune aspect to it for a while before going into the Ashe line, finishing 2nd. And also another thing we need to talk about, Little Buddies is yet again printed in a set of TFT, and this augment is so powerful, and that's kind of why we saw like 3 of the players in the top 5 picking up the Little Buddies thing, right? Again, it goes so well with some of these lower aspects of the compositions, like something like Lux, for example, provides a ton of value. Again, she's Paladin and Arcanist, and then also provides the Little Buddies value. There's just so many things to kind of take apart in that situation.
To quickly make note with Ashe as well, it's a very expensive board, and Kaspersky was kind of the player showcasing what can go wrong when you're trying to force Ashe. You're slamming Rageblade very early. You found a Kane at level 5, couldn't play for Kane because you already had everybody to slam the Rageblade, which is why, in my opinion, most players should be trying to slam Last Whisper and more flexible items to have the chance to, hey, I hit an early Sylas, hit an early Kane, a Lee Sin. I don't have to play Ashe, which I think will be the most contested comp and also the most expensive comp. So not the game plan you should have for every single game.
I do kind of want to highlight the Annie just a little bit. One of the tank units we're going to be seeing a lot of. She's just so good right now. So keep your eyes open for the Annie pickups whenever you see players make them. Very, very great tank. Not as great as a 3-star 4-cost though. I think we can all agree on that one. But we are making our way to first couple of standings in a few seconds here. And I do kind of want to mention on what that implicates for the rest of the day, because that first game placement can make or break it for some of these players. If you have a bad placement there and you're not able to shrug it off, it can really spell out despair. If you have a great one, you kind of have a high ladder bar that you want to follow, that you want to match in your next game again. So a lot of implications coming from that first game. Panda, how was that for you as a player last OQ?
I was just about to say, it's actually much more fine than you think to go 8th.
Okay.
I went on day 3, I went 4th, and then 3 7s in a row, and I still had a chance to make it through with a first and a first. Maybe a bit of a tough ask, but not impossible. Despite 3 7s and a 4th, pretty bad results. So it's actually, with a 50% cutoff, it's I think much more doable than you would think as a viewer, and especially for players who are used to clutching up and used to being in high pressure situations and still navigating their way out of them. I think someone like Wet Jungler, for example, going 6th here, no problem.
Yeah, and I'll kind of continue that as well, right? Because again, it is that magic 27, 28 point mark that you're going to be looking into, and then you can kind of say, okay, cool. I kind of lost that game in terms of like points gains, but again, a couple of good top 4 positions you're alluding to there, and then all of a sudden you're right back in it.
Yeah, especially on day one, it's all about making it into that top 4 average. We heard it from Asaika earlier on. That's kind of her game plan going into this day. Of course, she's very familiar with how this format plays out and where you need to land. So I'm personally really excited for that. We are going to be moving into our game 2 to keep the action going. Our casters should be ready for us here. We have Counterfeit and Memo on the desk to take you through game number 2.
Thank you so much, mates. Gosh, I mean, it's going to be hard to follow up that first game, but I think it's mentioned on the desk, and you mentioned during the cast as well, Memo. You know, for our players now going into the second game, there's got to be this, this huge, difference between your expectations for yourself coming into the competition, and now with one game down, either you've had this amazing first game, you've done so much better than you thought, or you've had a really rough first game, and you've got to maybe kind of come in and start re-evaluating all the kind of conclusions you had coming into the competition.
Yeah, I feel like the momentum is such a huge factor in these type of tournaments because a lot of players will just get into their heads maybe think, oh, they don't belong in the competition, or maybe they will have the thought of, oh, these players are just like me, it's just like a ladder, and it's pretty easy for me to play in these lobbies and perform well. So I think it's a very, very big part of the game, and we can see here some players like Zaza, for example, starting the day off with a second place should feel really good about himself.
And so it's worth noting that at this point we can see by the difference in the points our players have gotten, we have got snake seeding in place here. So we've got players like Chordo, who managed to win his first game, with Natasha, who came last in his first game, all in the same lobby as each other. So it can definitely be very hard to recover when, particularly if you've had the weaker performance in those first couple of games, to then be going up against some of the top performers to try and get any more points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's always a way to come back. It's just the first game out of 6, so keeping a good mental state will be big for that second game now, and we can see the game starts off crazy with Lilia encounter again, moving the arguments to random rounds, and this will make the game feel very different to a normal game of TFT, because usually what will happen is you get some direction from your first argument to know which line you want to play, and now everything being all over the place will make it more difficult for players that are less prepared.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes closely out for that one, because as was noted on the desk from the previous game, moving around some of those augments, changing up the normal pace of TFT is definitely one of the things the portals do very, very well for us here. So, looking at the overall lobby we had coming into this one, of course, you noted Sasa, of course, a player with an enormous amount of history here, but I did want to bring to front and center a group of players, several of whom were in this lobby. Chordo, Huubinh are players from Turkey coming in. Very good representation here in GSC 1.
Yeah, Huubinh and Kliko is actually the Turkish player, is a very, very strong players that have been dominating actually the US ladder lately as well. Huubinh hitting multiple rank 1s in the last set, and Kliko now coming from the Turkish server to play on the US server and proving himself to perform in these very stacked US lobbies as well.
Alright, we'll keep our eyes out closely at how things end up developing here, because certainly from last time around we saw our players manage to grab hold of early on. We can spot from Tipchi there that we've got some Exalted which are starting up from early on the game. We're getting information, so we've actually got a decent Exalted spread here. Rek'Sai, Lux, Shen, Diana, Lilia and Aurelia. So we have got a cluster of Exalted towards the early cost, which we might see some of our players going for.
Yeah, and we can see for Tipchi now hitting a lot of upgrades here. Obviously no argument for him. Having 3 upgrades is very, very nice in these kind of games, because since there's no power coming in from arguments, you will be very strong with just finding a lot of upgrades and putting those on your board, putting items together and just looking for that win streak. Obviously he has to navigate with that 3-cost duplicator, and he might want to look towards, for example, the Narcom position with that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this time round, with our augments coming in, as we can see here, our first augment coming in at the end of stage 2, we won't have our players running into the same problem they had last time around, which is finding kind of competing augments that would send them down routes that will put them both out early on.
Yeah, we can see Zaza now finding that very strong backline with the snipers winning the first combat here, pushing level 4. I feel like this is also one of the strongest players with like very solid fundamentals that will navigate through a lobby like this with very ease, where the augments are moved around. And we can already see at the end of the stage we will get our first augment, so it won't be too late to find an augment.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we'll see how that affects the game overall. Natasha, Gakon, and Chordo managing to come out with the early success. We've certainly seen from some of our boards that we've got some people selling aggressively, like in the case of Tivchi here, switching things up to Storyteller, trying of course to keep that 10 gold in the bank nice and cozy, as Cheezer on the other side has actually managed to find a pretty solid early start here, but slamming it in the Infinity Edge and managed to get the Diana online as a solid frontline very early.
Oh wow, upgrading a Diana 2-star is very, very bold by Cheezer, because it's a kind of a double-edged sword. If you're winning every fight, it's fine, because you will get the money back by the win streak, or from the win streak, but if you are losing a fight, and he did lose a fight, it's just very, very expensive and will make it very hard for you to hit those econ breakpoints that are very important.
Okay, well, we'll see how it works longer term. I know certainly, in this current patch, we are looking for our players to kind of take the paths less traveled to get across. Conan, you've mentioned one of our Turkish players coming in here today. Managed to get a pretty decent kind of grab bag setup here with the Arcanist setup, using Nico with the Crown Guard on the front line. I mean, long term, if our players, as we can see here, are mostly trying to just play the strongest boards, I mean, it seems that we're going to be seeing, again, no big streaks kind of coming in and dominating the lobby.
Yeah, I would love for Kliko to look maybe towards that Nico hero augment, since we will get augments at the end of the stage now, because he already got a Nico 2, has a Crown Guard. Could be a very interesting line for him to take. We see the pre-leveling coming through, and since it is an encounter carousel, it's more favorable usually for the players that are in the lower HP bracket, because they will have pick prio. So meaning if there is, like, for example, a radiant item in the carousel, having pick prio is obviously more impactful.
Well, we've got a duplicator coming in, so while we haven't had our augment coming in, if our players do find an early line in, especially with some of these ones on the carousel being 3 costs, it feels like we've got the chance to really push some power into these boards.
Yeah, getting a golden duplicator is just amazing here, because since it is a very heavy 4-cost meta, for those players who can find their 4-cost with ease without rolling too deeply, they will have a realistic chance of getting a 4-cost 3-star with this duplicate, since getting that last copy is usually the hardest one to find, and this duplicate getting a little bit of a cheat code to find those last units.
Now imagine for our players who are on the higher HP like Natasha and click on, you've got more room to be able to kind of be greedy in that way and hold on to the the duplicator for the duration of the game. I mean, the Ink Shadow start for Natasha here is looking pretty damn solid, honestly, but the Quincy's in the backline, the snipers online. I think Natasha's got a decent chance to be able to run this win streak through the round.
Yeah, he obviously found a lot of upgrades as well, with the Jax 2, with the Darius 2. Getting the tattoo of protection here as well is one of the stronger tattoos in the early game, providing him with so much frontline, and especially with the Rage Blade, should be very strong for him. But we can see Kliko spot being also very strong in a very, very close fight here.
Ooh. Yeah, these are the two win streakers up against each other. I think it's going to be very to the tail end. The stacking power of the Quincy's gets one shot in just in time. So that will be Natasha, who is the only one with a chance of leaving stage 2 with the win streak, as we will finally find our augments.
You can see the reaction in the camera. Such a close fight. Very, very great for him, obviously, getting now the Deathblade for the Senna. Very great as well. Just laughing, being so happy, getting that streak by such a close margin.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the players' approach to tournament and things, having those kind of moments of triumph, I think, one of those things that keep you afloat when things turn against you. Taking a quick look at our players around the lobby though, players like Kafuzzle down towards the bottom, along with Tivchi. You know, for long-term viewers, of course, you remember Kafuzzle, one of the top UK players who, you know, was able to get his big break on the world scene very, very abruptly, and become a, you know, but didn't have the best of times getting to the first, you know, to his first world championship. Hopefully, we'll see him there again.
Yeah, hopefully he can redeem himself in this set. Very promising player, obviously, has been performing or has been competing for such a long time, and obviously always at the highest level as well. So wouldn't be surprised to see him perform this set very well again.
Huubinh out towards the top will get the win in. So we've got ourselves, you know, the three top players, Natasha, Kokon, and Huubinh, coming out of the early stage. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye out to see if we do get if we've been good enough this year, Memo, to get ourselves a Drop Blossom Hero Augment lobby, or if we'll just have to make do with the more regular shaped boards.
I hope it's so much, because Clémou, I think, upgraded another Nico too, right there, and yeah, would be a great crazy first game of Hero Augments. We can also mention that Cordometa found a second golden duplicate, so if he finds a 5-cost that he desires or like can fit on his board, could like potentially find a 5-cost 2-star very early on to the game, or if he finds a very easy way to 4-cost 3-star in the late game with those duplicates.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I think we are kind of where we would roughly have expected to be coming into the day. That while people are playing strong boards, we're not seeing a massive amount of money and effort being put into making one board overwhelmingly stronger than the others. When I suppose, you know, with these more shallow streaks available now as of this patch, you can, you know, reliably move up in gold without having to invest too heavily in your board.
And Natasha now finding that very valuable Ash. Having the duplicate means he just needs one more to find a very early Ash too. And we are seeing Cheezer now with the early Diana too. Having a double Rage Blade Infinity Edge Silver in the backline dealing damage. But doesn't seem like he has enough to beat Natasha's Ash.
No, I mean, it's definitely got potential for Cheezer to be able to go heavily into that AD carry kind of line themselves, but Natasha, I mean, this is a great start for him. You know, again, remember, we can see from his portrait there, 1 point coming out of that first game, and again, with the snake seeding, is now playing against some of the top performers in the competition from that first round. If he can go last in the first game and then first in the second, that's such an incredible way to reset your tournament.
Yeah, would be great maybe for Natasha to fit in Exalted, because he right now is on 2 out of 3, and finding maybe an early Ash 2 with Exalted could give him potentially a very easy way to get to level 9, level 10, finding all the 4-cost upgrades, finding all the 5-cost upgrades, and capping out his board incredibly.
Let's see, it looks like we weren't quite good enough to get the Nico all day, every day, but hey, we can still live in hope. Kokon on the other side of things, picking up or using the Nico, the Nico frontline together with the Zoe backline. We can actually see Zoe's doing a good amount of work here to make sure that the board stays together and actually pans out a pretty substantial win.
Yeah, and we see Clémou having another Nico 2 on his bench, so having 6 Nikos here is pretty huge, and especially now coming in with like more arguments in stage 3. Sadly, only silver augments, meaning Clémou can't actually find the augment for himself, and just taking a solid combat augment like Unified Resistance will be very good for Tivchi, getting more frontline to make this front to backline comp work.
Yeah, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it? You know, you're still trying to hold ground here, and Unified Resistance, you mentioned, actually being picked up by a few other players as well. Yeah, we're just getting the generic power being put in here. The only player who's like kind of leaping out at me in terms of picking up something unusual is Cheezer picking up the Tiny Titans from a low ender position from before. That's the Diana player we saw from before, who's presumably looking to again play the very long game.
Yeah, getting 30 extra HP is obviously very valuable if you are looking to stack a lot more HP in this stage to get to that level 8 with like a little bit more HP, have a little bit more time to hit your 4-cost units that will stabilize you eventually.
This will be Sarsa's board on the other side, of course, with that early Ashe pickup there. Of course, the cut above the Deathblade, meaning that we get a little bit extra power from the Ashe, and the healing orbs as well, making sure that when these wins do come in for Sarsa, they are substantial wins because the front line can very well remain intact for the entire round.
Yeah, it's so crazy how many people got Ashe. We can see on Quarter's board also one Ashe, making Ashe a very contested unit in this lobby again. Could be interesting for maybe another player that maybe decides to go for that Kai'Sa that is looking a lot more uncontested in this lobby.
So, I mean, let's open up that conversation a little bit more then. We saw for Lusher in our previous game, the trick shot approach working extremely well. In terms of comparison between the two, between the Ashe and the Kai'Sa, how do you kind of is Ashe clearly the superior on a one-to-one basis?
I feel like Ashe has like a slight edge over Kai'Sa, although I wouldn't say it's the biggest. It's substantial enough that people would rather default into that Ashe board. But obviously, other factors like how contested am I, or can I fit Exalted with Kai'Sa, can make the difference for you to decide to play Kai'Sa over Ashe. And depending on also how much of the board you actually natural or your opener, can also be the deciding factor for you to choose one line over the other.
For Chordo, you mentioned the choices before, has a couple of duplicators ready to go, so keep an eye on where those 2 stars end up materializing. Do remember, of course, our players across the field all have those duplicators, so they're all looking towards these late game boards. We haven't necessarily seen the 4-cost upgrades we might have otherwise been seeing, because we can see the power of the boards here are huge as Natasha's streak comes to a close thanks to Sarsa.
Yes, Sarsa now beating the win streaker and saving himself a lot of HP here. 86 HP, has still a lot of gold, sitting on 50 gold right now. And we will see an encounter coming in next. And after that, we will immediately see an augment. So a lot of stuff happening here, a lot of decisions that will be made by these great players. And depending on how good you can execute in like high pressure moments like this, where you're getting hit with decision after decision that you have to do correctly, this can give you a huge edge as well.
So something, remember, when we come onto this first part of that equation here, that I was looking for on the Tam Kench was to see if there was anybody who's refusing to join in the fishing, and one player is jumping at me as doing that. Sparkling in the corner, Kerfuzzle says, you know what, I'm quite happy with everybody getting a little bit less stuff.
Yeah, depending on if you have, for example, fortune in or other factors, you might not want to increase the level of the power level of the lobby, because that makes you weaker in relation to that. Or like your, for example, fortune cash out. You can see Clicko deciding to go for these 3-cost duplicates and maybe just go for that Nico 3-star, looking to play like some Arcanist units, using her as the frontline. Sadly could not find the Nico augment, which would have immediately gave him another Nico 2-star, making it a 3-star, but still decides to go for that Nico 3-star as his frontline option.
This is really fascinating. Arcanist, we know we've got the shock treatment in place, to help get through and make sure those static shifts provide as much punch as possible. A little roll down here. It's certainly a road less traveled. A couple of upgrades coming in. We have got the Animal Visage as well to be able to make sure that the Nico stays online. But without the augment, it feels like this is a risky road to take for Kikonen.
Kikonen deciding to play a reroll line here, which we didn't expect seeing much of. Decides to play, I think, the Zyra Jenna reroll line. That's also the reason why he didn't use his duplicators right now, because he still wants to maybe hit that Zyra 3, maybe hit that Jenna 3, or look for the Riven 3. So very unusual, but obviously could pay off big, because he is uncontested and he was able to play a very strong early mid game now with all these early upgrades.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's kind of bring that into the story of what we've got overall here. If we're in a situation where everybody's pushing towards 4 or maybe 5-cost 2-stars in terms of a late game situation, I mean, to me, that would seem like it's risky to go for the 2 costs, knowing that we've got such a crazy late game coming down the pipe.
Obviously, I feel like this board can also cap out very high, so you can see stuff like the Nico 3, the Jenna 3, Zyra 3 coming in, but also this board has so much potential to cap out around those same legendary units. So if you are able to find these 3 stars fairly quickly and then push level 8, level 9 yourself, you're obviously having a huge advantage, but it's obviously the way more expensive board, the way more risky route to take.
So the kind of maths equation here then presumably is if everybody's just building a huge pile of legendaries, just having the the 3-star 2 costs, these kind of extra edge units pushes you over, and means that if everyone's playing the same board but you've just got a slight extra push of power, that you're eventually going to win.
Yeah, obviously, like I said, these units are usually played on level 9, level 10 anyways. For example, the Janna or the Diana are on your board in these late game Sage boards and Dragonlord spots. So I feel like if you are able to hit them fairly quickly and get to the late game, it gives you a much easier way to outcap your opponents, because you are playing with extra resources or like extra board strength.
Speaking of board strength, Natasha, of course, with the massive streak from before, has spent aggressively to try and restart that streak, has the Ashe online, and Exalted 3 in place as well, for just little trickle of extra XP and extra board power.
Yeah, very interesting from him to, even though that he is 93 HP, playing this aggressively. I feel like what we will see from like most players, or like for example what we saw with Ellen or Lasha in the last lobby, if they are very high HP, they will just maybe bleed a little bit to save more HP and then cap out higher with more gold. But obviously, knowing that Ashe is this contested, it's really important to hit this unit as early as possible, because you can come to a point where there's no more Ashes in the pool and you're forced to play something else.
Well, the 3-star Nico has landed there for Dracon, you can see on the other side, with the triple itemization. So she will be incredibly hard to punch through. We've got the Janna on the backside. Unfortunately, doesn't have the scaling of the Green Suits of the Archangels to make this kind of inevitability pay off. For Chordo, notable, the Fated emblem has joined the mix, so we are up at Fated 7. The only thing that's kind of missing here, from what I can see, is the backline itemization isn't fully online for Chordo yet.
So there's a lot of unpack here. We can see Kliko obviously hitting his units, which is very great for him, but being 0 gold means he will have a really hard time getting to that late game. You can see him already struggling with that bot, meaning he doesn't get enough tempo from these 2 costs, meaning he will probably have a really hard time getting to those legendaries that we mentioned before, which makes him now be in a very, very tricky spot, but very, very nice spot from Cordo Meta. We can see he's playing towards that Syndra line, which is one of the few forecasts that are super uncontested, meaning he still has his 2 duplicates on his bench. So if he just finds 4 more of these Syndras, and he is in a stable spot right now, can hit that Syndra 3-star as his win condition.
Yeah, place your bets in the chat if you for which of our forecasts are going to be the most dominant. We've certainly got the huge potential later on. Checking it back in with Starter though, who has been on a massive win streak, a lost encounter, allowing for our players to buy up an extra item. I believe only Cheezer had enough money in the bank to make that a realistic possibility. Asasa will come up against the Corn's board again. We'll see if this time round, with the items being switched across last second to the Ashe, if there is enough punch to get through the Nico and eliminate those backliners.
Yeah, Sasa obviously playing a very strong mid-game board here, mixing and mashing a lot of different type of units, and even holding like the units like Caitlyn and Jax on his bench, because he knows he can flex those in. Very strong bot so far. Obviously now drops his streak sadly, but it's all good. He still is in a very good spot for him.
Well, while we wait for the other rounds to clean up, I do want to kind of, you mentioned with Sasa the particular approach to the game. So going on to our carousel, notable, we do have a couple of significant legendaries here for our players to grab and duplicate. In terms of the general kind of style of players from the Dark region, Germany in particular, is Sasa's approach to this game, is that more in line of what you'd be expecting to see from him and other players?
Yeah, I feel like this is the way to play this patch, especially I feel like the German kind of playstyle, I want to say, is very favorable in this meta right now, because there's so much units that fit in almost any board. For example, the Annie or the Ornn is usually getting played as soon as you upgrade those, and if you can flex a lot in between those 4-cost units and build a strong front and back line, you will have a huge advantage in these type of games, because you just play around the fact that you upgrade a few units here and there, and then you can push level 9 and look to get to the ideal bot that you want to have.
For Cheezer, it's trying to put together the board right now. So 4 Trickshot in place. The Trickshot Bruiser board, of course, we have seen it being played already and doing extremely well. Not quite fully everything in there as of yet. The 4 Bruisers have still come fully online, but we have got, you know, a decent level of itemization for the Kaiser. Not up at the full 2-star version. We can see Chordo's board on the other side. You know, it's pretty much where he wants it to be right now. The fated shields and resistances, there's just too much beef there to overcome for a 1-star backline carry.
Yeah, very, very good approach from Cordo. Very great line selection from him. Even has a win condition with a very unusual line. And we can see now Tifshir dropping out as the first player in this lobby in 4-6. Hadlik couldn't build a strong enough board to make it out of this stage at least.
That's disappointing as well, because Tifshir definitely had some really good stuff brewing there, but you can see time is starting to run out. I mean, for Cheezer in particular, has to be very aware with that first elimination coming in. There's a lot of players above him on the scoreboard right now who are looking to try and at least secure their top 4 spots. Trickshot Bruiser is fully online, at least for this round, but we'll see how it does. We've got on one side the Ash, and the other side the Kaiser. The difference maker could even be the Hui, as we see Sasa sitting back and trying to calculate how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, Cheezer very unfortunate, still didn't find the Kaiser too. He's on a 7-loss streak, so he's losing pretty much every fight, but is able to beat Natasha here and make sure he wins this fight and stays at least at 25 HP, which is very great for him. That should be like at least 2 losses more he can take before dying.
Oh, so as we check back in with Kafuzzles, of course, one of the things that's leaping out to me here, Memo, is the itemization for the Lissandra. We've got the Deathfire Grass for the the damage amp and the blue buff as well. So we're casting fast and we're doing a lot of damage to that first unit that the Lissandra finds.
Yeah, the insta-cast on the Lissandra is obviously crucial now. If you can find like the optimal positioning for your opponent, if you're standing on the correct side with the Lissandra, especially with the DFG, it will just instantly pop a unit with the Fire Grass proc. So very, very important to position this unit well for Kafuzzled.
So I mean, looking at what Kafuzzle's got going on here, we've got the Heavenly set up here. We've certainly got enough more Garners, though we don't seem to be able to quite find everything we're looking for. I eat my words. Wait, I just got completely confused. I didn't realize that was already a 2-star Lissandra on the board, and now a 2-star Lissandra on the bench as well? What is going on here, Memo? This is not allowed.
This is not something we will see every day. He just has 6 Lissandras on level 8, by the way, which is insane. This is something that we almost never see. And depending how this game goes, these Lissandras will just farm him more and more items. And if he's stable enough to live this stage, he will be having so many items in the next stage that he can maybe even find like a legendary 3-star here.
Oh my gosh, it's working pretty damn well. We've had the Archangels being added on to our kind of primary Lissandra, as much as that's a term which we can really use reasonably to give the late game potential as well. So we've definitely got an end game of the gods brewing up here. Cheezer winning out the last round means that we've got a big clumping of players all around from 25 to 35. But honestly, in the overall lobby, we don't have that kind of real big standout safe player we had before. Sasa, is still in first place and hit up just up to level 9, but doesn't have that massive HP lead we saw from Lusher before.
Yeah, obviously Sasa didn't manage to have enough upgrades to save more HP, but still in a very good spot. Level 9 has a very, very solid board here. He's able to find the Exalted. But also I want to mention here, since Kafuzzled is holding so many Lissandras, he's obviously at the same time griefing all the Ashe players in this lobby. Because, for example, Sasa is looking for that 4 porcelain, but he can never find that spike because there's just too many Lissandras out of the pool already.
Yeah, in terms of what you would think would be a reasonable 5 cost to try and go for here, one of the most contested 5 costs in the set, is not the one which I would have expected, but hey, Kefuzzle's got his own approach and maybe it'll pay off as Sasa's incredible board actually loses out to Cheezer there, our lowest HP player. I'm kind of curious to see what Sasa looks like longer term in this lobby.
Yeah, I feel like he will probably just bleed out eventually, since he's already at 0 gold and losing fights. That usually means that he's probably not gonna find the highest cap here. I feel like Cordo's spot looks very promising. Very interesting decision by him to go for that level 9 and then roll for that Syndra 3-star. I feel like maybe he could have thought about rolling on level 8. Since there's so many forecasts out the pool already, it should be probably also doable to find that Syndra 3 on level 8. But yeah, very, very good spot for him as well.
Checking in one of our Togish players for the lobby, Huubinh, with the trick shot ball from before. We can see the raw power coming out of these backlines is pretty scary. I wonder, because we're on Kefuzzle's side of things, he's definitely farming up a Storm. In terms of raw power online right now, it's not comparable.
Yeah, Kefuzzle's sadly not strong enough to win these combats here. Is struggling a lot because he is missing a big part of the Heavenly bot, since he has to fit these double Lissandras that are not usually played in this comp. And we can see the trickshot bot being very, very strong, especially finding that Xayah 2 is huge for Huubinh and for like the extra damage there. And once you get the Xayah online, you have such an easy time winning against those melee or like frontline units, because you have so much AoE damage on those that it's quite easy for you to kill those.
Yeah, especially being able to bounce around and find multiple targets as well. I think it's a very scary situation for our players to be getting into here in game 2. Sasa, noted before, has pretty much expended all of his resources trying to bring this board online. We do have the Nautilus upgrade there as well for Sasa to just push a little bit further, but we've got players like Chordo just below him who've just pushed up to level 9 on a win streak and still with a little bit of money left in the bank.
He's only missing one more here. I'm very surprised that he already decided to roll down. Maybe he's scared that people will hold his units, but I feel like he could have maybe waited a bit longer for a higher chance of finding that Syndra 3, since he still is 45 HP, meaning if he lost the next 2 fights, he would still be alive for the next stage and have a lot more gold to work with.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, we've definitely got these huge boards waiting to come online fully. I mean, for Chordo, we haven't got very much more than the Syndra as our damage dealer, but she's doing a pretty damn good job with her Archangels as well. The shielding, the extra time being bought for her to scale up for the round up against Cheezer, who is on 15 HP, so I think should just about be okay, but barely holds on.
Barely lives there with 2 HP. We can see the HP values getting closer and closer in the bottom half of the lobby here. Huubinh only being at 9 HP, Kefuzzle at 8, and Cheezer on 2 HP, meaning if those players lose one more combat, they will be out.
You can see Kefuzzle, who's been farming, of course, with that double Lissandra, is one of our richer players in the lobby, but he is on a 2-loss streak. He said there's very little room left to maneuver, as we do have online our first 3-star of a lobby that promised us the galaxy of them.
Yeah, and you can see the excitement in his camera. He knew he can play for this line. He knew this unit will be uncontested. This is a very unusual, or like outside of the box line, and he gets rewarded for it. A very beautiful game by him. And yeah, we can see the Syndra doing so much damage. Obviously, this will be the name of the game for this tournament. We will just see over and over people going for that Walker 3-star, like we saw on the last lobby with the Galio 3-star and now with the Syndra 3-star.
Kefuzzle just the unfortunate one who came face to face with Chordo's final form, but fortunately for him, Cheezer did take a slightly harsher loss, so we'll X out in 6th place while Cheezer is out in 7th. We're down to our top 5 now, and I mean, Chordo seems to have everything he needs, but we do know that this is an unusual lobby. It's still not off the cards. We could see someone still challenge Chordo.
Yeah, obviously for Huubinh and Natasha, it's gonna be really important here to dodge Cordo meta, because once you get Cordo in your rotation and you fight him, it's just over for you. And depending on how the matchmaking will go here, that can make a big difference for the 4th or 5th placement of this lobby.
And again, right, as we said back at the beginning, Natasha, that player who is the most vulnerable, along with Huubinh, with only a single point coming into the lobby. This is already a good game for him, but I mean, looking at the board we've got here, you think under any other circumstances, this should be a board that can get you across the line.
It is a pretty strong board, but I feel like it's very unusual to see that way still on your board. Usually you put the AP items on that Lissandra and play 4 Porcelain. Sadly could not find the looks probably, and having that strong of an early game for Natasha is a bit sad, because now he's fading Cordo and will most likely end up at the 5th place here.
They're both facing facing the fated ball. One's the ghost, one's the real deal. Apparently, there wasn't enough time. Chordo says, you know what, I can do this more efficiently. I'm going to start knocking out players left and right. Haymakers. We have our 2 eliminations. You can see Natasha unsatisfied with that conclusion, but barely missing out on the top 4.
Yeah, Cordo just beating everyone in the lobby, and we can see Germany on top of this lobby here with Zaza and Cordo being 1 and 2 right now. Kliko, very impressive showing here with that very odd kind of comp, playing towards that Nico 3 and that Jenna 3-star, and going for like a very unusual type of play, but it's doing great for him. He has at least a 3rd place guaranteed here.
Well, this is something that Impetuous Panda brought up on the original desk, is, you know, to see when our players get offered the kind of opportunity to run a road vastly less traveled, whether or not they are in a position to take it. I mean, Sasa's definitely, you know, a player here with the HP in the tank to be able to absorb some of these losses. So I guess it just depends on how badly Cholo's handing out the beatdowns.
Yeah, Cordo obviously has also that Everfrost Thresh, which is very painful for Zaza, because his Ash getting stunned over and over again. But Zaza having such a strong board that makes it all the way to
I believe for a
backline.
second, Memo. I believe for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looked kind of close, but then the Syndra castle and everything was just dead.
Well, I suppose, you know, from Sasa's side of things, we don't have a ton more, you know, to hand out the damage. For Conan, we've got the 2 carries in the back line, and of course the fabulous Nico up at the front, managing to hold down a lot of the fort. But I mean, we've got 7 HP for Conan. We've got a pretty good chance of being able to guess what our top 3 are going to look like.
Yeah, because of the HP values and that the fact that Cordo hit the Syndra 3, I would say the placements are already decided. We will just have now. We will just wait now for the game to finish, I guess. And let's see if Zaza can actually beat Clicoran's bot, because that reroll bot is very unusual, and fighting against an Exalted Ash is usually very hard for these type of bots.
Yeah, we can see that Janna and the Zoe just aren't able to compete in terms of raw damage, especially with the Azir getting the extra item in. So we're down to our top 2. Chordo, the only one to fulfill the promise of the lobby, the 3-star forecast. We thought we would see multiple of these, but it looks like Chordo, I think, hitting that exactly the right time to drive out a lot of the competition that maybe would have challenged him.
Yeah, very good showing for Cordo so far. He went first in the last game as well, so starting the day off with 2 firsts now. And Zaza also starting the first game with a second, for him another second, most likely here as well. Will give them obviously a very great start of the day, and a good chance of making it to the next day.
And I mean, that's what it's all about here. But of course, we have got the tiebreaker situation, depending on the, on the performances from the previous days. But the big story here, of course, from day 1 is just getting across the line and getting into day 2 at all. And so far, what we've seen for both these players is that they've got the potential to go really far in the competition. Sasa, of course, long-term viewers remember with doing some astonishing stuff before, going back in previous sets, managing to pull out just ridiculous victories that should not have happened in a million years. But Chordo, 3-star Kelio means the history just doesn't seem like it's going to matter.
Yeah, Zaza obviously a 2-time GC champion, running in set 8 and 9, I believe, making his way.
The only one.
The only one to win 2 GC titles. Maybe looking to make the 3-peat happen this time around. Would be obviously also great and history for him. But yeah, very great showing from both of these players, making their way all the way to the top of the lobby.
All right, we'll go round again and just see if Sasa. I mean, Sasa is ticking up the mythic on the board slowly for a little bit more punch behind. We'll see if if we get too much of the slow going in. But I mean, you've just got that inevitability there. I just with Sasa's board, I just don't think there's maybe in a different board in a different situation that there will be enough burst to get to the Syndra before she scales up. But she just becomes monolithic by the end of the round.
Yeah, especially because Cordo's playing Fated. His board is also so much tankier, and he takes the first here, makes it back-to-back first places for Cordo, and has already 16 points now, and looking for that day 2.
Well, I love it. Another player who's just like, yeah, this is exactly going to plan. I expected to walk in here against some legendary players and just sweep the field aside. I mean, fair enough, that was a fairly unusual lobby there, but ultimately Chodo was the one who was able to execute on it and make the potential of that lobby really come alive.
Yeah, and maybe he had some momentum going in from the first game and was very bold here. Going for that Syndra tree is a very bold play, saving these 2 duplicates till stage 6. Obviously very high risk, but also high reward. Like we saw in the end, no one was able to beat him. It was not even close for anyone.
I love that you called out that moment where he was looking at the bench and saying, is somebody going to contest me? Is somebody going to stop me? Can I get away with this? It all happened and it all came together. Gentle friends, we're ahead to break. When we return, we'll be coming close to our midway point of day number 1. So stay tuned. GSC 1 of Inkborn Fables will continue in a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Hyrule, or HR Hyrule recently. I'm a challenger player from Germany. Yeah, I'm 24 years old. Yeah, I like set 11, although the encounters can get a bit messy. Sometimes with like certain portal combination, it gets a little bit crazy. But overall, yeah, I'm liking set. I actually played since set 1, and I think since set 6, then when I really started to play like a lot of more games per set. That's when I really started to like it, and I think since set 9 I started looking into playing competitive. It's not really close. France is much better than anyone else. Yeah, but I think Germany is on the come up at least. But yeah, I think France are just a different breed. They're all beasts over there. Oh yeah, the offline events are really fun. I went to Vegas and it was amazing, really. Meeting all the players, all the streamers, it was really fun. I was really sad that I couldn't get to meet the players at the CAGGTUS, but I hope to go to the next one. Shout out to my friends and who are always supporting me, and the other fellow high rollers in the competition. I also wish good luck. Yeah, thanks for especially the German community for being so nice, and yeah, see you soon.
personally speaking, I really love this round, and that is not just because Dach came out on top. It's because Syndra came out on top, and that's one of the comps I've been kind of, championing behind, going for that Syndra. Now that so many forecasts are currently hot, a lot of forecasts are also being contested. So let's have a look at that winning comp and talk about why it was as great as it was. There are a couple outs when you are playing around Syndra as a 3-star forecast. You can go for the 7 Fated that we saw here from Cordo, but you can also go for 5 Fated, flex in some Dryad, or even the 6 Arcanist. As long as you manage to put in that Lysandra together with the Syndra, you have a perfect harmony of just throwing everything around you and hitting your enemies left, right, and center. So I personally really love this one. If you see that your lobby is full of Kai'Sa and Ashe and Kayn, then that is probably what you want to, making it easier for you to find them in the end.
That being said, I think something has to be done in this tournament about this German forecast reroll game plan taking over our lobbies. Of course, they have access to the secret tab of the deer list. Lusher first hitting Galio 3 in game 1. And now the Syndra 3 in this game too. So I think it's a trend we'll be seeing a lot more of this weekend. We have to be watching out and trying to hold these units. But looking at Sasa, someone who did not play a 3-star forecast, instead played Exalted in stage 4. And I think this is one of the key examples of someone playing around Exalted as a way to make their board much stronger than it is in terms of the cost of the board and be able to go fast 9 in that case. And in the end, finish really healthy that stage 4 and able to get a 2nd place with just a great performance overall with the Ashe comp. But Clickcornin, someone that went off the beaten path and played a reroll comp. Despite reroll comps not being strong, I think from a spot like his, where you have so many natural copies of Nico and great augments with the shock treatment and the unified for the Janna comp in general, you can try and play these supercars rerolls, play for tempo, stay super healthy. He was above 60 HP all of stage 3 and 4, and that allowed him to finish in that 3rd place. So I hope we see more of these fringe rerolls throughout today.
Yeah, also, I really want to talk about this because, you do say you've seen enough of this German forecast reroll, right? But the thing is, you got to realize that the German scene has the grandfather of forecast 3-star rerolls in Ham Gang. I'm sure he's looking at all these games and he's super proud of seeing his countrymen doing it just like he did. Although he did it on level 7, we're now doing it on level 8. Inflation goes crazy in the world at the moment, so that's just how life goes. But yeah, another thing that's also kind of speaking of inflation. Duplicators were all around this game. That's just a natural part of the encounter system we have right now, right? And even someone like Fossil, who got to utilize 2 duplicators that he got essentially for free this game with those Lysandras, were unable to really take that and catapult himself into the upper end of the standings. Whereas someone like Sasa was able to make use of an extra copy of Ashe from the carousel and that duplicator to get an early Ashe 2-star to play from that instead.
Yeah, you really love those duplicators, even if traditional reroll is currently not being seen as much. Anything you can 3-star goes really, and we are going to be taking a look at our standings after those first 2 games. Of course, we're having some unfortunate starts of the day. It's just how the cookie crumbled, but looking at those top 32 is going to be an indicator for the strongest after 2 games already, and I'm seeing a great mix of countries here, Panda.
Yeah, and some big names as well. Wet Jungler makes a recovery after that 6th place that we saw in game 1 on the broadcast. Gets a 1st in this game 2 to stay above that, top 30 or so mark. But as we saw in this game 2, Syndra 3 reigns supreme, 16 points for Cordo, and we see YLCO, a coin flip player that you talked about, Wida, at the top of the show, performing very well. The coin flip going in his favor in these first 2 games.
There are also another player right there, Shinar, who against all means makes into this GSC after a rough open qualifier. Just shows why he belongs in the GSC circuit, 2nd into 1st. He is back, baby, as well.
Awesome to see. Really excited for these players and what they have in store for us. We're going to be continuing with game number 3 in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Welcome back, one and all, to the first Golden Spatula Cup of Inkborn Fables, game number 3. And it's only right on game 3 that we switch to 3 casters to make sure we're covered in every single respect. Impetuous Pandas, Waiter, of course, we heard from you guys on the analyst test from before, but the important thing coming in now is after the first 2 games, we have had the reseed, which means that the lobbies are now being Swiss seeded. Our players playing against the players who've got similar records. So if you've had rough early games, you'll get a chance to recover. But if you've had good early games, you're going to be playing up against the best of the best.
The best of the best at hitting 3-star forecasts. You mean to say, Counterfeit? I think it's an important point to drive forward. We'll see if the trend will break or not in this game 3. How long can we get away with seeing these 3-star upgraded forecasts every single game? As you mentioned, on the analyst test rather, so many resources coming to the game. It's something that I think it's a very common occurrence, and some players having to make sure you're not just playing for your own board and win condition, but denying others as well.
Yeah, and also again, like just to kind of put this into perspective, while we do have this opening choice of Portal here, over in the Chinese TOC, established without by Clement the other day, that 80% of their games were won by players who managed to sneak a 3-star forecast. It is one of the most important win conditions in competitive TFT period right now.
Well, at least with this game, with it being a Golden Gala, we don't have any extra power being thrown into the mix. What are you saying, David?
Just the portals overall, perfect narratives in terms of YLCO being a coin flip player. He's standing on Radiant Blessing by himself, everyone else trying to keep a low variance game on Golden Gala. I think one of the best portals if you're just trying to play a normal game of TFT.
It's worth stating as we come into this lobby, as we mentioned before, the Swiss seeding is in place, which means we have got 2 undefeated players in the lobby. Chordo, of course, we saw acquiring that record from before. YLCO, Wita, I know you had a lot to say about before as being that, you know, the disruptor. So far, his coin flips have both come up heads.
Yeah, this guy is definitely not one you want to, you don't want to flip a coin against this guy, but we'll see, right? I think that it's just exciting to have a player like him, right? Because a lot of people have a lot of respect for him, especially if you are in the, like the university space as well, as we talked about as well. Like he's a player that you know, like he had some pretty severe runs in the Mule space over in the UK. So he's just a player that's just like known for this playstyle, and already, just look at the 2 units, David. We're 2
an Ari.
No. On YLCO. There's
Fortune units, you mean?
Oh, that's right.
There's the Kuboku.
Okay. The third unit is the important one. Tristana and Zoe, of course, much harder to find in the early game. So we'll see if YLCO can actually go for that upgrade. But Wega finds the Kha'Zix, has a Nico, has a clear opener into what could be a heavenly board if he wants to for stages 2 and 3, and hopefully even stage 4 if he wants to play around these melee bruisers like Kane.
There will be, of course, gold augments across the entirety of this lobby Golden Gala, but we do see something leaping out. One of the augments we were hoping to see coming to the forefront here. Helsing brings out the built different. Snap picks it, in fact.
I will say we're seeing 3 options right now. We're seeing Divine Rolls, we saw the Venerable Piggy Bank, we're seeing another person here be able to go for the Venerable Piggy Bank. Okay, there are plenty of options of these game-changing augments we were talking so much about at the start here. Only Bensack really the one we're waiting for. Gonna go with the Buried Treasures, try to find some of those tempo items, try to play with that item advantage, but someone like Starlet here has taken a liking to going for this Divine Rolls over the course of the last couple of days. I've been watching him. It's an augment that he prioritizes a lot, and also this guy does pretty much everything to get Exalted on the board.
It looks like it's going to be a heavily dominated lobby. We haven't seen too much of it. I think it was mostly Ashe-centric the last 2 games. It looked like it was leaning that way, but in this case, 2 Divine Rolls players, a few players that have slammed, 10 Resolve and a few melee bruiser items. I think 3 or 4 players could be angling some kind of melee carry in that stage 4. I spoke personally with Tardaman, and he's someone that really favors Heavenly, so I think he's extremely happy to see Divine Rolls as his first augment.
Yeah, the conversation was definitely coming up about how you can add in a whole bunch of different flavors of carries to really build out this board in a strong way. I do want to note as well, we mentioned with YLCO, who almost found a fortune early on, we've got a couple of the Divine Rolls from Starlet and Todman, but we've also got a couple of Patient Studies coming in. YLCO, of course, with the fortune board from before, but Wega from Germany, another player to bring out the long-term prospects.
I think the Exalted for this game will be the exact same one that we saw last time around. So we saw Sasa playing the Ash board, including that Shen, including the Lilia, and including the Lux to find Exalted very easily in stage 4. I wonder if, because of this Exalted combination, a few more players maybe were watching the game 2 on broadcast and say, you know what, I'm going to do this as well.
You know, I'm just gonna steal your homework real quick. Sasa, oh yeah, you want two GSCs, means you must be good at the game. Okay, just note it, play Ash, get Duplicator, get another Ash from Carousel, yes, find the Exalted, check. Right, that's kind of the way that they're gonna be going about this. But
actually, without joking, Cordo was in that lobby, so he actually knows exactly what Exalted was playing in game 2. He has the same one in game 3. Could be an advantage for him going into this game.
Speaking of rogue comps, David, right?
Oh, for sure.
That was 7 copies of Kha'Zix.
I mentioned sometimes if you have 7 or 8 copies of a unit at Krugs, Kiana, Kha'Zix, Riven, Darius, there are viable heavenly reroll lines that can be played. That's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that.
I will say, I will take to throw some water on that. There are several players who do have also got 2-star Kha'Zixes on their boards at this particular moment, as we can see here. So I love for that dream to come through, Wheater. I honestly love that you can dream that big as well.
I mean, he's a buck. He's not that big, you know. Like, I'm pretty. I don't know what, like, I don't know how big biblically accurate Kha'Zix is, though. I don't want to look that up, but he's a buck. He can't be that big, right? Surely not.
Oh,
one thing to mention
understand
with this game plan, you're not really, throwing your game by playing into Kha'Zix reroll, because at the end of the day, you're just itemizing Kha'Zix and then itemizing Kayn or another melee bruiser in the future in stage 4. And like Memo said in game 2 during the cast, it's basically just a extra little thing you have going for you in stage 4 and 5 when it comes to your board strength. You have the usual heavenly board, you have usual divine roll game plan, plus a Kha'Zix 3 that is going to help you save so much HP in the early game. So we'll see if it'll happen or not for tournament.
Just looking at this right now, they shouldn't, like, the Lux here you're talking about is a unit that's pretty high priority for the most part. Again, with that Exalted trade coming into the mix, and with a tier, we saw the Syndra board of the last game, right? The tiers right now are in a pretty interesting spot, right? Because it's, generally speaking, when you play the Yash lines, for example, you want to slam that early blue buff, for example, for the Lily, you want to slam the Rage Base for the Yash. And you kind of start looking at the item holders for those items. Something like an Ori, for example, right, is turned into one of the premier early game item holders if you are on one of those lines, because, like, again, the Fated power is pretty strong in the early game. You get that board centered around it, and just makes great use of those items.
And Shinar, really awkward start with his items. Picks Pandora and still can't really slam much of anything. As we see here, has some Fire Slam, which is obviously not the optimal anti-heal item currently in the meta. Comparing that with Morello, for example, is just so strong on heavenly boards, especially with the Morgana in stage 4. Kha'Zix not quite able to do it for tournament.
You just have to believe harder.
Okay. Encounter coming through here. We could see that 3-star Kha'Zix come through here now. Need one more? On Luigi.
And this is usually correct. I think one thing that viewers might be forgetting is that you do get more benefit from the Heavenly trade depending on how, what star level your Heavenly units are, including the 1-cost like Kha'Zix and Kiana and Malphite, etc. So it is actually quite relevant, and it's something you should be playing for with Divine Rolls, where you have so many extra free rolls, and you want to be holding extra 1-cost anyway to be able to, swap them in the PvE rounds to get those extra rolls. It's actually quite common, and it's something you should be playing for.
Also, just another thing to keep in mind
so
here, right?
Coming to the end of stage 2.
YLCO has Fortune online already, guys. Like, we say it was hard to find a Tristana, he has found a Tristana.
I mean, it's hard for a lot of players. For YLCO though, it's the path most commonly travelled. Just want to sort of take stock of where we are coming out of stage 2 then. Shinar and Cordo, although it was up until that last moment, we did have the 2 win streakers. Now we've just got 1, and YLCO, of course, for that fortune you mentioned before, Wheater, managing to keep that loss streak going. So not too many big streaks coming out of stage 2 at all.
Wega has somehow snuck in a Kayn onto his board. Once again, we see a Kayn on level 5. Kaspersky could not make the best use of it in that game 1 we saw on broadcast because he had the Rage Blade slammed, was leaning into Ashe already. But Wega, I think very correctly, has slammed a Morello and nothing else. Keeps himself open to really every single meta comp in the game. Every comp wants anti-heal and can now decide to maybe play into Heavenly as well if he thinks he has a good spot for it.
David, do you know which unit makes great use of Morellonomicon?
Surely not a ghostly unit by the name of Morgana.
No, that would never be the case, David. Would never be the case.
What a plot twist.
I mean, I'll just rely on you, dear audience, to read between the lines.
Where's the Kazakhs? Hello?
Give me the bug. Alright, I mean... At least we're up to the decent amount of Heavenly units, but I guess the question is to be, how much is Topman willing to commit in here? Again, we are here in Lobby 1, the top performing players in the entire competition. How much of your gold are you willing to spend to get your 3-star online?
He also has a remover, so there's, again, even more so of no risk involved with Tournament's play here. If he finds the Kha'Zix 3, he can even just remove the items off of him in stage 4 or stage 5 when he stops being as reliable when there's, 9 or 10 units on the enemy board.
Also, right now, when you look at the setup here, right, we switched to Stylet's POV, Style the other player on Divine Rolls. Right now, you can see that he's going for the Malphite free here. That's the more likely one for him. This kind of the nature of how this augment works. But also, he's going to Kordo, and Kordo also has some of those low-cost Heavenly units on his board right now. Inspiring Epitaph being offered here for Style, probably one of the, if not the best, just broad combat augment in the game at the moment.
Especially if you can keep that going, line up in such a way to get all of those shields and extra attack speed onto a primary carry. Just looking for any of the big augments coming through here. We can see the Heavenly Emblem landing here for Tartman to help push things even further. So we've got a few more augments coming in to try and complete here. Notable as well, we had the Clear Mind from before, we've had the double patient study, so some of our players have been building up their XP reserves, hoping to now turn it into maybe a little bit more board power.
Despite this being a relatively low variance start to the game with Golden Gala as a portal choice, nothing too crazy, everything else is setting up for a pretty crazy stage 4. So many early Canes. We have a Fortune player as well. A lot of players seem to have almost hand-pick augments with Divine Rolls into Epitaph or Style It. We have also Heavenly Emblem here for Tardaman. So overall, if you're looking even just a little bit weak on 4-1, you're going to have a lot of trouble staying on par with the Temple lobby.
Yeah, again, WildCO here, just taking one of those huge hits. Like, again, as we've been talking about this over and over again, this guy is very much first or eighth here. And David, I'm kind of wondering, without, like, when you're talking about the fact that the game is going to escalate dramatically in stage 4 here, like, do you think that WildCO is going to have a hard time stabilizing here? Do you think that he's in an okay spot to kind of turn this around?
I think he's really going to want to find 5 Fortune to heal a little bit in this next carousel. Hopefully, he finds an Annie. And overall, the catch out is good timing. He'll be catching out on 4-1. So, all in all, the conditions are there. A little bit low on HP. I would have loved to see him at like 56, 57. But with finding 5 Fortune, that could be offset potentially.
Do bear in mind again, for viewers who may be coming in late, we've got our 2 undefeated players in this lobby, Kordo and WildCO. Only one of them will even potentially remain undefeated as of this one, so lovely to see WildCO keeping it onto his track, knowing that long-time WildCO has been here as one of the UK players who were kind of the first wave ones of more recent times coming in and making an impact, but I'm waiting to see the other shoe drop here and see if this could be one of the games that WildCO's coin flip doesn't work out.
No Annie in the end on the carousel, but there is going to be pretty impactful glove here for WildCO. And overall, I'm surprised WildCO is not slamming a few more items. I think there's no one else in this lobby that's really weak at all. I guess maybe Helsing a tiny bit as just a Teemo carry for now with the IE and the Shojin. But all in all, if there's no one else really on Fortune or really playing a very weak board, you are incentivized to try and lose by as few units as possible to make sure you're not at, sub 20 when you do catch out.
They just really don't want to risk that, right? And now, again, we see another Ashe on the carousel here with the tier. Again, not a priority component for the Ashe itself, right? But with that Lilia secondary carry being one of the more common avenues to play that composition, I think that is still a very nice pickup for the likes of Vega, who's on a 4 win streak right now, going to level 7 and starting to roll down, just to stabilize a little bit.
Let's take a look at what board has got us to that point. So Exalted in place, the Kane already with the Morellos there, and a pretty solid looking front line. We've still got Shinar currently undefeated in the lobby and in Wega's pool.
Wega seems to be taking a page from Sasa's book, maybe potentially going down that same line of having a very healthy Exalted stage 4 with the Ashe already in the bench. Can go for that Lux, Shen, Lilia setup alongside the Ashe to have Exalted in, and overall try and stay very healthy in stage 4 and maybe go fast 9.
Yeah, I think that when you have a Morello and a Kane, that's not necessarily an indicator of the fact that he's going to be your primary carry further down the road here. But again, there's a big issue right now in terms of his components, right? Because he doesn't have any bows right now, right? He has the glove, which is really good for the last Whisper, as you were talking about, but doesn't have like the last bits. Like he doesn't have like a clear indication of what his background items are going to be just yet.
YLCO on 29 HP, 9 loss streak.
Yes, we were waiting to see how hard YLCO would come back. Bear in mind, of course, the patient study is in place. Shinar up at the top of the lobby, one of those players that YLCO will need to get strong enough to be able to beat down. And we see Shinar has been slamming items in like crazy. The Pandora is making sure those items are all on board. We've got the double-handed justice here for maximum damage, as Wega will be the one to try and stand in Shinar's way and stop the streak before we get to PvE.
And overall, I think competitive, Pandora's is a really bad item pickup or augment pickup usually because you lose so much power in just not being able to adapt to your item in the first place. But this is a perfect example of Shinar having a very good board to win streak, but the bad, just bad items for it. Picks Pandora's, finds the right items, able to itemize his Darius too, and stays so healthy at the first 2 stages going to stage 4 with 93 HP.
Of course, this does leave Shinar in a very good position to ride out the rest of the mid game and still have a lot to work with. YLCO keeps a loss streak in place. So noted before, the cash out is coming, but we've got a lot of tough boards here for YLCO to get past, even with Shinar not maintaining the massive win streak.
I'm very curious to see how the Heavenly players come out of this 4-1 roll down. I think you have to roll down at 4-1 because there are so many players trying to go down the same line, and you have to be able to adapt to playing around Kane, but also Lee Sin and also maybe even Silas as just a way to get to level 9.
Yeah, going to Styles' perspective here, he does have that Kane currently on the bench with some decent items, but seems like he has other things in mind he's going to be putting back. He did the thing where you toggle right at the start of before the round. That's another thing about this augment that, because I don't catch some people off guard, is the fact that when you're on a PvE round, you toggle in your heavenly units, and you kind of have to juggle everything, manage your bench space. For style, that wasn't an issue I've seen for players, including myself, but that's a huge issue. You end up flunking it all, but that was not the case here for style.
Keeping our eyes very closely on YLCO, ready for the big cash out incoming. He's actually doing a pretty decent job of clipping away some of this board. Actually might break the streak here against Shinar, which is honestly, I think it's going to be a pretty major surprise for everybody.
It is right before the cash out, so it could be a lot worse because, breaking his streak earlier into that 4 or 5, whatever the cash out number is, cycle is just terrible because it reduces your luck by so much. But this is still kind of silver lining, not the worst case scenario. He is 23 HP though, which is a little bit tricky.
All right, what have we got, Wheater?
Gotta wait, so we can start printing
One
items.
way.
Yeah, and then we have 2 more things on the bench. Issues like all this actually was bench centric, so has to manage his bench here before we really get the full cash out. But in a decent spot here to kind of work his way from this, right? The way can start printing out those forecasts that he really wants to play around. But again, we saw this over and over again. He's still at 23 HP. It's very difficult for him to kind of get this online. He's at 67 gold when he starts this roll down very late because of all the bench space management he had to do at the start of this round due to the cash out here. This is not ideal, and he could be taking another very, very huge hit here.
Yeah, for a player that likes to play first rate, this was a very, very slow navigation of the cash outs. Didn't really change his board much at all, except for a Hui 1 being added in, which I think is not going to be something that will keep him stable throughout this fight and maybe the next one as well. And what units he is finding are units that are going to be mega contested. I think it's a little bit bait to try and go into any kind of melee bruiser comp when there's 4 players on Heavenly.
Yeah, and one of them being Tottenham, right? Like we can see here, has that Lee Sin 2 already, is working towards that Kane as well. So very difficult spot for YLCO, but as we're talking about, it's first array for YLCO most of the time. Here we got to see the other side of the coin.
Oh boy. Well, at least Wales got the chance of a comeback, but yeah, Tom and Styler, they both got HP in the 4C, so it's going to need a lot of things to go his way. We do have a Lissandra being brought in. Echoes, of course, are confuzzled in the previous game, but we're level 8 rolling down, and we need to see something pretty impressive coming online. At least Mythic can be in place. A second Lilia, second Lissandra. I mean, YLCO's got a lot of gloves to be able to bring this board online immediately.
Stylus 2 on bench, 13 HP. This could just be one life, even if we are on stage 4. He is facing against Style, which it doesn't have upgrades yet, but has very, very good augment to the Inspiring Epitaph, the Divine Rolls, of course, as well. We'll see if the Kane with just 2 items can do it. I think it should be enough for YLCO to win this fight.
It would be a huge boon, right? And I think that the big question here as well, like, or the big issue is, I guess, in terms of like for the rest of the lobby, right, is the fact that Style is taking a slower approach to how to navigate this board state here, trying to wait for a potential 4-5 to go level 8, so not really addressing the issue, right? So that gives YLCO even more time to kind of sort out the situation.
No Lissandra on the carousel could have been huge counterfeit.
Yeah, that's gotta be disappointing. I mean, we've at least got more legendaries coming in, but yeah, for YLCO, I mean, we've got a very different circumstances developing here, gentlemen. Depending on how things go for YLCO, he could become a force of nature, pushing up the standings in short order and sweeping aside everybody else, or he could easily just go out early and turn his first record into first, and 8th.
One player I want to take a quick peek at is going to be Bensack, current HP leader in this stage 4, and he is playing around this comp that we've heard rumors and whispers. Silas, Sage, Silas is the carry, 3rd row Silas to try and get the AP instead of the Omnivamp. In this case though, playing around 5 Storyweaver and the 4 Bruiser with Combat Caster as well. So really excited to see what Bensack can do with this comp and how strong it gets, considering he was able to dodge the most contested comp, which is a Heavenly, and instead play for Silas.
Yeah, again, the 5 Storyweavers need to be a little bit more of a holdover point until he finds the Morgana, finds those units again. And that's just, as we're talking about so much about, it's a part of this patch when you have these 4 cost-centric metas. Find those strongest boards that can really help you push yourself into these positions where you get the time to hit your in-game composition without really being a fear of anything else.
I do wonder though, we've got the Solace here against the dual carry setup. We've got the Kane, we've got the Lee Sin and also from Tartman against the Silas kind of more or less by himself, and he doesn't seem like he's able to beat even one of them, let alone both of them combined.
I think Bensack has to be a little bit annoyed. He looks at YLCO. He had this huge cash out, all this gold. He's like, really? You're playing a Silas 2, you bought a Silas 2, and you're making it much harder for me to hit what should be an uncontested forecast. So probably a little bit annoying for Bensack. Maybe just goes 9 and then tries to find Silas 2 a little bit later on. But Tardaman, as you mentioned, Peter, he just won the Divine Rolls lottery, hitting both those upgraded melee bruisers and has not today as well. So just extra impactful.
Rago, who we haven't talked about for a little bit, has got the friends into place and an easily big gem as well. So we've got the Ash Mythic board being combined with Exalted for Wagga, who's also the only player in the lobby who's got a good amount of money left in the bank.
And we get to see the dynamic here of this encounter we just got now, opening up for a lot of transitions coming through here, giving everyone salvage bin for this round only. As we can see, Strenar transitioning in towards an Irelia 1 as the carry off this duelist setup with the free Heavenly. A comp that we haven't seen this much of on the patch because of the fact that, like, obviously Volibest, that was tuned down a little bit, but it does seem like Shinar is still in a pretty decent spot to eke out a top 4, but Talman spot David over and over again, it's just so ridiculous.
Ooh. I'm not sure this was Chinar's game plan on his roll down. I think things went pretty poorly when it comes to finding the right forecast. Instead, opted to lean into this Irelia pair instead. But again, yeah, not the strongest 5 cost currently in the game. Had that HP lead we talked about in stage 3 to go in his favor, where he had 93 HP coming to stage 4, so still sitting in 3rd place.
I'm really curious to see how this one goes, because, I mean, Chanel has got the 2 Aurelias ready to roll, but we saw in that last round, yeah, Aurelia amazing at spreading the damage around and killing off some of these weak units, but against these kind of, warrior-style units we're familiar with from previous sets, the 3 item melee carries, I just don't know if she's got enough single target burst to get rid of them.
And it's more so everything else on the board, right? There's a Yasuo 2. We're going to stage 5. There's a Tristana carrying items. We're going to stage 5. Duelists are not what they were last patch, and it's yeah. I think just a sign of a really, really poor roll down, or maybe not enough flexibility from Chinar in terms of trying to just hit, play into what he's hitting, basically.
Well, the built different board, we know we had something special brewing here. Helsing having hit the 2-star Kaiser, so of course we've got no active traits at all on this board. There was a little bit of rumblings about the built different board coming in to the tournament overall. What do you guys think about this one from that Helsing's offering us here?
I think he has one of the premier frontliner here where he has a double and a 2 right now, so that's a ton that gives him a potential out if he's able to stabilize. Well, then some of the gold work towards getting that to be a potential 3-star one. But also the fact you get the Kaiser now online with the 2-star upgrade here will be a huge boost, and she's one of those units that has that huge single target burst that is needed to deal with units such as Lee Sin, such as the Kayn.
Lissandra as well, being found early, just so impactful. Mostly for build difference. If you're curious about the game plan, it's always going to be leading into AD Flex. I think it's just much stronger with build different, and especially with carries like Kai'Sa and Ashe. Both are interchangeable, as well as Irelia as a way to find Sunder and Tread for your board, especially if you're playing AD Flex. You need to have that Sunder.
Well, YLCO has been on the win streak, Wheater, for a little while here. We've got the Mythic up and active as well. Itemization isn't fully there, but at least we've got, a couple of decent tanks online. So YLCO, we look at the HP totals above him, he's not that far away from at least getting into the top 6.
No, he also has the Lissandra 2, Peter. That's also a pretty big upgrade, I would say, right? To the board state that he has there really helps lock down some of these bigger carries we were talking about here. And you can see he's been on a full win streak so far with the way as well, kind of helping with damage output alongside that Lilia. But again, the Lilia doesn't have a full item setup just yet. Obviously, over the course of the time here, the Lissandra will do that. But also, David, that sleight of hand here really coming in and helping the front line out.
Yeah, super impactful here, the extra HP especially. We'll see now with the NA2 how much healthier YLCO will be. I think there are still a few boogeymen player in this lobby. Bensack rolled down more on level 8, down to 20 gold again, and did find the Silas too, so is able to maintain his HP lead and maybe now go 9. And I'm very curious to see how he caps out this board. We haven't seen much of Silas in competitive just yet, and I'm curious to see if he ends up dropping out of 4 Bruiser, which I think is a little bit fake in the late game, and just finding spots for legendaries instead.
It'll make all the sense given how strong some of these late game balls are promising us to be. Gordo, with a clear mind from before, of course, has been able to get there pretty damn early. So we've got, the standard setup down to just 1 HP at the moment. Even has YLCO and Shinar, players who are scrambling to try and stay alive in a very, very tightly contested lobby in his matchup pool.
Well, Cordo is one of the players that kind of lost that lottery you were talking about before, Dave, right? You look a little bit puzzled here as he's trying to sell off and get the better items onto Lee Sin. Doesn't get that Bloodthirst, though, which I think was probably one of the bigger priority items to ensure you get that continuous healing on that main carry here. But when you have those 2 Divine Roles players in the lobby and you're going for the clear mind approach instead, you are very often gonna lose out.
A bit of a misstep there. Could have moved one of the Lee Sins to the bench to guarantee the exact 3 items he wants by itemizing the second Lee Sin. So in the end, double Titans, Sterex. Only problem, as you're mentioning, Wida, is no Omnivamp, no healing. Epitaph will help in terms of just getting a lot of resistances and stuff. But yeah, we're seeing here, as you mentioned, when you're facing off against 2 Divine Roles players, you're being contested 3-way on Heavenly, it's probably not going to go well, even if you have clear mind.
It was the worst case scenario for Cordo there, actually going up against YLCO, who is on that path of rage. So we see our first elimination coming in. Shinar also taking the L as of the previous round, along with Stylet. We were starting to see the HP totals collapsing across the board. Only Bensack above 50.
This Edge of Night could be big for Tardaman. Has not today. Chinar yoinks it instead. Tardaman healthy enough to not really be among the first few picks on this carousel.
But even then, the HP totals across the board is really tight, right? Because you have Shinar now, you're talking about 8 HP, and with the fact that YLCO was able to stabilize at 13, the entire lobby, as you're alluding to, Peter, outside of Bensack, are pretty much within 1 or 2 losses of each other right now. So every single fight here will be a huge thing to keep an eye out for.
And Wega, a big misplay, not separating the Ashes on the bench, making it too easy for scouting players to spot his game plan, trying to go for the 3-star Ashe, which is interesting. You know, we saw Syndra getting 3-starred. Okay, I accept it. She's not a very contested unit. You can get away with it, but somehow trying to hit Ashe 3 is, you know, almost insulting to the rest of the players in this lobby.
Where does the Galio 3-star land in your power ranking of like a? Is Galio an acceptable unit to 3-star, David?
At the end of day 1, when the Silas comp becomes a bit more popular, I think it will be, you know, impressive if you 3-star Galio.
All right, Lusha, hear that. You gotta get better, Lusha. Game 1 of the day, no, not good enough.
Gosh, the standards are very high here in GSC number 1, as we will, I believe, so we won't see elimination on the right-hand side for Stylet, but we will on the left for Shannara, who, of course, this is Lobby 1. Our players have all had astonishingly good tournaments so far, but at least a few of them have got to leave with those lower place finishes and drop down more towards the mid-table.
And I'd be very curious just to go back through the VOD and see what Shannara's roll down looked like on 4-1, because the board he ended up with was, you know, pretty abysmal for a player that I think is quite flexible and quite, you know, knowledgeable around what meta comps to play around. I had to imagine he was just very, very unfortunate with just every other player finding the forecast that he was looking for.
Look at Stylet though, 10 HP, 38 gold. It's just an indicator of him either trying to go level 9 here or just like not really having a lot to upgrade, right? Because the things the units he's rolling for right now would be Lissandra he's looking to put in, all that Wukong too. Very unlikely hits here on level 8 with that double forecast carry setup. So kind of stuck in that weird limbo where people in chat will go like, oh, he died with 40 gold, but he can't really spend it on anything.
Well, I think that's a really good shout. I think there are some places where you just have to leave yourself in the hands of fate. Unfortunately, they built different borders extremely strong. We see Lissandra there, an excellent answer to those single carries. She's able to bring them up in the air, bring them out of contention, and Stylet is going to exit here. YLCO will hold on and keep his streak intact. He has been tearing up the table, and he's been taking down a lot of players. He's been doing so.
More than the build different comp, I think the bounce house comp. We just saw the Millie Bruisers just jumping up and down the entirety of that fight with all the different Nautilus assaults coming through and Lissandra as well. For YLCO, very impressive. He was truly stun locked for almost a full turn after the cash out, but managed to clutch up in time to now have an 8-win streak and maybe even a top 4.
Duplicator here for Vega though. We are 1 copy away now.
Quiet, you have to whisper. You can't say it so loud. The players are going to hear you.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's just
oh my gosh.
That is illegal. I'm sorry. You cannot do it.
He didn't
need it. Oh
Nice
my
decide.
gosh. All right,
Does he
Twitch
want
chat. You can let the people know across the land. 3-star Ashe has arrived. Wega says, you know what? Top 4, that's looking pretty good, but maybe top 1's even sweeter.
So wait, let me get this right, Peter. Are you telling me this is the 3rd game on broadcast? We've once again hit a 3-star forecast, and once again, it's a German player who has access to the super secret tab of the deer list? Surely I think we have to get our referees involved, because something is not normally with these outcomes.
Conspiracy!
It's just the ham gang diff, you know? Like, they got the coaching years ago. He wrote the script, so now all the Germans are reading now because it's written in German. No one else understands it, you know?
Oh my gosh. Absolutely amazing stuff. I'm just looking through some of the... Yeah, well, of course, we're looking for some of our other players to see if anybody's even remotely close to hitting a 3-star of their own, but that drop was absolutely astonishing. 5 players left in, the HP totals are minimal. It's really about who Waga's going to be coming for next.
I'm curious if tournament's close at all. With Stylet eliminated, I think maybe he could have gone for some kind of, with Divine Rolls especially, some kind of 3-star forecast game plan, but it looks like it's not the case for now. I have to check out his board in a bit to see if he's anywhere close. Even then, the HP totals are not there to survive until the stage 7 PV, so the extra Divine Roll is not going to come in clutch.
YLCO, you're so close to making a top 4, but is the unfortunate one who runs into the real deal version of the Ashe. It wasn't a complete coin flip flop this time, Weta, but it wasn't quite good enough either.
No, but this is actually where the point about his kind of stun lock turn kind of comes into play, right? Because the thing is that could be the actual life that you would have needed to kind of dodge this 3-star forecast and manifest yourself into the top 4.
Look at that win for Bensak. Wins against the Build Different board and is able to top 3 with this Silas Cage comp, maybe starting to turn heads now for the rest of our competitors who have to add this to the list of things they should be angling towards on the stage 4 roll down.
Do want to note as well, as of that last round, Biosio did get knocked out, but in fact managed to just sneak ahead of Topman into the top 4, leaving our 3 remaining players all on a single life each. I think we're pretty much in the end zone.
There really shouldn't be anything that can defeat Wega right now, considering the Ash 3. There's no other projections for any 3-star or 4-star upgrades, so I think Wega very, very comfortably playing for first now. It's just up to these 2 other players and see who can salvage that second place, who can lose by less, essentially. In the case of Bensak, it's not looking too good. Most of his board has already been deleted, and so many units are on low life here that will cost him a few extra points of HP.
I believe we're seeing the double elimination. We are! Wheater, you were correct. The scrolls have been found on Earth. History reborn before our very eyes here in the first Golden Spatula Cup of the set. The conspiracy, all the lines converge at a single point, and within that point lies so many 4-cost 3-stars.
Surely that's the last one for today, right? We're not going to see a 3-star every single game on day 1, because that would be a little bit too much, even for those who enjoy this kind of stuff.
Well, viewers, I'm not so sure that we're not set for a world of 3-star 4-cost, so do get yourselves ready. We got 3 more games to go today before our day is done here on the first day of Inkborn Fables GSC #1. We have an interview with Clémou, of course, successful at the CAGGTUS LAN. In the break, when we return, of course, our analyst desk will break down the day and see if they can piece together the conspiracy that's brought us to this point.
Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Clémou. I'm 21 years old from France, and I've been playing TFT since set 5 and competitively since set 7. So set 11, I really love this set because I really disliked set 10, and since the start of set 11, so I kind of took a break in set 10, and since the start of set 11 I've been playing a lot and enjoying the new mechanic a lot, and I've been doing well in tournaments as well. So I think the EMEA system is very good, probably the best in the world, because TRCs are a lot of fun to play in. The LAN was very cool. I think it's a good thing to introduce one LAN, and yeah, it feels very good to play. You have a lot of ways to qualify to GSCs, and yeah, it feels very good to play. My goal is to make Worlds for sure. I don't really want to be a pro player, like I'm studying as well on the side, but I just want to make Worlds and maybe win Worlds. It's my dream. Big shout out to the group of French players that I train with. I think we are a lot of very good players that can do well. A group of like new French players that I think can do as well as the old ones. So big shout out to Goboster, Bensak, Yaroy, Vomendes, Rebanav, and yeah, big shout out.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and during this game our fellow co-caster Impetuous Panda was asking for the referees to kind of chime in on whether or not an Ashe 3 was actually allowed. Referees here, we can agree that this was absolutely okay and exactly what you should be doing as a German player in this tournament. Let's have a look at Wega's winning comp memo, Ashe 3. Insane that he was able to hit this one.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously, as the German referees here, approve of this. Obviously, game 1, 2, and 3, a German player hitting a Focus 3-star. Very unusual to see a Ashe 3-star, though, since she is the most contested one. And even in this game, where it was possible to fit Exalted into Ashe as well, I would have expected it to be way more popular, but obviously in this lobby, we saw some spicy arguments like the build different or the heavily rerolls, which made people take another line and try other comps.
Yeah, and while you're seeing it here right now, there's a lot of Heavenly that was played, that was picked up, obviously looking for the Kayn and the long run, and unfortunately Cordo, who we saw go first in that previous game, wasn't able to repeat that success, had an 8th here in this game, just to the sheer contest on Heavenly in this lobby. It just felt like everyone was going for it, and in the end they all kind of went bottom 4. You saw them in that screen there. The only player that had some Heavenly units on his board and then was able to kind of get that corner, get out of there. I called him a dead man walking in our green room, was Wild CO, and you were really impressed with his run.
Yeah, Wild CO going for that crazy early mid game where he just goes for these crazy type of blue streaks every game almost and looks to find the fortune and sack down to 1 life. Did an amazing job to stabilize, even though he got dizzy a little bit during his initial cash out with like so much gold to roll, with so many decisions to make. Struggled a little bit, but then still made his way back all the way to the top 4, only losing to the Ashe 3 from Vega.
Yeah, and I think that's so insane, being able to kind of scratch that corner, still manage to put a board together and then hold yourself in this lobby for as long as he did. Like you said, only losing out to that Ashe 3, I think is something we have to pay a little bit of respect to, and our admins were kind enough to let us know that that is what he's known for. Weeda mentioned it top of show as well. He's been doing this for as long as he has been playing in Rising Legends, and I just think I'm kind of excited to see more of it. I don't know how you feel.
I mean, he's probably very happy about the latest system changes where you take less damage from losing and also get more gold from lose streaking in general. So yeah, it's a really viable strat right now, and we can see him finding a lot of success in the first 3 games now.
Yeah, I personally was also impressed with Bansak's comp. It's not something we see a whole lot of. What did you make out of that?
Yeah, it's a really kind of awkward comp where you play around Sylas as a carry. Even though he is a bruiser, he deals a lot of damage, and you use the Morgana as your backline, like solid AoE damage. And he made his way all the way to the top 2, which is very good considering he only had some forecast upgraded. Obviously found a lot of good items for all his units, but spot is not that expensive.
Yeah, I think the big thing about the Sylas carry is just how tanky this guy gets when you have the right items on him, and then together with that Morgana, they have a similar synergy to the Kayn comp from everything I've seen. It's kind of been popping off overnight in the past 2 days, especially on NA from everything I've seen. It's definitely interesting comp to try out if you have a good spot for it, if you have that AP heavy start on the Morgana on the Sylas. We heard Asaika talk about it this morning, so we'll see if we can catch any more of those Sylases. We're going to be checking in with our casters, make sure they're ready for our next game, then we head on over and see what that one's all about.
As usual, we have to have at least 1 muted segment per caster pairing. Thank you, Counterfeit, for doing your service.
Well, shucks. I will like to, I did want to
legend, Peter.
I didn't get that reference either, but let's move on with the game 4.
So what we have established from our previous game is it's all about Germany and all about being able to hit 3-star forecast. Fortunately, we've resolved the the issue at hand with our impartial referee, so I guess we can move forward with the assumption we'll see the same in this lobby. Fortunately, for your viewing entertainment, we are moving down the table a little bit. We're expunging all German players from our on-stream lobbies to make sure we get something different for Game 4.
That being said, we do have a player that I really liked in Game 2. Klikornen played that Janna reroll comp that I think was really fun to see from the spot he played it from. It was just a very high tempo spot, hit Nico 3 almost for free. I'm curious to see if his playstyle is leaning into this off-meta kind of stuff, or if that's just a one and done in that Game 2.
So, for you guys, looking through the rest of this one again, since we're I think this was being brought up in the previous game, the kind of meta we're in at the moment. Based on what we've seen be successful so far, for our players here in Lobby 5, who are slipping slightly down the table, not completely up at the peak before, how would you like to see them approaching this game, knowing that they're going to need to make some ground up over the next 3 games to get into Day 2 at all?
I mean, getting 16 points in 3 games, not the toughest ask. I think for anyone that's just playing kind of consistent, going for those 3rd, those 4ths, is completely doable. There's no need to completely flip your playstyle into, fortune cash out to save your game or your tournament life. I think that's not really the case just yet. But I'm curious to see what Clémou does in this game. He has the pressure of being one of the winningest players in this Inkborn Fables start, having placed 2nd at one LAN event and winning another at the CAGGTUS LAN. So curious to see if he, had that same confidence coming into this Game 3.
Yeah, and I'm just excited to see. I'm excited to watch Jimray play, right? Because Jimray obviously does the observing stuff for Novel Legends, but also a couple of sets ago, he was the most consistent player across the entirety of EMEA, right? Again, didn't necessarily have those high performances, but also always made his way into those day 3s. And whether or not he's going to be able to kind of do that now here after a bit of a more meager, I think we're safe to say, Remix Rumble season, is going to be super exciting to watch.
I want to propose a game for us casters, considering the portal choice, which is Pot of Gold. I want everyone to pay very close attention to the webcams and try and see if any player reacts with something along the line of, "Oh, it's Pot of Gold, I forgot," because I see this so often on so many different streams. Hopefully in a tournament it won't be the case, but just pay attention, you'll see.
I mean, 6-1. That's a million years away from now, right?
I have a game.
For players as well, that's why they forget.
I have a game for you, David. Do you think Animosity writes me, Nar/Stefan here, or?
Considering we're in a superior region, which is EMEA, where we're all playing with respect and we don't do things like those, I think not. We don't.
That was one of the things which I loved, with the international scene coming together, is the realization that in North America, it's very much a thing to just call your composition almost immediately into the game, and I think that has started to leak across a little bit. We'll see if Animosity decides to bring some more international flavor in and drive up the competition.
Very interesting to see, out of the pretty small amount of Romanian players that make a big splash when it comes to GSCs, 2 of them find their way into this game number 3 together. Zunak, of course, being the premier player from Romania and really from the Balkan region as a whole, considering how strong he's been across so many sets now, with Animosity being more of a newcomer. Curious to see how they both do in this Game 3.
Yeah, I think for Zunak specifically, right, it's a player that we always spend a lot of time talking with, again, the whole BG crew with him and Grim and their whole Discord server and all that, really helping build the scene up. But we're still to see that amazing performance from him in a tournament environment where he consistently over the course of an entire weekend reaches out for that win, right? I think that's one of the biggest things still holding Zunak back from being that huge household name in EMEA TFT.
I mean, this is a chance to start making that kind of big impression. We've got Silver Augments coming in. Animosity has a chance to go wild and try and throw in a fine vintage of branching out. Decides to go for the highest variance option, so it's going to leave this one up to fate as to how his game develops.
Quite a ballsy move for Game 3 we just talked about. You want a consistent result. You want a 3rd or 4th to make sure you're still in contention coming into those last 2 games of the day to make the Day 2. And risking a lot with branching out. There are a lot of good hits. We talked about emblems in Game 1 being so impactful for the end result of the game, with Heavenly and Dryad being so strong. Curious to see what the pickup is and if he tries to go for the ballsy Reforge as well, Wida.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big one, right? That Reforge they can make or break your game here. And also an interesting thing I want to point out here, Talia's position, right? She's currently looking at a Gnar pair with the Gnar in the shop here off the back of this win being picked up. So potential contest for Animosity, depending on what we'll see coming through.
Let's see. So Animosity will be getting the emblem arriving in this round, so we'll get a little bit of a better idea of where he's headed long term. We have got 3 more players picking things up on delay here for the longer term. But we've got a 2-star coming in for Talir, and we're actually seeing a bunch of upgrades across the boards. Animosity, Porcelain. Wow, I don't think you get too much better than that.
That's some fine China right there.
Shores up the weakness of Ash reroll, Ash reroll. I'm getting carried away by Wega's game 3.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
By the Ash comp in general, where you have that weak spot of not having 4 porcelain until you find Lysandra. This emblem really helps with that and helps obviously cut Lux later into the game.
A fantastic start out here for Animosity. Also a decent amount of money in the bank as well. While this board may be weak right now, we can see on the other side from Fifek representing Poland. It's going to be playing a little bit more aggressively for the Caretakers to get a little bit more online quickly. So Animosity takes that first L. We'll see how far Fifek can push this one.
There's a Rage Blade slammed on Jimray's board. We did see, so potentially angling Lux as well already. I think it's a big indicator. Rage Blade is not a very flexible item right now in the current meta, where something like Last Whisper is. You can even go into melee lines with Kayn and Lee Sin. Rage Blade is a big indicator of trying to play for Ashe in general.
Yeah, it's just one of those items that it has a lot of presence in the early game as well, right? Because you get so much time very often with those range carries here. So for me, it's one of the, historically being just one of the strongest slam items in the game, and that's been a long while without Rage Blade really being a strong slam item. So I think that a lot of players are very happy to see it come back as a stampable item. But as you're saying, David, I do agree with the fact that it pretty much only really leads your way into Ashe.
But this is exactly Jimray's playstyle. I talked to him earlier this morning. He said, my game plan is just playing high tempo early game, having a lot of HP, and then playing flexibly in stage 4. Picking up Band of Thieves and having a Rage Blade slam is just exactly what high tempo means when it comes to stage 2.
Yes. Well, it's a bit unfortunate for Jimray that it hasn't managed to grab hold of that first round win to put together a streak, but we're actually going to see it getting a little overwhelmed. Taliyah's board, the Dryads combine the Bruisers with the United Defenses from 4. Okay, I'll eat my words immediately. I didn't believe hard enough.
Positioning masterclass, where he hits all 4 units with his Lux ult for half of the fight.
This Lux units, bro, this is it's an interesting unit for sure. So it's actually okay, then you make one mistake, and all of a sudden, back in the Lux reroll days off the set, it's I guess my 2-star forecast is just dead. Oh yeah, yes, that's the thing.
Those were good times. Oh. Alright, so taking a quick look at how our players have been developing so far. Kakonnen, the only undefeated player so far, managing to just grab hold of as many 2-stars as possible to put together a grab bag board with pumping up. Across the rest of the field, just looks like everyone's trying to play the strongest boards they can.
Really important carousel for Debbie, for the Spanish player, who does pick up a BF sword and is able to play into having... He has a Darius 2 already, so really wanted to find a way to itemize this unit. Is one of the strongest item carriers in the game, in the meta right now, really, for all of stage 2 and 3. You can get very easy, 5 to 10 win streaks just off of having Darius 2 with 3 items.
Yeah, it was also really the cornerstone of the duelist rerolls on the previous patch as well, right? So just Darius, again, he holds pretty much any item in the game at the moment. He's an AP carry, but can hold those bruiser items very well as well.
I do want to bring us back out to what's right in front of us, though, because Kakonnen has gone for something really unusual here. So we've got a win-streaking player, Find Fortune, with, and he's got the pumping up, building up. He's pushed it in early on, so presumably he's planning to sacrifice this win streak and just turn this into a later game potential instead.
There's a matchup with Debbie, with the Darius, but Zoe alive for so long, and the Tristana able to stay far enough away that I think she can clean up this fight before she ends up getting ulted by the Darius, and that's going to be the case. If you can win streak and not lose HP, even if you're playing Fortune, hey, why not? You can turn this into a lose streak in stage 3 and have a lot more HP to work with.
So the counter is... Okay, it's a low impact encounter, right? Because I feel like we've had some pretty high impact encounters at the start of the last few games on the broadcast, right? So just a Death Cap and a Death Blade coming through here, I think that's just fine. They're going to be gone in the moment anyways. Right? I feel like it's not something that's going to change the pace of the lobby dramatically.
One tip for newer players who I think I see very, very often, or I saw maybe at the start of the sets, where you get this encounter and you place your Rabadons on your AP unit and your Deathblade on your AD unit. In many cases, it's correct to put both items on the same unit that you're trying to, have 3 items on in stage 2, especially if you're trying to win streak, because the extra stats usually scale in some way, even for an AD unit and vice versa. And it is worth having both items on one single unit.
Okay, we'll see if players do decide to go for that. So that looks like trying to keep a loss streak of their own in places. Conan will slam in the items, apparently content to do, as you said, David, look towards the later loss streaks and actually managing to keep the win streak going all the way through stage 2 with the fortune still active the whole time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because Severe is actually one of those units where you really don't mind the extra AP coming through to get that extra scaling from her abilities. So that split right there obviously will not matter in a fight against Sulanak, who's obviously in a position where he's trying to guarantee his loss streak, but it's a fun thing to kind of keep in mind, and kind of an example in point of what you're talking about, David.
Well, we're getting ahead of this is playing Fortune, but you're skipping the entire lose streaking and cash out version of it. You just find the Kai'Sa on level 5, you win streak all of stage 2, and you say, okay, I guess I'm playing win streak Fortune into Kai'Sa win streak as well.
I mean, you get 1 gold.
With the scaling of the pumping up as well, right? So that's just like even better. He's just like fully scaling up for this late game board with the Kai'Sa, with those heavy single type, actually even not even single type, but just like straight up just damage spread with the trick shots. So that's definitely clear direction. Double sword as well here, so has a lot of what he needs to make it work here.
Okay. Well, on the other side of things, I mean, David, you brought up before our 2 Romanian players in the lobby, both of them on loss streaks, opposing each other at the moment. Of course, remember Animosity from before picking up the Porcelain emblem. Has actually managed to find his way into Exalted as well very, very early on in the game. So definitely not, there's different multiple players thinking about the long-term prospects here.
And this should be a board where even if you are losing, you should be killing off a few units. You have the anti-heal on Cho'Gath. You have the Caitlyn, of course, that's going to be able to, with Deathblade, and maybe even IE being slammed here, directly kill whatever unit she ults. So the loss streak, if it continues here for Animosity, I think it's still okay because of the extra Exalted and the fact you're killing units, most likely.
Yeah, and also think the fact that here, I don't necessarily like the slamming of a potential IE, right? Because you want to hold that glove open for that, for the last whisper for the Ash, right? So I think the biggest issue for Animosity now is going to be to put together enough bows, but with him being down towards the bottom of pretty much every single, or at least for the next 2 carousels, he should have first dips on those bows that he needs to make the comp work fully.
Yeah, and Zulanak took the win off of that previous round, the other player who was contesting the lost streaks. As we head into our second augment, Animosity should have pretty much clear range to be the lost streaking player in the lobby. If we go from silver to gold, Animosity going to put a little bit more beef in front of those backline units, hoping to eliminate, or just buy a little bit more time to get those big ults off and get those individual unit eliminations while keeping the streak alive.
More importantly, have to level 2 for a frontline unit because he needed to get the unified value onto the Cho'Gath and the Shen there. So just, clean play. And I'm also, I think, trying to make sure, even if he's losing, just trying to not bleed out too much before he tries to navigate that Porcelain comp with Ash, which is very expensive. We have to remind our viewers, it's the most expensive 4-cost comp to play for. So you do need to have as much gold as possible.
Yeah, it's just like your entire front line is just 4-cost as well, right? Really just means that it just makes it super, super expensive. And also an interesting thing here from Jimray, right? Decides to not go level 6 here, opted for that sleight of hand, already has that Thieves Dust from that early Band of Thieves, right? It's a perfect synergy here between his augments.
I really like what we're cooking up here, and Jimray with a good amount of money in the bank as well as the highest HP, even while we're seeing most of the lobby not managing to maintain its streaks in a way we might otherwise like. Jimray should be able to do a decent dent. This for Animosity, of course, winning this round would be a bit of a disaster, but it's going to be pretty tight.
I love this from Jimray. He knows his econ is behind because he played just for so much board strength with the win streak in stage 2. And I like not leveling to 6 here. I think it's something we'll be seeing more often than usual in this GSC. Usually you always see players leveling to 6 on 3-2 because it just works out with the intervals and you get a lot of board strength for relatively little gold. But with how important stage 3 carousels are in this meta, with spatulas and 4-costs being so important in terms of finding an early Ash and early Kayn, being first or second pick on these carousels is going to be more impactful than ever.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting that he's kind of able to kind of offset the, he also has the Exalted in, right? So he's going to be able to get to that level regardless. Well, okay, never mind. I mean, this is kind of the issue where when you have already slammed it towards these melee carry lines and then this shot just pops up on level 6 and you're like, Well, I can't really collect these units now, can I?
You kind of can. The Exalted has Silas, Aphelios, and Lux, which is a comp you can cook together if you want to play some kind of, melee bruiser invoker board with the Lily on the Ash as well. But maybe not for this game.
I mean, we certainly kept our augments pretty generic so far, with the Ascension there as well for the boards that have a good enough front line to stick around for a while. Animosity, of course, on the other side, chafing a little bit after having lost out on what was a major loss streak as our previous round. Will take the loss here again. So we'll see how she manages to push through this longer term, because right now she is amongst the top HP players.
We'll see if Animosity gets rewarded with an Ash on the carousel. Answer is no, but you do have a bow, which I think is really what Animosity wants to be angling for.
Angling and swoops it up immediately. We've got a good amount of good forecasts on the on here overall. We've got, in terms of our HP totals overall, well, Animosity is definitely towards the bottom. At least from our 4th place downwards, we've all got players in very similar spots where, as you're talking about, there's more volatility of where they come out on the carousel to get those prime units and items.
Yeah, not the options that FIFA would have wanted there either, right? It takes a long time to figure out if you want a 1-cost belt or you wanted that chain vet right now. It's kind of the issue when you have those strong win streak openers. Sometimes there's just like nothing left for you to get on the carousel that you want here. But David, Clémou, an interesting spot here, has that Defiance as well here from that Leiden Forge. So looking towards a very strong item setup for these melee carries.
I think this could be Silas, once again, taking a page out of Bensak's book that we saw in that game 3. And this could be Clémou angling towards this Silas CHCOM, which I kind of mentioned, I think, would spread like wildfire throughout this weekend. We're seeing it already once again being played. The biggest indicator, of course, is the AP KO. If it's attack speed, you're usually going to be looking at Kaisa, for example. In this case, it will most likely be Silas and the Zyra as the carries.
And even in the immediate, we can see that the Garen is doing a decent job of holding down the fort. I don't know if it's going to be quite enough. We've got the Animosity, who's been jumping backwards and forwards between win and loss streaks for a while. I think he's going to do the same thing here again. So Animosity might start to climb up the table just because the game wants them there.
So now finds that second Zyra here, so decides to pop off the items, put them onto the Morgana here, which again, David, as we're talking about, indicative towards the fact that we're going to be playing this Silence plus Morgana Sage setup. So she's just much better at that. Again, the extra attack speed and again the extra AP here, which just means that a net gain. But also, as we were talking about before, that 80 item holder of the Ahri here with the Fader setup for Solonak as he's trying to put it together a win streak and then get into something like the Ash once that becomes an option.
What is your favorite 80 item holder between Ahri and Zyra, Peter? Because that's just, for me, it's always just so funny seeing players, which I think is correct, itemizing Ahri and Zyra with just any items they get, even just 80 items.
I have a for Peter here. I want to put a third one into the ring. 80 Whisper Zyra from set 7. Is that your favorite 80 item holder?
I was going to say, we were kind of getting back into throwback territory of when people will just make it work. I'm immediately drawn to people running the Infinity Edge Ahris back down the way and taking that as a serious stopping point. But hey, for our players, it's working pretty well. HP totals are staying pretty close between each other. Fifek is now on a 6-win streak with Zulnak just behind on a 5-win streak. So slamming the items, making it work with whichever carry you end up with seems to be the right way to go.
And Tavi correctly here, holding all these extra units, trying to make sure that players that are playing for reroll are going to have a harder time hitting, at least where the gold allows them to do so, but still relatively poor. 50 gold with a few pumps to go for level 7 is not a great place to be. Going to have to go for a 4-2 roll down for Heavenly, and in that case, he might be in a little bit of trouble, considering he has Epoch. Wants to maybe go to 8 immediately, but not sure how much gold he'll have.
Oh, we haven't had a chance to talk about Epoch too much yet. We know we've seen a lot of Divine rolls knocking around the place. The Epoch kind of having a roughly similar kind of effect. How would you compare the two augments?
I mean, I feel like Epoch at least has the Epoch to the freedom to not necessarily have to tailor your board towards the heavenly rolls, right? And I think that's something you might also the fact you get the extra XP as David was alluding to here can sometimes help people bridge that gap towards that level 8, that level 9, further down into the game. That really helps you get your composition a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of being able to find those upper costs.
There it is. Jimray has found his way into Ashe, but also Ashe with Exalted. As I mentioned a little bit earlier with the Lux and the Aphelios, it's very, very doable to find it. In this case, with a 4 Warden setup, with Jax currently holding the TG and just trying to, again, have a very cheap way to get much, much stronger than usual in stage 4.
Yeah, a lot of time being bought by those Wardens, those extra bonus defenses in the opening of the round, making sure that Ashe gets plenty of time to stack up the Quincy's Rage Blade, and actually sweeps away the board very handily here. Jimray may have spent extensively to get this board online, and he's right smack in the middle of the HP standings at the moment, but he's looking pretty good for a comeback.
Animosity had the porcelain emblem, has boiling point here.
Oh, come on!
Full porcelain being offered to Animosity here. But the big roll down coming through, I think, yeah, it's going to make a lot more sense for Ashe to not go for boiling point in this case. But look at this roll down on level 8 with so many players already trying to go for the Ashe. We'll see if he can actually hit something here.
He finds the 1 copy of Ashe. That's the important part, right? And he gets the items, get them moved over here, right? Can move everything around. As you're talking about there, right? Boiling point, that's the Sandra. That's a big one. But as you're talking about it, right? The boiling point was much more prevalent when their main porcelain carry in your comp setup was that Lux. A really benefit of having that pseudo Sojin effect on the augment, right? But that is not going to be the case for something like Ashe, who just wants to get something like the Martyr, especially when the board state is as fragile as it is right now. That extra HP to keep his front line just alive for just a little bit longer could be all it needs for this Ashe to get some work done. But, well, David, Tebby has found that 2-star Kane. That should make quick work of everything.
And Tebby used his EFOG rolls on 7 because he didn't have enough gold to go right to 8 on 4-1. Went to 8 on 4-2 and found Kane 2 out of nowhere anyway. So just some players from some countries are built diff apparently. Tebby gonna have a very, very easy stage 4.
David, a Spanish player having a good game while you're casting?
I do
not believe it.
I take it back. I see what happened. Do you see his 3rd augment, Wida? It's reinforcement. This is why he was able to hit. I'm like, something does not add up here. He would have like maybe 15 gold to roll with.
Yeah, you only looked at after I said the fact that a Spanish player having a good game while you're casting, right? That was what we like. And then you started looking like, okay, something's gone horribly wrong here.
And in a very weird turn of events, 2 players have picked reinforcement as their final augment. It's an augment that I never see on ladder, in high EU West. And it seems like both Clémou and Tebby had so little gold, they had to get bailed out, and they found the right forecast.
Oh, we knew coming into this lobby, these are our players in lobby 5 at the moment who need to just have a solid game. Maybe that's what's first and foremost in their mind, saying, sure, they're giving up the power of the augment later on for the late game boards, but they've got a much more stable situation with the 2 stars.
Yeah, but also the fact that think about what the context of a tournament is here, right? For them right now, again, for them it's so important just like get a single placement here. They're not playing for a first place right now in this very moment of time. So if that reinforcement that's coming through here can be enough to get them from an 8th to a 6th, for example, right? That's going to be good enough in the grand scheme of their tournament life to then give them a better point further down the road for the last 2 games of the day to kind of build from that platform instead.
You're saying if it'll reinforce their position going into the last 2 games?
Yes.
Got it.
I wasn't expecting Wheaton to accept that one, but
I didn't say yes, good one, David. I said yes, okay?
A yes is a yes altogether.
We're working towards it. We're working through it as a family. It's fine. We'll get past the pun emotional damage for too much longer. So, I mean, if we take the contrast then of the players who've taken reinforcement and deliver this upon us versus the players who have taken the combat augments, which is, pretty much everybody else. There's even Zulanak with the little buddies and the boiling point from Jimray in play. So we know we've got some potentially very good late game boards coming together as well.
And talking about Clémou's reinforcement, we're seeing why he picked it here. He wanted to have that Silas 2 right away. Has lost 3 fights in a row, though, so maybe missing a gold augment could be pretty detrimental. And has maybe a bit too much Omnivamp on the Silas. It's why the Silas is in the 3rd row instead of the 2nd or 1st. Just trying to avoid getting more Omnivamp instead. Wants just natural AP so the Silas can actually deal damage.
Animosity building up towards the Mythic Invoker Ashe variation. You can see there that, of course, we've talked about this before, Lissandra, amazing at dealing with these melee carries, manages to just get off a pot and gets the deletion as well, getting paid for it as well. So I was going to feel a little salty about that one.
I mean, as you were saying, Peter, right, I think it's pretty clear that Clémou has some animosity against that combat now.
Oh no.
And who wouldn't, Wida, considering that Lissandra somehow casted? Well, I thought she was going to die before she got to the next cast off. Instead, once again, Thylos was caught off guard, and overall, just, again, it's just so hard with these melee bruiser comps. If you're not positioning, if you're getting 2 stuns from Lissandra onto your main unit in one fight, it's almost a guaranteed loss.
Yeah, so fun Lissandra lore fact here, right? So back when they were like doing the casting for Disney for Beauty and the Beast, they needed someone to help them figure out who's gonna be the extras. So they just like hired Lissandra. So like for the Be Our Guest part, you know, like she just like printed extras for them.
Sorry, my favourite part of that joke was seeing Macy in the green screen side-eyeing you across the row of cameras while you were saying that whole thing. But I appreciate the deep cuts here. Fyfek has been sitting on this Caretakers for a while, building up copies of Senna, a very unusual approach to the game. We're seeing it's actually working pretty well. The Ghostly allowing for that last shot to get Fyfek into a pretty commanding position.
Especially with Toxin, I think one of the stronger variants of Ink Shadow tattoos to get for Senna reroll specifically. I think this is the one reroll comp that we'll be seeing alongside Gnar. I think many players haven't forgotten, but are very quickly writing off Senna reroll as a very viable, I think, A-tier comp if you're hitting on tempo and you have a good spot for it. And it's just way less contested than it was back when Ghostly was the meta 2 weeks ago.
So I'm still recovering from the Be Our Guest situation from before. With Kakotnan, the 4 trick shot, 4 bruiser. We've certainly seen this in our previous lobbies do extremely well. So we've got the setup here that we want. Kakotnan, still towards the middle of the table, has managed to get the Xayah up and running already. So we're expecting big things out of that trick shot board. But for Talia, we've got some big things online right now.
I mean,
time is running out.
Yeah, but the biggest thing of them all, the Gnar free is not online right now, and I think time has already run out, to be completely frank with you. Because one of the bigger things about these compositions, like the two cast rerolls, is the fact that they are consistently getting online before these 4-cast sports are supposed to be online, but it's 5-1 now, and we're not, and we have just gotten online.
And I think maybe some missed itemization there. I think overall Guardbreaker is a little bit stronger on Kindred in this setup, but really sad to see the tier for Hajj on Gnar, which is not really a BIS third item for Gnar, and the adaptive helmet instead being slammed instead of the blue buff for Kindred, because it's just so much less damage output from Kindred overall. She really wants blue buff Morello as her 2 items. It's really a base you have to greed for in most cases. So I start to understand why Talia is having such a hard time navigating this game.
And I think that's maybe a sign of how things have been going for Talia, that stuff is starting to fall apart a little bit. At least, we've got something of an escape route here. If Talia going immediately up to level 7, knowing that there's a little bit of an extra income source thanks to our friend the dummy here, who will help make sure that the backline Kindred stays alive a little bit longer. But as David is just saying, the itemization isn't quite there. There's still several players above Talia on the standings who are spending aggressively to stay alive. And I don't know if the Gnar and the Kindred, without being them both up at full power, can get through.
And I'm surprised Talia didn't have the urgency to roll down all of her gold a little bit earlier, considering we saw a pretty sizable amount of gold rolled down there at the start of stage 5. I thought maybe after the stage 4 carousel, that's the indication that, hey, you have to start rolling. Everyone else is getting very strong, considering everyone hitting their 2-star forecasts.
Ooh, nice wrap on the Gnar there, Noita. We'll get to see a little bit of what the composition's supposed to do, which is to walk in and delete everyone important on the board.
Yeah, and the Ashe is the main star of the show for Animosity, right? This entire branching out has kind of led to this point, but this is a huge win for Talia, to be honest, because the fact now is that this could be what decides who's going to go 6, 7, and 8 here, also with the fact Clémou going all the way down to just 8 HP. Like, this race for 8 here is heating up.
And for Animosity, I think it's a game that almost everyone has played before. This game where you have a very high roll start where you get a porcelain emblem from branching out and you think, okay, my game is solved already. I just have to get to level 8 relatively healthy. But then you lose too much HP, kind of having that fallback in your head where you have a very strong emblem, you're going to have a very strong cap board, but you don't make it to that place in time. And we're seeing it here, despite having the Ashe 2, 5 HP, 1 life. And there are some boogeyman players in this lobby like Tebi, who's on a 6 win streak right now.
I'm just praying you don't end up going up against them. You see the trick shot board on the other side, we've noticed before, with the itemization already very much online, a massive amount of damage coming through. Animosity trying to stay alive. Talia on the left-hand side, the same situation. The Gnar board is down to very few units already, but they are the big units, which means when the Ascension kicks in, Gnar should hopefully be able to clean up. We'll go one-on-one with the Kayn, taking most of his HP in one shot, but no, it will not be good enough. Animosity and Talia, I believe they both went out as of that round.
That is the case. Animosity taking the 8th in the end.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but that's down to that one fight we just had the second before, right? The fact that like that 2 HP difference there is such a huge thing. And again, it could be the changer for the entirety of your tournament going to these last 2 games, whether or not you win 7th or 8th in this game. And also, Clémou might be able to scam his way to a 5th tier. Jimray is also kind of falling off of the map right now. That is just 1 HP.
And Clémou finds a very important item for this Galio to try and buy a bit more time for that Silas to do its thing. I think the Galio only had the Declaw going into this stage 5, really the end of stage 5 almost now. So the Gargoyle is going to be really helpful, especially with Galio's kit and how the taunt effect works.
I mean, Jimray, one of those players along with Clémou who's desperately trying to hold on for a little bit longer. Remember, again, this is roughly the mid of the upper tables. The players looking for that top 4 to maintain a solid position for the rest of the day. 2 more games to come. Once this one is done, this could be the end of the line for Jimray. That Senna's looking pretty scary.
It's 5 exalted as well for Jimray. Really cooking in this game. Had 3 exalted, is now on 5. Is the extra damage from the exalted trait going to be enough to carry this fight to win against one of the most, I think, viable reroll lines here with the Senna 3? Looks like it's not quite the case. The TG is terrible on the Alawi, unfortunately.
Oh.
Does the Senna do it? She does.
But it's so tightly. You know, like, we weren't far away, and Ash2 there, and Jimray is still in the mix, Peter.
Let's see, yeah. No, Jimray going out there in 6th place overall. It was very, very close, but I seeing that Lux shot going across and just missing because of the unit moving around the place. But we're down to our top 5. Kono is still holding on by the fingertips. Click On's board, though, on a massive win streak, just being incredibly dominant. Mentioned that front line, David, from before, is becoming even stronger. You know, sometimes coming in, the magic resist, the armor as well with the bramble vest. It's looking like it's just getting stronger from here.
This is a comp that is still really strong. It's maybe not the current flavor of the week when it comes to, you know, things like Ashe and things like Kayn being preferred, but CAGGTUS is still a very viable comp that was still so strong before when it was 3 or 4 way contested. Now that it's maybe only just 1 player per lobby playing it, if you hit, you have a very, very strong board, and it can cap out very highly as well with things like the Xayah and things like the Udyr.
Yeah, and also just like briefly touching Cleveland as a player, right? One of the players that on last was one of the best ladder players in Turkey, right? Now he's kind of had a change of scenery and gone over to US just to try something different. And, you know, he's a player that I always keep an eye out for, because they had that crazy race, like both him and Havali being above 2k LP on the Turkish server last set, like trying to battle it out for that spot to the finals that Havali eventually won. Like, Cleveland is a player that I think we need to keep an eye out for, because he has had some pretty solid GSC results as well before.
Yeah, I'm honestly super, super impressed. We can see from the rest of the lobby, and while Tebby and Fifek have got money in the bank, they haven't been able to turn that into wins as of yet. As we come into stage 6, though, we expect to see some of that money being spent as, there we go, we didn't even talk about it, because the pot of gold has arrived. It's shared between 4, and that means everyone is going to Scrooge and McDuck the way for the end of the lobby.
I will admit, I forgot this was part of the gold, David.
Oh, so. You both forgot. You both lost the game.
We all forgot.
Don't throw me into this pool. That? I remembered.
I said I forgot. I didn't say we forgot. Okay, I own up to this. I forgot this. I own up to this. Whether or not you choose to, David, that's on you.
Massive roll down. We'll see. I think especially Tebby could have been the biggest winner, because he had a relatively weak board for how strong he was. He had 2 Econ Augments as well, with the Epoch and the Reinforcement. I'm curious to see if he's able to cap out the Heavenly board to actually finish higher than just top 3 or top 4. For Fifek, I think hard to cap out the center reroll line. I think he's kind of done his purpose, which is getting top 4. So I think he's still very happy with his results.
Yeah, I mean, Clifton goes up to level 10 as of that previous round. Tebby is up there as well, so the players, as they've invested the money, is like actually holding on to 44 coming out of the round there with a decent amount in the bank. But this board's looking pretty scary. We've got a lot of gold, a lot of board power.
And Tebi, I think, made the best use of Pot of Gold. Looking at his board before, right after this PB round finished, I saw there was a lot of problems. I thought he would be going, guaranteed 3rd or 4th, but it really helped him rejuice and now find the 2-star Wukong, potentially, and hopefully 2-star Lissandra very soon as well.
Yeah, we're gonna quick look at Zul'Nark's board here as he's been rolling. He's been looking for that 3-star forecast with the Nautilus being the option here, but again, he's just one off right now. That's why he's holding on to his gold. He needed that for that one final roll down, but nothing left in the tank, it seems.
We see Kane's being held as well, stopping Tebi from potentially going for the 3-star Kane. So a bit of a Wild West showdown here between different players trying to find their own 3-star win condition and continue the cycle that we have on broadcast of finding a 3-star forecast, winning every single one of these games. Does it happen again?
I mean, I'm not prepared to say no by any means, but I did want to bring the conversation back around as we come to the tail end here, comparing for our players here who've got that tournament experience versus just the more the ladder experience, just how much of a difference it can make in the games when you've got, these high stakes lobbies where you need to even scrape one more point that could potentially send you through to day 2.
Cornin, no projection for any alternate win conditions here, just his current board strength and his 8-win streak, Guida, with the fact that he maybe has just too strong of a setup currently on level 10 with the trick shot board.
I will say finding Sire 2 and 8, I believe, right, is a pretty big deal when you're playing this trick shot setup because you're not stuck playing something like the Bard, right? So that is just a huge W here for Klikkonen here. Tebi staying alive at 2 HP, or is that a late damage troll?
I think he should be. Oh.
No, still here.
Yep, still here.
All right,
just have to wait 20 seconds to guarantee that he's still alive. Ultra's gonna be big for Tebi. Right? I'm not sure if Tebi is playing around Rakan or Soraka at all, though, actually, with the board. So gonna be a pickup instead for Cornin.
It's worth noting, which was brought up much earlier on, Tebi, with the reinforcements, we were thinking of that as something that was only going to be guaranteeing the top 4. Tebi has managed to bite and claw his way into the top 3 with only one active augment worth right now to keep him going.
Well, that's just kind of the nature, like the importance of the timing of finding that crucial upgrade to your board, right? You're talking about how important those units are and how important those forecasts are specifically. So him finding that Silas off the reinforcers was a huge hit.
Zul'Nak does not sell board for Nautilus 3. Believes in his comp. It's going to be a big Nautilus hold as well on this massive clump if Nautilus survives in time to cast it, and he does. The bounce house coming through. Lissandra comes up to clean up, says, you know what? You want more CC? I got you. Azir, massive ult across the board, able to clean up most of it, but Yuji are still alive, trying his best. Not going to be quite enough. That's going to be the end of the road for Tebi.
Well, top 3 ain't too shabby at all. At least, Zul'Nak is putting up his guns here for the final fight with Klikkonen, who has been doing an astonishing job so far. I mean, the trick shots been doing an absolutely amazing field. We've got now the 2-star.
He sold the Annie. He's trying to find the Nautilus 3. There's none being held by Klikkonen, so it's all up to just Zul'Nak continuing to sell units, thinking that if he finds Nautilus 3, it will be enough of impact. Might sell the Ashe as well. He knows he can't beat Klikkonen normally. The trick shot board is just 2-2 capped. Does he go for it in the end? It looks like he just doesn't have time.
It does look like finally in the lobby with no German players, we have been freed of the 3-star forecast. But what we will get instead is a whole world of hurt coming in for our Turkish player. Klikkonen just rips through the rest of the lobby and delivers a devastating end to game number 4. He is on his way up the table to represent Turkey even further.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that, like, in the pot of gold lobby, we don't get the 3-star forecast, Like, the one lobby where, like, everyone just gets a huge influx of gold 6-1, and they just, like, choose to use it on boring things like going level 10. Like, come on, where's the 3-star forecast?
I think it makes sense to see it. I think the script writers were aware that it was a little bit too much 3 games in a row. They had to, take the foot off the gas for at least one game for our viewers to forget how rigged this event has been until now with these crazy 3-star forecasts all across the board. Klikkonen, shout out to him, but also he found the Kai'Sa on level 5. I think that was very, very impactful to having such a successful game, be able to go 10 so easily.
All right, gentle friends, we have got 2 more games coming in before today is done. Of course, 2 more days after this one We'll be counting it to our top half of players after the game at 6. And of course, our players all fighting for that one spot at the EMEA Regional Finals to come down the line. We'll be taking a short break though. When we return, we'll have our analyst desk. In the meantime, have a little word from Flowders.
Hi, my name is Flowders. I'm 25 years old. I'm from France, but I also live in Spain most of the time. And yeah, I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started competitive around set 6. So here I am. I think this one, because this one I think is much more flexible than Remix Rumble. Here you can visualize a bit like a packet of units. So you can combine those packets of units. So I think it's a really good flex, even for reroll or for fast 8 meta. I think that you can play a bit around anything, which will not be as much the case in Remix Rumble. I mean, if you look at the ladder, you always got a bit of the same one. So I would guess the ladder player should be considered the best player, because in tournaments, even someone from Open Qualifier or anyone can become the Grand GST champion. So I think ladder for me is more telling about who are the best players. I don't have everyone in my mind, but you got also the French player like Fables and Huubinh and Flowders, and also, so yeah, I think there is a lot of great players in EMEA. Yeah, of course, big shout out to my friends, to my family, to my brothers, and my girlfriend also. So thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. And you know, in the previous Analyst Desk, we established that we're the German referees here. We've been keeping score on all of the 3-star forecasts. And I think for Seoul, the message was clear. You needed to sell that Ashe, but he didn't do it, Memo.
Yes, he didn't follow the rules of the referees, so unlucky that he didn't find the Nautilus tree there.
Surely, that Nautilus would have stopped the pod happening from Kliko on the back of this really nice Kai'Sa Xayah comp, making it all the way. We saw it from Lusher as well. Truly, the stars aligning here with pumping up, but it's also not as contested, which is allowing these players to find this board specifically a little bit easier, right?
Yeah, especially if you are looking at the overall lobby. We are seeing like 3 people playing Ashe here. And obviously other focus lines like the Kayn being contested or like the Silas. as forecast comes. So the Kai'Sa is being left out a little, and it seems like the Kai'Sa players are just having very good level 8 rolldowns, hitting their units, and then being able to go level 9, find that Xayah 2, and kept very high.
Yeah, and on the back of all of that ash, all of that porcelain, we did have some players get maybe a little bit baited. I'm talking about Animosity picking up that emblem, leading into the porcelain comp. It wasn't really enough in the end, wasn't able to find those carries and make it happen in the long run, while my cat is absolutely yelling at me for reasons that I do not understand. Sorry if you're hearing this. But we saw a lot of players see that same faith, and one of the interesting ones was Jimray, who picked up the Porcelain Augment, then wasn't able to find that Ash 2, and just kind of with his back against the wall, defaulted into this Exalted comp that really we barely ever see any 5 Exalted.
Yeah, very, very creative and impressive way of putting the bot together with 5 Exalted. I really liked how he managed to fit that into his bot with like activating all the other important traits. Obviously didn't find an Ash 2, so sadly he only finishes as a 6th place, even though he, in my opinion, did a very good job of building his bot.
Yeah, I agree. We also saw Clémou going for that Silas and Morgana, but same as for Tebby, going for the reinforcements, you're kind of playing one augment down once you actually have that forecast, and if that forecast is not enough to go head-to-head with the other 2-star forecasts that players just found naturally, you're gonna be in a world full of trouble and pain where you're missing one combat augment in the long run. Tebby able to scratch out that 3rd place for Clémou. Unfortunately, it was a 5th, but I did really like the Senna that came out of FIFAC, of course on the back of the Caretaker, but still kind of going for that as a decision and saying, okay, it could be an R, but I'm also somewhat determined to make it work either as Econ or as reroll augment, depending on which one it is, and running with it for the Senna is not something we see a lot.
Yeah, I feel like the Caretaker Chosen's augment is just such a safe bet because you're pretty much guaranteed finding a 2-cost 3-star. And since most of the 2-costs are pretty solid and you can play around them as like a tempo unit with like early upgrades to that 2-cost, I feel like it's just a great way to push level and while doing that finding a 2-cost 3-star.
Yeah, we're seeing a wall of Spanish players here around that 32 mark. Apparently Ari has a lot of opinions about this one in the background there, but let's have a look at our top 32 players. After 4 games, we're seeing a fair spread out of all of the countries here. Of course, first Germans, Zulugesang and Zaza making it into the top 32 is always a good feeling, but I'm seeing a lot of heavy hitter names, and as if it could be any different, there's a wall of French players in that upper echelon, only to be broken by Wild CO, who keeps running away with really crazy comps. I'll remind you, the only time he went 5th is when we were watching him on broadcast, so that is going to be really interesting in the next couple of games. See if he can keep it going with those first places.
Very, very crazy performance by Wild CO. Kind of an underdog story for him as well. Getting so many points this early on means probably he's already qualified for day 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're going to be going to a quick break, and then after that, we'll see who else gets their point to qualify for day number 2. You're watching the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. we're back here for our 5th game. 2 more to go before we actually reduce our players and go into day 2. My name is Mix and I'm here once again with Impatches, Panda, and Wida. They're giving me the big brain analysts for those last 2 games to make sure we're all landing on the same page of the meta. Thus far, how are you guys feeling? Have we been seeing what we kind of expected, Panda, or is there anything that surprised you?
Overall, I would say just a tiny bit more 3-star forecast than I would personally enjoy seeing in a competitive tournament like this day 1. But hopefully, our players can use this day 1 to hone their scouting abilities and holding unit abilities and the rat abilities, and able to deny maybe some of these upgrades in the next few days.
I will say we haven't seen any legendary 3-stars just yet, so I was thinking you might be happy about that one. Wida, anything that got you excited thus far?
I mean, just the fact that we're seeing the fact that like just the nature of how lobbies tend to adapt, like the fact that we see like that pretty much every single AD unit is being played right now, and very often you can kind of predict the nature of the lobby when you're looking at the 2-1 augment very often, right? Like think back to the game where we had like multiple people going for the heavenly line because of the divine rolls, and then you'll have lines where you have multiple people going towards the ash lines, and I think that kind of just speaks nature of the fact that a lot of stuff is going on at the moment in the game, where it's like again, Exalted changes a lot, and I think we've seen a lot of people really adapt to the Exalted, and I think that's also a super exciting thing for me personally, like that flexible nature of utilizing a random part of the game. Okay.
These portals are all portals that I would not personally vote for if I was offered them. Sentinels, Prismatic Party, and Champion Conference all make the game a little bit crazy.
Maybe you don't like a conference?
That spawns Lissandra? No, I don't like
all right.
Conference.
Let's have a party instead.
In the Prismatic Party, like you said, David, all of these portals, somewhat spicy, I would say, but so is our lobby. We have a lot of heavy hitters in here. Former EMEA champion Lelouch, we mentioned him top of show, saying he's the only player in Rising Legends that since set 6 Gizmos and Gadgets that has been at every single Golden Spatula Cup. You kind of have to put respect to his name, but then also players like Luteos, who has been winning on a national level a lot, and a few more new names mixing and mingle in here. Anybody that you're excited to watch?
I mean, I would argue we have 2 EMEA champions here, because Gluteus did win the Reckoning EMEA tourney for the World Championship.
I agree.
Yes. He's German, so of course you agree.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Also, he's one of the players that I've met in real life. Gluteus is a nice guy.
Looking at
all of our players are.
Looking at the portals though, with prismatic augments, I'm curious to see what augments can offer. There's a lot of interesting options I would love to see. I think Birthday Present is one of the really cool ones in this current meta. I think it's a viable pickup, and it really promotes obviously very flexible play around the upgrades you're being given. Another big one is Trash to Treasure. I think one of the highest skill gap augments in the game, where a bad player can do very poorly with this augment, even maybe disappear the Reforger in stage 2, but a very good player can have
surely
so much
that has
agency.
never happened to anybody on desk, huh?
I wasn't targeting anyone with that statement, but if you want to feel targeted, then that's on you.
Here we are. We got them coming in. Now, if you wanted the trainers, you could still go for the Wandering Trainer here. I don't think Lelouch will go for it. He's usually not that crazy. But let's keep in mind this lobby is trying to make points, so high risk is something they might be more in favor of.
Yeah, they need like a third and a fourth here, basically, at minimum, to even make tiebreakers, right? So I think that's something to keep in mind here. I really like Accomplice there. I think it's one of the coolest augments that's kind of been introduced to the game. It's a very solid baseline augment, and that's also what Lelouch has picked up here, because again, these support items, they are so powerful at times, and it's just getting those 2 items in a unit is great.
And one little tip for any newer players with Accomplice and really any TGs. TGs are predetermined at per round basis. So whenever you get Accomplice, it's always important to buy a unit that you don't want to play, check what the TG will be for that round, and then slam it on the correct unit to have a bit of an edge for at least one fight.
Yeah, it's a really cool tech that we've been seeing specifically this set to come out with those thieves' gloves, but I am, well, somewhat indifferent to report that we are seeing a wandering trainer being picked up by, I think, and if I saw correctly, I think it's Bruiser, Behemoth, and Reaper on that one, so could be somewhat good, I feel like.
It's time, David. It's the Silas Kane duo carry setup coming through.
Say this as if I don't play exactly this comp half my games on ladder.
That's what I'm saying. It's time, David. You get to share all your expert knowledge in the composition.
Well, it's the expert knowledge with what you miss on the composition. Silas is not usually the unit you're playing for most of the time, and in this case, it might be if Thinka wants to go down the Heavenly line and play around, Behemoth for the Maul fight, which is not super relevant, but still a little plus. He can use all 3 traits to his benefit, or maybe just play directly into that Silas Sage comp with Kane added in alongside the Morgana. Actually makes sense. You cut the H-Box for 4 Bruiser, but you have the Bruiser on the Sentinel, and then you just play the Kane.
Yeah, exactly. Should be a good one. We'll see if that's going to come alive true and trust it. We are seeing the Heavenly being picked up once again, this time around from Animosity. We've been following him for a little while now. Of course, Heavenly is just so good. So if you are able to get these emblems, it's always going to make your board stronger because you hit that cap of 6 Heavenly easier than you would otherwise. And that's really going to power up your board. And if you are able to somehow find some more of these, they also stack. So really, really cool emblem right now. Very favored.
Interesting Exalted option this game, David, with the Aphelios being one, and as well as this Malphite, right? So I think that Aphelios is a cool one because you have the Sniper, you have the Faded. It opens up so many of these placeholder lines. Obviously, that's not going to be the case for Nakashi because he has Fortune online already, but for other players, that's something they got to keep in mind.
Here's what the rest of the Exalted units are. It seems like too many Exalted combos lead into the Ashe comp, which is, I think, is a big part of why it's so meta right now, with Exalted being much stronger or played for much more often in comparison to the last few patches. But for Nakashi, it will be Fortune online alongside a combo, which is an interesting mix. Hopefully he finds a Kabuko he can replace and not have to maybe grief a loose streak if he just wins too many fights with this.
Yeah, I was going to point out, of course, with the Fortune, you do want to be losing, so boxing in that Kabuko in the backline just makes perfect sense. He is going to be alive for a long while, but against 3 units, not enough to throw up here, as we are going to be moving into that first carousel, which also allows us to check in with all of our players in a little bit and see where they are. Thus far, I haven't seen too many Nar boards. Gluteus seems to be favoring it, checking those units.
It's an option, but with Archangel slammed, it could just be trying to save HP, but you do want to usually save the tier for blue buff for Kindred, so maybe just playing for level 7, level 8 comp with Shopping Spree. Gonna sack most of this early game and then have a massive rolldown where he's guaranteed to hit. For Natasha, though, finds a bow on this carousel. Super impactful. With pumping up, I think almost guaranteed that Natasha will be playing for some variant of Ashe.
Yeah, and also for someone like Crusader, again, with the Shopping Spree, you're able to just like stack those rerolls and actually push those levels, right? So you're talking about that. That's kind of what facilitates that huge roll down and kind of gives that guaranteed hit, as you pointed out.
And Nakashi found replacements for both Teemo and Kabuko, so can sell and make sure he doesn't win any rounds by having these units itemized. Maybe not.
So, a question on the Fortune, because for a while, Fortune wasn't that good, to be honest, so not many players were running it. We're now in a meta where we're seeing more and more Fortune. What would you say is a kind of best case on how to play just a splash of Fortune?
Really, it's about preserving HP stage 2. I think it's like Heartsteel, more relevant with stage 3. It's where the cash outs really start mounting up a lot more, and really just having the right catch out timing. If you sometimes risk it all late stage 3 and go for another, you push your luck and you hit a 6, for example, it could make it very hard to cash out in time. Usually the forward to cash out is the best because you have so much time to work with the augment round being there as well. So that's the ideal. We saw it earlier with YLCO, and hopefully that's the plan for most players, but you can't really guarantee it.
All right, let's see if that does come true. Right now, we're in an encounter from Jax. Offers you a weapon from either the support or the artifact armory, and players are choosing right now.
Yeah, and also I would like to point out here, as we did get an update on the Exalted here, right? You get Aphelios, Nautilus, Lissandra as the quote-unquote high-end Exalted this game, David. That does kind of put it in a position where all roads lead to Ashe.
Something is not normally about these Exalted combinations that we've seen on broadcast, because it seems like every single one is just too easy to fit with the Ashe comp. It's already comp we were expecting to see a lot of in this day one, but this is making it even more notable, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Lissandra is just too good right now, and then the fact that Ashe is also so good and the Exalted fits. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of hand-holding in this round as well, but thus far, players are still trying to get those streaks going, trying to keep them into Krugs, and it seems to be happening for Lelouch and Natasha, both able to get those win and lose streaks respectively, whereas Gluteus is just running strongest board right now to make it through those early stages like you were saying earlier. I'm going to be hopping across the boards and see what everybody else is on.
Yeah, just a quick point as well, right? Because like the fact that like every single road kind of leading to Ashe has led to some pretty, I would say, interesting streams from a lot of top players recently. Whereas like it's just been straight up Ashe limit testing streams, just like how can I fit this Exalted combination onto the Ashe board has kind of been like the trend of like a lot of the streams that I've been watching over the course of the last few days. So that's kind of again like another indicator of the fact that we have seen and will be seeing a lot more Ashe this weekend.
I think it's also not impossible to see this Exalted combination with Heavenly boards as well, where if you have an open slot, you can play just around Malphite and Lissandra, and then just fit in Nautilus. He's a good forecast, he has great CC, he's a great filler unit despite not having any traits activated. I think we're currently in a spot in set 11 where traits are not as impactful as they usually are, and it's more about unit quality, and Nautilus is a very good unit for stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, I agree. We're seeing some level 6s coming through right now, making sure that these players can keep up with the power spike. Checking in with Never Down, who's currently, well, still running that very brave Kokma 1 as item holder, who's trying his best to keep him in this game. But on the other side, just think we can check in with the Wandering Trainer board. Currently has Behemoth and Bruiser active, as well as Reaper, so all of those traits are getting good use. Makes his board very strong, and you can see it here against Nakashi. Easy win, all units alive.
And Lelouch with the early orange still streaking as well, making it all the way through the stage 3 now on a 6-win streak, and this makes it so much easier for a player like Lelouch, who is so comfortable from a hyper situation where he has to play for a crazy win out. In this case, the opposite. Very, very chill game for him in this game 5, where he needs to find a very good result. He's only on 16 points after 4 games.
Yeah, all of these players really, and one of the givers of those good results could be the Prismatics coming through here. We're seeing a lot of rerolls from Nakashi, but on the right-hand side, we're also seeing a lot of pickups, and I think we're now on 4 accomplices thus far into the entire lobby. You were talking about it earlier, Wida. A lot of them coming through here for Nakashi. It's now going to be Ascension, a second augment, though.
Yeah, and it has the potential to upgrade after Tristana in the shop here, and obviously just any other day would be like, yes, let's go, give me an extra Tristana, but again, rolls that fall there, so not necessarily on. Again, like, you can't really, even because like I've lost fights with Tristana 2 on like regular duelist boards where I'm like, how did I lose this? And then like Tristana 2 can sometimes just like smurf fights, and I guess it's not worth the risk for Nakashi here.
Yeah, I think there's probably a weak player in his player pool, and he just decides not to make the upgrade. I think that makes complete sense. Never Done though, with a classic set 9 augment combination makes going fast 10.
Yeah, you have the level up, you have the hedge fund. Both of these augments are basically just doing like, a Greege handshaking and walking away with it to level 9. Very good perspectives for anything 4 cost or even 5 cost heavy. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that as soon as it rolls around. Right now, you can see we're getting that economy up around 80 right now. Probably going to make that back and just make sure that the board is as strong as possible right now. And I'm still very impressed with this Kog'Maw 1 that is currently doing a lot of the heavy lifting here.
Yeah, again, just has a very strong front line here with the Mythic Cho'Gath with that Eternal Winter as well, right? So buys a lot of time for the Kog'Maw to scale into the fights. You have the Caitlyn that will snipe a unit or 2 over the course of a fight. And just in general, also not a lot of combat augments speaking tend to be picked up in these prismatic lobbies. So it's able to kind of scam out a win streak, but now with the second augment round coming in, the boards will be a little bit tough to deal with.
What does this say about this being a pretty AD-centric meta? What we're seeing, Kog'Maw with 80 items as an item holder, Zyra, Ahri, etc. One thing I have to worry about for Neverdown is the fact that he has 2 econ augments in a fully prismatic lobby. I think this is going to pretty much spell that he has to go for an alternate win condition, like a 3-star 4 cost, if he wants to try and actually win out and be strong enough. Even if he goes 10, down 2 augments, it's going to be very, very hard to make a strong enough board to just win in a normal fashion.
Yeah, I agree. A big part of this is also having that early player damage be kind of heavier with all of these prismatics coming through. You're getting steamrolled by a lot of boards, which means a lot of the enemy units just stay alive when you're running a little bit of a weaker board. So more player damage being dished out. Right now, though, Neverdown still in a very great spot. I think stage 4 and the beginning of stage 5 is where it's really going to be crucial for him to somehow stay with enough HP to make it to the higher levels. But we are seeing a Spatula being picked up there on Gluteos, which could be interesting.
Yeah, we'll be leaning into Heavenly. Has the Banshee's Veil, really wants to be playing around melee bruisers. Darius too, with any items is great. With Radiant TG, I'm sure it's going to work out despite the 5 loss streak here. But the biggest thing is having to find a cloak, and the rest of the items, other than TG, not really being ideal just yet for a melee bruiser setup.
No, but could go into something like the Sage Comp you're talking about a lot as well, right? Because you have the AP items that could be moved on to something like either the Silas or that Morgana, depending on how things shake up here. Again, you would prefer the setup with the Lisa and Kayn, I assume, just on paper, but when you have this heavy AP setup, you probably have to lean the other way, David, right?
I guess it'll depend on the Wolves, just what item component to get, because he does have maybe a potential Last Whisper here. Could be also a Hodge and a Titans potentially for Lee Sin, so really depends on what he gets and how comfortable he is, right? Silas is not a comp that everyone has been playing for more than a week, or for some players even just maybe a day or 2. Maybe you're not confident enough to play it in a setting like this where you have to fight for your life in a GSC Game 5.
What do you mean?
I think a big part of the discussion here is what are you going to do with that Spatula if you're going for the Kayn, for the Silas Morgana, where it's just a little bit awkward to fit in, whereas on Heavenly, it's just so good if you find that cloak. Right now, we're getting the choice here between the infinite item remover or gold, and I think most players really go for that item remover whenever they see it. It's not really that popular to go for the gold.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of flexibility here, but also, David, so to go back to your previous point, are you telling me that playing a comp in TFT is not as simple as looking up the composition on a sheet, clicking the units in my team planner, and then just hitting them in the game? I actually have to think about what I'm doing on the way there?
In a maybe lower threshold of ladder play, potentially that's completely okay. In a game 5 where you have Lelouch still on 100 HP, 9 win streak, I don't think it's gonna cut it. And especially for Nakashi, someone that has to be very wary of what his cash out looks like and the speed, the APM at which he can make decisions. He's on an 8 loss streak, 36 HP will be even lower after this loss, and has to hope that the cash out is big enough to actually find success.
We're going to be watching as we are moving into Wolves now. Has made enough bank and is pretty solid on the levels as well. But here we are. This is going to be the cash out.
Okay, I mean, that's direction at least.
Come on. Finds another Ashe in the shop as well to maybe be sneaky enough with it. We've seen an Ashe 3 before, if that's what Nakashi wants to go for, but definitely a big pickup.
I think it's a very viable Ashe 3 game plan where even just hold a whole ton of Ashes, make it so that everyone else that's trying to angle this comp is going to have a bad time, especially considering, reminder, the Exalted makes it so that so many players will be trying to lean into this Ashe comp, so being able to hold 4, 5, or 6 copies is very, very impactful.
See, I would have argued that too, but Nakashi decides to let that Ashe pass, says, okay, I know I really need to make something happen here, so I'll focus on getting this board together as quickly as I can. There's a lot of upgrades that need to be hit to make it a solid board, to make it okay enough to deal with something as Lelouch is putting out here at the very top of the leaderboard. And you can see here the course of actions, rolling, positioning, and then those items, which is why the anvil is now getting popped there towards the end, making sure that you're really using all of the precious time that you have.
Yeah, but an interesting decision here, putting the sniper's focus on to the Severe, right? Severe is still going to be an item holder just for now. It's a placeholder on the board in general. but I guess you really want that rage bait scaling on the Ashe here for the composition to scale properly into the late game, David?
It's also, I think, the fact that he's still holding the line between trick shots and the Ashe, which I think is what made the roll down a little bit slower than usual. He wants to stay open to both comps, and he's relatively close to hitting a lot of upgrades that could make trick shots a better preference over Ashe if he doesn't hit the rest of it. So staying open to what this augment could be.
First off, we have our last round of prismatic augments rolling around. This could be the chance for the remaining players to pick up their accomplices now that everybody has one, but we'll see whether or not that is going to be true. Rolls away the sniper's crown and instead goes for tiny but deadly here on the end of Nakashi. We're seeing the others on the right-hand side as well. Lelouch with a mystery reward.
Call to Chaos. I'm not too surprised he's taking this massive risk considering how ahead he is. I think there's very few huge low rolls when you have the time and the HP to, play around what the Call to Chaos reward is, especially with the artifacts. So I'm curious to see what his board would look like after this round.
Sniper's focus does indeed get put on to Ashe here now, so the commitment has been made to a certain extent, right? But it's still holding on to the Kaiser's. To one copy of Kaiser on the bench. Oh my, she's been sold off.
Yep, that's it. Yep. That's the trick shot dream going down. And we are hearing from our admins what the reward was that Lelouch got, and that is 3 times sniper focus. Just one of the options is 3 times the same artifact. We're going to be hopping over here and see that it is in fact Porcelain Ashe that we're running for Lelouch, and it seems like we're just in time to see him fall a little bit in the overall HP standings. Now 2 losses down.
Not buying the Aurelia either. Could have considered it with Sniper's Focus. I guess just too far deep into this Ashe line, despite only having Ashe 1 though. That's just a bit surprising. Doesn't at least buy the Aurelia, even if he does lose 1 gold in the process.
He does have the Exalted Core online already though for the competition, so once these 2-star upgrades will be coming through here, you will get that team-wide damage boost to really help elevate this composition, but right now it is a little bit suboptimal, right? You're looking at free Warden, or you could be having something else here, right? It's not a full-on clean board just yet, looking for those last couple of upgrades to come through, but the Ashe 2 eludes himself, but Lissandra is here, so everything is right in the world.
She's been pot, you could say, as she arrives in this shop here. On the other side is Thinka, now also slowly but surely putting the board together that we were speaking of earlier on. A lot of legendary upgrades all across the lobby making their way. And for Lelouch, it's going to be really important to find that Ashe too. He has 1 copy on the bench, but he's on 1 gold right now. So really needs to make sure he gets that upgrade, or he might be looking into an empty shop with how many players are actually looking for the Ashe.
And the Lissandra is big for Lelouch because he's able to cut the Rek'Sai as well and fit in now the Lissandra for Exalted because she is Exalted in this lobby as well. For Lelouch, if this Aurelia is not picked up, that would have been Aurelia 2 because he saw 2 in his shops rolling down. So a little bit sad. I think Aurelia with Sniper's Focus, with 3 Sniper's Focus, is one of the strongest builds you can go for with that Call to Chaos reward.
Yeah, but it's always the same copy of Aurelia, David, right? It's never that Aurelia wouldn't have been there because you already took it out of the pool. You can't, you just gotta accept it, okay?
That's your pessimistic, Guida. I'm an optimistic TFT player.
Well, speaking of optimism, I will point your direction towards Nakashi. We saw him roll down all of the gold from the Fortune cash out and just now pick up a spatula here on this carousel. Could be an interesting one. Where are we going with this?
It could go, I mean, it could lean Mythic, it could lean Porcelain. There's a lot of options here in terms of like how you want to use this, right? But also, I want to highlight the fact that when you're looking at the augment setup here, right? You're looking at Final Ascension, you're looking at Tiny but Deadly, 2 of the best overall combat augments in the Prismatic tier here, which will really help alleviate some of the pressure of him not having a fully upgraded frontline just yet, David.
See what this Sniper's Focus Lissandra can do for Lelouch, and Nakashi's going to be strong enough after that cash out to actually fight off against one of the strongest players in this lobby right now, with so many different support items going in favor of Nakashi. Looks like it will be just barely enough.
And that was such an important win for Nakashi as well. With how low he is in overall HP, every single of these wins matters so much now that other players are starting to fall. You need to really grab on, make it happen. And we are going to get an encounter here from Kha'Zix. well, I would say teasing our players to level up, but most of them have spent all of their gold. If you're looking on the right-hand side, the only players that really can make any moves are Gluteus, Thinka, and, well, maybe Lelouch if we squint both eyes real hard.
You say teasing, I say punishing players, because in this case, everyone except for Thinka feels so bad that, one player's gonna go 9 for free, basically.
It's such a weird dynamic as well, right? Because it's kind of the old-fashioned one, like back when level up was just introduced as a 4-2 augment back in the day, and you'd like push level 7 on 4-1 to match lobby tempo, then the prismatic augment rolls around. It kind of has the same vibe to it.
And maybe for Never Down, if there's a big enough rejuice, actually, I want to quickly remind that he has level up as well. And the combination between level up and the Kha'Zix encounter makes it absolutely insane. You level up for so cheap. He might be able to go 10, but it really depends on how much gold you get from this next PvE round.
Yeah, some players are barely making it to that round. You're looking at Natasha here right now with 3 HP left, and Never Down seems to be in a similar position, only 12 as we are approaching the Raptors, and that is what we were talking about earlier on with these prismatics lobbies. It's just so high tempo. There's so much damage going out, and if there's a player like Lelouch who's streaking for a long time, there's even more to the rest of the lobby. So all of these players really struggling to make it happen as the last smaller upgrades come through here on Raptors.
And I think we're starting to understand why Natasha is currently on 3 HP. Lilia and Aluna as your main carries, using Banshee's Veil in this way, I think really low-rolled the stationary support for what he was going for. And again, if you're contesting this Lilia Ashe line so much, you're gonna have this case where you just low roll entirely. I don't think there's any way to save this, to be honest.
It's a go next angle. That's the way to save this. It's just like accept your faith here. Again, this kind of gives us the option to kind of talk a little bit more about the fact that there are going to be like qualifier points for every single placement over the course of a GSC weekend, right? Because we're used to that only being the case for day 2 and day 3.
Never Down, I think. Oh, no, okay, never mind. Never Down is rolling his gold, not trying to level to 10. I think he just didn't have enough gold to do it.
I'm going to be seeing whether or not our players survive. On the other side, you're seeing Never Down, and on this side, Natasha. Both of them basically on their very last life, and whoever wins this gets to stay in here one more round at least. Looks to be good for Never Down. The other side, that is Year 2 doing some heavy lifting despite having no items. The Ashe doing the rest of it. Here comes the laser, and that is going to be all she wrote. Natasha out in 8.
For the rest of the lobby, everything really evening out. The Lucia's lead is no longer as oppressive as it once was, taking another L, also having a lose streak. So really players like Nakashi are now trying to climb up with a 6 win streak now, and think on the opposite side, despite that very, very strong start playing around the Wandering Sentinel, is now down to just 26 HP.
Yeah, and also it's kind of funny when you look at Gluteus' board compared to Natasha's. It's quite literally the same board. Gluteus' board is just like much, much, much stronger and actually capped out.
You versus the board she told you not to worry about. Never Down here going up against Lelouch, and he needs to hope he can keep these wins going. He really wants to hang in there. On the other side is that Lysandra, but the good thing for Never Down is that she's not upgraded yet. She's still Lysandra 1, it's still Ashe 1, so both of these units could be taken down here by Never Down, but it's not looking like that is, maybe, yeah, 1 unit loss, making it against Lelouch.
And Nakashi takes a loss, but is gonna maybe be able to go level 9. He's just barely off in terms of gold. Big upgrade for Never Down. Someone who, again, is on just 1 life currently in stage 5 with 12 HP. Finds Lysandra 2.
Checking in with her Wandering Trainer, Thinka, making some moves here, trying to get some items off of the other units. Of course, most of these players here have the Infinite Remover item, making it possible to just juggle them around, but is also on his last life, and you can see the lobby is getting closer and closer. Lelouch is once again the person that rolls around on the other side.
You can see like the fact that he didn't really get to get a lot of use out of this. Like that's none of the stuff we were talking about with the Silas, with the Kane. Is that's been forced to carry this 2-star Aphelios, David, and I can kind of hear the pain in your voice. This is not a position you would like to be in.
More confusion than pain. I'm not sure how this is the board Pinko was able to assemble, considering it started, considering the amount of resources we've seen in this game in terms of support, augment, in terms of artifact, etc. Carrying Aphelios 2 with a Shojin in this point of the game is a sign that you're probably going to be eliminated very quickly.
Speaking of, we do have 2 players going out here. One of them, Thinka, that you were talking about on the left-hand side. We did see Never Down also getting knocked out. And there is a Heavenly Emblem coming through. Take Another L is going to grab that one really easily, making sure none of the Heavenly Kane players are actually getting it. And the Lelouch, last of the litter here, is going to go for Even Shroud.
Very interesting to see that.
Was the marker that players needed to hit. And there's only one more player that will get knocked out for all of these players to make it there. But of course, the higher you finish, the better it is. These players are all fighting for the qualification to day 2. Nakashi here, can he make it?
No Lissandra is the biggest thing that Nakashi is still missing on this board. Just barely going 9, so had a bit of a harder time getting here. Doesn't have enough gold to make the Nautilus upgrade as well. Just 1 gold short if he sells the Lux and the Cho'Gath. So many hardships here for Nakashi trying to navigate this game into top 4.
Going up against Cloteos on the other side. We've checked in with this board before. It does have Hui in the background, but it's still Hui 1, so not all of the spice and power that it could be potentially, but Lilia doing a lot of the heavy lifting going up against Nakashi, and I think that might be everything here. The Azir one is going to get knocked out by a Kog'Maw nonetheless, and Nakashi taken out here in 5th.
And I'm very surprised Gluteus' board is doing as strong as it is with really Lilia as the main carry and not the Ashe anywhere to be seen. I think I've seen very few variants of Ashe Lilia where Lilia is the star of the show. So really happy to see Gluteus finding a way to make it work.
Yeah,
big upgrades finally for Lelouch there.
Lelouch shop though, he couldn't buy any of the 2 and he needs both, so probably is going to sit this one out. The shop is locked. He can tank 1 more loss and he knows it and he says, nah. I'm taking both of these. There's a Drake after this. I don't care. I want it. Take Another L on the other side. 1 Kindred short in this Gnar reroll and somehow has made his way into the top 4 despite not having hit that. Is here to try and take down the Lissandra too, but that Gnar keeps getting popped.
I don't believe it. If Lelouch wins this fight, oh my god, the
no, that's such a scam, bro.
3 times in a row.
Oh, that's
no,
so
no.
bad.
Something is not right if that happens.
I'm shocked, to be honest with you. Take Another L, taking the 4th here, not necessarily an L, but you want it to go higher if you could. And we are going to be checking in with Cloteus. We were talking about this board, Panda, and I was thinking maybe, the game plan with this is going for that Lilia 3, since she's not picked up by any other of the comms, similar to the Syndra we were talking about earlier, but we're on 4 Lilias, if I count that correctly.
And 6 Annies, and the big thing is that Lucius, despite playing the Ashe board, he's not actually playing Annie on his board. He's playing around the Exalted and just Ornn instead of Annie, and playing around the Dryad with the Azir. So this is going to be a viable win condition here to find Annie 3-star, and of course Animosity's on Heavenly, so no Annies to be found on his board whatsoever.
Looking for those units. 1 Annie in store already. Does go down to 0 here. Now it's sell and find 2 Annies in the same shop.
Wait.
Wow, that's it.
What flag is that? Do you know, Makes the
The referees say this one is allowed. It's how you play it.
Is that a German flag again?
It's allowed. Just hit.
I think something's going on with this German TFT community. We need to get the leaks, the court sealed deer list.
No, see, the deer list is secret. That's the whole deal of it. You cannot just share it with anyone.
I understand, but
hitting those 3-star forecasts is, despite many people saying otherwise, apparently a skill.
If 4 players do it on broadcast in day 1 of the GSC, it is no longer secret, Makes. You have to understand. You have to be a little bit more
the way
subtle.
to get there is the secret.
Oh my goodness.
You know, there's a couple of rules, right, on re-rolling in the DACH community. Like, one of them is you have to say good re-roll. Another is you cannot scout, you cannot pivot. There's a lot of rules you need to follow on these lines. You cannot just click on any old forecast.
And also, Lane, for the mere price of 600 euros per month for 3 months straight, you can buy the German freestyle forecast course on my website. Are you tired of low rolling every game? I was so until I found this secret strategy for the mere price of just $600 every single month. You can learn how to do it our way.
Of course, we're joking here, but some players have nothing to laugh. I fear Animosity taking the brink of it here, getting knocked out in third. And on the other side, we're seeing Lelouch taking a big hit from a big bear. Both of these two players still in, but it is getting closer. Lelouch really needs to find a 3-star forecast, and with 8 gold, you're probably not going to make that.
And with some 3-star forecasts, there are cases where you can, outposition, outplay, and still somehow win against them. Unfortunately for Lelouch, Annie, her power level as a 3-star is a little bit closer to a 6-cost unit. She can solo win by herself as a 4-cost 3-star. I've seen clips of Snooty Boo getting, with 8 duelists, getting destroyed by a single Annie 3. So one of the strongest 4-costs that I think we've ever seen in TFT.
Absolutely right, and you're going to be looking at her power once again. In she comes with Tibbers, and that is going to be all, well, heroed this time around. Gluteus knocking out the board from Lelouch here in stage 6-3. And our 5th game of the day. I do think both of these players can be very happy with their placement. Speaking of trying to make it towards that qualification, and I do think that the DACH community can be very happy with yet another player taking a 1st place on a 3-star forecast.
Yeah.
If we get one more in game 6, it would be so sad for Zlonak to be the one to break, not having that one extra roll.
He should have sold. He should have sold. That's the rule. He ruled. He should have sold.
I was going to say that for Gluteus, right, that win is actually pretty big, right, because he puts him at 25 points, meaning that if he gets just a 6th place in his final game, he should be into day 2 already, just off the back of that, and that is so much freedom for someone like him to just be able to guarantee himself a spot in day 2, most likely.
And similar case for Lelouch, this is one of the players that is one of the most storied players in EMEA history. The only player with Ging not making it to this GSC that actually has qualified to every GSC. Seeing him in day 2, of course, would be a fantastic sight. Can really now depend on himself for that game 6.
Couldn't agree more. We're going to be checking in with our analyst desk and see what they had to say about game number 5 before we head into our final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We have an interview with Havali lined up for you guys to keep you company.
Hi, I am Havali, a 20 years old Turkish player. I play TFT since set 4. Yeah, that's me. I think this set has a good design, but encounter mechanic is more fun, but less competitive right now. I think strongest TRC right now is absolutely France. After that, I think comes Germany. Before the tournament starts, in general I walk on the grass for calm down, and I came home and played. Set 8 was my best performance, I think, in GSCs. This flex meta, like for 5 cost carries comps, and same like this meta, so I will be success probably in this GSCs also. My first goal is main success on Rising Legends Finals. After that, the next part is gonna be worse, but first of all, I need to make success on Rising Legends. I think ladder qualification is better because you need to more consistent in every patch, and that makes you better player, I guess. Shout out to my mom, he's supporting me always, and shout out to my friends in TFT. They are also have to improve myself. So yeah.
Welcome back to almost the end of day one of GSC 1 of Inkborn Fables. Here with Memo again. Memo, after that game 5, a very important game for the players playing in it, we had a full prismatic lobby being picked up from the portal. You know, if you yourself were heading into that kind of situation where you knew every single point was going to matter tremendously, you know, how would you be thinking to approach the game itself?
I mean, it's a very high pressure situation because all of these guys needed a high placement. And in a prismatic lobby like that, I feel like you want to click on arguments that give you a chance to synergize with other prismatic arguments. For example, in this game, we saw the level up into hedge fund. I think that's a very strong combination. Obviously, it didn't work out for that player, but we saw CAGGTUS, for example, hitting the shopping spree, playing a very strong early mid game, and then hitting double TG arguments that synergize with each other and getting so much tempo out of it, where he can just go to level 9 and roll for that any 3-star and win out the game.
Well, I think you were talking about this in the green room as a really good illustration here of the different approaches our players might take to shopping spree here, where we've got, you're taking another L, gets the guaranteed solid board here at a 2-cost variation, but we've still got the potential to go extremely late and end up in what we know is the win condition basically of the entirety of day 1, which is getting the 3-star 4-cost.
Yeah, obviously you can use it to hit some 2-costs and 3-costs, but obviously what we have been seeing a lot in the ladder is that people will take shopping spree as sort of a 4-cost argument and just try to hit their 4-cost units as early as possible and then look on level 9 and level 10 for those 4-cost 3-stars options, because right now, like we can see in the tournament, it's very likely for you to fight a 4-cost 3-star and win out the game in that fashion.
Yeah, and of course it's worth taking what as we saw there on stream, you know, with the way Lush approached the game. You know, I think you pointed out really well that ultimately this ended up being a very, very good game for our previous EMEA champions in the game itself, taking the top 2 overall. But I mean, I think what's the big takeaway everyone's going to get, as we saw in the shop there, was the allowance by the referees again of an absolutely outrageous shop. The 2 Annies in one place, keeping up the 4-game streak, at least on stream, of German players managing to make it work.
I mean, yeah, we obviously, me and Makes, we were like talking about it, making it as a joke, but now, yeah, I have to.
Now it's real.
Now it's actually real. Like I have to leak it. I'm sorry, Makes. Yeah, we are allowing these German players to perform a bit better, so we can finally beat the French players and get on top in the EMEA circuit.
Well, hey, it's certainly looking pretty damn good so far with the chain of results coming here. You know, in terms of the other players in the lobby, I think we had a lot of our eyes on Thinker in this lobby with the picking up the trainers and going for a really roundabout board, especially with the the extra XP that they were the only player able to really take advantage of. I was hoping we would see a stronger finish from them.
It was a bit unfortunate for him. He took a very risky argument with the Wandering Trainer there and didn't hit like the quite strong late game emblems, like for example the Dragon Lord, maybe the Altruist or the Sage. Had like more so emblems that are strong in the mid game maybe, but they fall off later, and we saw what that means in the end game.
I do want to point out as well, just in terms of if we to get into a little bit more on the prismatic ornaments as we do gear up, of course, for our last game of the day. We saw the accomplice gloves, those radiant support gloves coming in. I believe across our top 5, 3 of them grabbed hold of that augment, and the general kind of glove style of play to be as strong as possible.
Yeah, since we are seeing so many 4-cost flex boards, and usually you really want to buff up some like your main carry, getting the support glove item is just so strong in the early mid game, and just gives you so much tempo to work with. And obviously buffing your main carry is obviously very great, and there's not really like a support item that's really useless, and that means you always find like good items for yourself, and it's just a very high value argument.
And one thing, before we move on from this game, of course, to the last game of the day, did want to bring up Never Down in particular was a player. I was really interested to see how he would get through that game with the level up and the hedge fund together. You were talking about combination augments. It seemed like, at least on paper, that was a recipe for success, ultimately ending out in 6th.
Yeah, I was very surprised that he didn't find himself a very strong board, because he hit level up. He had so much HP in stage 3. and then found the hedge fund was sitting on 80 to 90 gold in stage 3, and didn't manage to find himself a 4-cost 3-star. He did find Asia 2, Alessandro 2, Diash 2, and Yorn 2 that are so much contested, but obviously taking double econ augments means that you have to find something really strong, like a 4-cost 3-star, to win out the game.
All right, so we're just waiting a second before our standings come up. Of course, the results of that last game were very important. On the cast, it really affects how you approach the final game of the entire day. Where we will be headed for the next game, of course, will be towards the bubble. Our players who are looking to try and just get across the line. It's not a complete reset heading into day number 2 in terms of you still get some tiebreakers, but at least as long as you make it there, you can go for a much better. Of course, go for day 3 potentially, even if you only barely get across into day 2.
Yeah, especially for these players now being almost at the threshold of making the next day, it's gonna be really important to keep their cool and try to get the best out of this last game. They had like 5 draining hard games like already played now, and now it's just trying to re-energize, refocus, and go into the last game with everything you got.
Well, let's draw the lines of where we will be seeing people. So right now we're seeing everybody above the cut-off. You can see the Lush from our previous game. That was a very much needed win to get him above that line, but it's never a guarantee when you're that close. We are seeing a decent spread of players and a lot of players from Turkey up towards the upper half, or the upper half of the upper half of players who are a little bit more comfortable coming into the final game.
Yeah, most people that are like around 27, 28 should feel pretty safe right now, but obviously you will still try to play for your highest placement to ensure competitive integrity, but also try to get as many tournament points as possible, since the tiebreakers can be crucial in day 2 or day 3.
Double 61 there at the very top, overtaking YLCO. Double having not taken anything below a top 2 across the entire day. Honestly, I'm a little scared for YLCO being surrounded by that many incredible French players, but we, I believe, have got our casters almost ready to get into our final game. Again, this will be our players trying to just get across the line into day number 2. So, gentle friends, bring us into the final game of day number 1.
Thank you guys so much. We're so back for game number 6, and I'm personally also excited to see that Double 61 is also so back, but that's not the lobby that we're headed into. Peter also gave us a little bit of an insight where we're going to be headed, and it is a lobby that's right under that cutoff, so all of these players need high finishes now. In the previous game, we did see a spicy set of portals that really only could go for high variance. Any wishes for this game, guys?
Considering how much is at stake for, I think, some pretty veteran competitors in terms of starting off their season on the right foot, I hope for low variance. I hope for something that allows players to express their skill without having, 75 duplicators being given to them in stage 5 and a guaranteed 3-star forecast.
You know what I want, David? I want the option to be support sentinel, vendor sentinel, and then like some other like conference something. I just want pure chaos.
So what we just said, that's what we're not going to do.
All right. We're going to be seeing where we're headed. Champion Duplicator, Larger Legends, and Scuttle Puddle as an option here. And 3 of our players, all right, 2 of our players deciding that the crap party is where they want to be. Is it going to happen? Apollo says yes, and that's where we're headed.
And of course, a reminder that I think we have to stop giving to players. You can always win these PvP rounds with the Scuttle Puddle and Crab Brave, so you can always just field one single unit and make those extra econ breakpoints if you want to just open fort or lose streak most of stage 2 anyway, and you don't value holding pairs.
You say we have to stop telling people that, but me in my terrible ELO bracket, I always see players buying all of these units in Scuttle Puddle and Crab Rave, so I feel like we should be saying it even more.
David, we just got up with, some people, they go to build a bear, Alanzq goes to build an R, or build a Kha'Zix, it also works.
No, the game is spoken. if you get 2 Nars from your first orb, you must play Nar reroll. It is a known fact. You can even ping the rest of the lobby if you feel extra fresh, just to make sure everyone knows where you're going. And we'll see if Alanzq, a player that really likes to have a lot of agency and doesn't usually play rerolls, if he decides to commit to this with a good enough start for Nar or for Dryad reroll in a pivotal Game 6.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting to kind of see him take more Doc, let more Doc take the wheel, or say, no, I want to keep that agency. I want to be open to go into different lines rather than locking myself in for maybe a contest, depending on what happens. But you're seeing, I mean, Panda, you were saying it, you could win all of these fights with just one unit. Alan already building a lot of units on his bench there, saying, I'll build up that economy later.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes for most players, I would say maybe 7 or 6 out of the players usually in these kind of lobbies and challenge lobbies at least, they don't try and go for the 20 econ threshold because it's just not worth how much potential you lose on selling all these different pairs. Uh-oh.
What do you mean? Send a reroll would have been lit, no?
At the very least, the way to tempo into Nar. I think it's... Oh!
All
okay,
right.
Surely.
Come on.
Pick it fast, Alan, before anyone else can decide to
You gotta
pick
show
a Dryad
dominance.
There's also Divine Rolls, though, that just gives him Alpha and Kha'Zix. He has so many options here, actually, right? This is really depending on like how you want to approach the game. But in Nar 2, when you have a sword and a glove open, like, surely we can take modes, right? Yeah, okay.
I'm a little bit scared about Opal. He picked 2 healthy, which is an augment that very often leads into Dryad reroll. And a little bit of trivia. This morning, I played a game with Opal, and we both played Dryads, and we both top 4. So Opal's completely fine being contested on this comp.
I mean, it worked out before, did it not?
He went first, so I think he was, it worked out for him.
I will say that, David, you are like one of the, like I've never been a person that complains so much about being contested as you do. Like, we had a...
I'm not complaining. I was completely fine with my top 4.
Hold up. Stop the count. I'm seeing a Jenna with a Shojin on a board. This is not a Nar that we're heading for. We're going for the Jenna reroll, surely.
It is the case where 2 healthy, I think, is such a good flex augment. If you really think about like bulk and how much HP it gives your units, it's so easy to fit 3 2 costs in almost every single 4-cost comp right now in the meta, especially with Exalted as well, if you lean into that.
No. I'm a firm believer. You see, I loved the Jenna reroll. I was a firm believer of the Lux before. Now this has changed. Lux is no longer my friend. My new best friend is Jenna. So I want to see it just once, and I think Opal is going to do exactly that. But of course, there's more players, and we are going to be checking in with Odessa here, who has bought some Lux and hopping over to Kerfuzzled. We're seeing a little bit of everything. Really, could go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Manasane very non-committal, right? Because it fits into the Ash comp, goes on to the Lilias, etc. So, like, this is not item can go in pretty much anything right here. But we will say Magaki has chosen his direction this game, but he's also gone for the risky item slam, David.
Going for the IE, almost indicating that he's going to be playing to either Ash or Kaisa off of the Fortune cash out. If he can correctly navigate this Fortune cash out into having the right moment to cash out and getting into the right cash out bracket for the rewards he wants, and that way he can already start planning what his end game might look like.
But I think that makes sense, right? If you are going for the risk, if you are going for the fortune, saying, I want to have the highest possible cap of something like the Ash, to me, makes sense. We're going to be seeing whether or not it works out. It's always a little bit of a ride on these fortune boards here. Magarki, you can see him boxing some units. This time around it's Teemo, he's ranged, but we've been seeing a lot of Kabuko also, just making sure that these boards do not win.
I do love the spot from Venno, the Swedish player. 40 gold before he began to the stage 2 carousel. Has not today, can handpick his items for the next 2 carousels to make sure he has maybe multiple copies of Edge of Night and play into a heavenly comp with so much gold to work with. Makes it almost impossible not to hit the exact units you need on the stage 4 roll down. He has a chain as well here. Already on his component bench, so just I think a really good spot for Venno here, the top 4.
Yeah, for sure.
And also it's worth noting, right, we have the updated points totals now. Venno is in a spot where he needs to get a first place to get to 27. Right? No, he had 18 points, right?
I'm not doing math on broadcast. That's forbidden. But what I am doing is checking in with all of our players as we hop into this carousel here. There is an R, but Ellen is middle of the pack, second pick. Could pick it up if that's what we're going for. You know, that Bloodthirster. Very interesting. There we go.
Yeah, lucky to I guess had a sword or a bow and any other high priority component that now might have been gone, right? But as you're talking about, the Gnar, the Bloodthirster is a very key item for Gnar and for a lot of the melee units, but for a lot of people, they want to secure getting access to the swords and the bows before trying to get something like the cloak, which is like a very low priority component in general.
And for Alan, I think he's on 24 points, which is a very safe spot, I would say. With just the top 4, you should be able to make it through into the day 2. Regardless, Dryad is a comp that I think for tournament especially, it has so many win-out conditions. If you find things like Baboom, for example, at 3-2, it can go a long way in terms of elevating your reroll comp from just a top 4 comp into actually being able to win out lobbies.
And speaking of, you know, boards that are featuring the melee heavy carries, we're checking in with Chisa here, who's currently running the Yone just to make sure that all of those items can be slammed. Indeed, as she is running that augment, we'll be going up against Alanzq. I'm not sure if that board is strong enough against Alanzq, but we'll be making some XP in the long run and then try to build a board later on.
Looking at Odessa as well, currently in a win streak, has found a very, very early Kai'Sa. So already a player that could be angling towards Kai'Sa just because he's found a copy very early in stage 2.
Encounter.
Magarki clutching it up.
that is a gift for Magarki, to be fair, right? Like, that is a gift. That is a kiss from a higher deity right there. Like, just getting that extra HP to work with when you are rocking that fortune is such a huge boon.
I can allow Magarki saying it in French. I'll allow it. I'll allow Ari's kiss on stage 2.
I mean, he's going to be smiling about this one for a long time, I'm sure. But let's see if it actually brings everything he wishes for as we are moving on. In a little bit, we have the crux, and for Odessa, it is going to be really important that he wins, whereas Magarki wants to keep on losing, and Sacred North seems to be on a similar trend there as they are going up against each other. You can see that Magarki even sold one unit just to make sure that this loss really does come around.
And for players who need to get a first place to have any chances of qualifying, it is in their best interest to try and actually somehow grief Magarki, try and end this win streak, mess up with a cash out, because if not, it's going to be an almost guaranteed win out for Magarki, who's able to get a big enough fortune cash out. Especially a player that I think Magarki has a lot of experience playing this very high risk, high reward playstyle. I've seen a lot of his streams. He loves playing into fortune and having these huge cash outs and just winning games outright.
And also keep in mind that the fortune resources, in addition to all the Scuttlepot resources, right? Magarki before the crux round, quote unquote, like this round here, was above 60 gold, right? Like, he's gonna have so many resources and just so much more of an upper hand than everyone else in the lobby. Granted, he's able to have a somewhat stable board the second that he gets his cash out.
Now we're gonna be seeing how that works out. Checking in with Odessa here, though, who has been on the top of the lobby. Gets a couple of grit gloves as well as a belt and a bow. Just making sure, really, you have everything you need to build that last whisper, get that backline carry active, get that Kai'Sa shooting some lasers, and then you want to build out that front line on the bruisers. Checking in with Opal, you're seeing it here first and foremost, going for that Jenna. We have the Story Weaver online already, but really missing that Nico for the front line, I'd say.
Yeah, but it's still not a horrible position to be in if you are Opal. This is a very good spot for this composition in general. And it's also worth noting, right, when you're playing a composition like the Janna comp here on like something like Scuttlepuddle, you're able to extend yourself a lot more in case what you normally be able to do, because you know you're always going to be able to recoup those resources at some point throughout the game here. We can see that's not necessarily been the case for Opal here. Or as Diana 2, one of the main strengths of this composition, has the Janna already online. This board is in a fantastic position.
It is, and in the long run, if you are able to hit that Jenna quite effortlessly without spending too much resources, you can even go for that very high cap of getting in those dragons, making sure you have access to the stun if you can go high enough level, which Scuttlepuddle allows just due to the influx on resources. But speaking of, we're going to have some silver augments come through here.
And it's actually funny with Apollo. I actually spoke to him this morning and asked him if there was any reroll comps he thought were currently underplayed, and he did mention precisely Janna Zyra as an underplayed reroll comp. So I think this means that he values it and has a comfort to play it, and you know, currently sees it as something that is viable to play in a tournament setting. So definitely could see him fully committing into this reroll.
Yeah, and I understand him as well, because like it was like my most played comp on PB and at the start of the set as well. And as Make's also alluding to, there are so many different aspects of the composition, right? Like you're looking at the fact that like the strength of Rakan, obviously at the start of the set was one of the big kickers as to why the comp was so powerful if you hit early on, because of the power level of that. But again, you get to fit Altruist in, you make great use of a lot of emblems now. Lilia is also useful as like a secondary invoker carry, so there are just so many avenues to approach once you get your primary 3-stars online.
Oh, look at it. This spot from Venno has the Heavenly Emblem, has 2 Not Today, or 2 Edge of Nights already slammed with Not Today, and has level 7, 40 gold. So just a crazy spot from the Swedish player.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this, and you're looking at Magarki in your lobby, and you're kind of like, this is starting to get scary, but that's just what Scuttlepuddle lobbies look like more often than not. We're going to be seeing who can actually break out of it this time around. Sacred Norris here, checking in, was kind of looking at the Dryads, has that Rek'Sai, has that Ornn, but really going for the Umbrals in the long run is probably going to go for an Illumi roll. Not something we've seen a whole lot of.
Alan in kind of the same spot here. Like, this is kind of what happens when you don't necessarily find what you're fully right. Again, he had that very early Gnar too, but ever since then it's only found 2 copies of the Gnar, right? It didn't really get to fully accelerate off the back. And he also doesn't have that time to resolve just yet. The Gnar is still in a very squishy stage.
I'm very surprised he's not slamming Guardbreaker onto this Kindred. I think you really are going to have the next few carousels hoping to find, you know, your components for Titan Resolve and Blue Buff. You can't really try and find Morello as well in that process. You have to have a priority order. So I'm surprised he's not actually slamming the Guardbreaker here, which is an okay item for Kindred in my opinion.
I think he's maybe waiting to see what the carousel brings. You know, being kind of middle of the pack, you don't always have the choice. So in case the tiara is gone, the bow is gone, the vest is gone, then you can at least still go for the Morello, which is a good item in Kindred. But I agree that you're definitely losing some power there. And we did see that he has 14 rolls in already, only found 1 Gnar. I said it before, he has found the other one on the carousel. So it's a little bit scary for Alanzq, slowly but surely really needs to find those upgrades.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that in terms of like the overall perspective of what Alan needs to kind of get to day 2 right now, he's at 24 points. He needs a 6 for a 5th. That's like his absolute minimum in this game right now, right? So it's not like, as long as he avoids going 8th, I think he's almost in a good spot. And I think that, as you're talking about, David, the slam, that makes a very good argument for something like the slam off the Guardbreaker to kind of stabilize himself, play for that 6th spot, but that is not going to be the case here as he rolls to 30.
Finds the Warden with the Alawi and gets the Ghosty online as well, so just pretty impactful and still going to stay above 40 here, so completely fine. I think seeing the 3 loss streak kind of says, hey, maybe I have to get a little bit stronger here just to make sure I'm not bleeding too much. As you're saying, Guida, he just needs kind of a generally safe top 4, and that should be good enough.
We'll be seeing what the next encounter brings that comes after this, but first, a fight against Chisa, and she's been building out that board, is on level 750 gold, really going for the long run here for the higher level caps, and winning while she's at it, definitely a great spot to be in.
And especially for reroll comps where you know that everyone else in this lobby is going to spike so hard and cap so high with Scuttlepuddle and the Fortune Castles, etc. HP starts mattering a lot more in stage 3 and 4.
Oh, the free rerolls though could be a big hit here alongside the cash out as well as you're talking about, Makes. There is so much happening on this turn. It actually means it's a pretty poor timing for Megaki because everyone else in the lobby will just get free spikes he was kind of hoping to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We did find an Udyr, we did find a set, but nothing like that Ashe, the big carry that really players are looking for. Kai'Sa would have been good as well, as we already have the Xayah online. Then you're looking at your items. IE has been there from the beginning. You got those extra artifact Thieves Gloves, checking what they are before he slams them. Very good ahead play, but I'm not sure if this board is everything it should be after the cash out and the rerolls being available here. Let's see how it does.
Magarki just wants to go 9 from this spot with how much gold he'll get from Spatula Puddle as well, so just trying to stay strong enough to either lose by just a few rounds or maybe even hopefully win this last round and then just go straight to 9 and roll there instead.
It's looking like a pretty good loss, all things considered, because I feel like the Kane here should, not the Kane, the Yone should be able to close it out here. I guess Vino wishes this with a Kane already, not quite there just yet, but again, very good loss.
So yeah, I think perfect game plan from Magarki here, knowing they can go 9 now.
Gonna be seeing that after this PvE round here, but I do kind of want to point your attention towards a player that has been streaking for a very, very long time. We talked about it before. Opal, who's currently at the top of the leaderboard, even beat Odessa before and is running that Jenna reroll, just checking in to see where we are at. We have the Soraka ready here on the sidelines and trying to build out that comp as good as we can. And there's a Lissandra in play.
And he's pushing levels. He's not going to be rerolling for Jenna, instead just trying to push quickly and again try and fit that more of that legendary cap board with things like the Rakan and hopefully building more into Dragon Lords. Or maybe not. He still doesn't really have any augments that tie him directly into this comp.
That's insane. I'm sorry. Just finding that Lissandra is so good for Opal. It cannot be overstated how good that is. But Alan's now realizing we've hit 4-1. Everybody else is about to peak. We've been seeing a lot of the legendaries come online for players like Opal or Magarki. You really need those 3 stars by now, and he has them online, Nara and Kindred both, but at a cost. You're level 7 with 3 gold. Hopefully this was not too late.
Very interesting that Alan slams the JG, try over the JG over the Morello onto this Kindred. Actually, it surprises me. I'm curious why that might be, but for now, we're going to be strong enough with the Gnar upgrade and the extra items coming in from Ornn. The Ornn positioning here is so important to try and give as many items as possible to this Kindred 3, where she's also going to be as impactful as possible as a duo carry.
Augment's coming in. Gold
augments. There it is. Heavy hitters. It just saves the game for Alan here. Makes him so much stronger. That's what I was talking about with the Dryad reroll. There's so many win-out augments like Baboom, like heavy hitters, like obviously Mulch in stage 2-1 that allow you to hit a much higher cap.
And we're finding them. Good for Alan, but other players are hitting as well as we speak. Checking in with Magarki, who went to level 9, as you were saying, now finds a Lissandra here in shop, is going to pick her up and build out that front line as quickly as he can, going down all the way to 0 gold. This is the Silas pickup if he wants it.
I know Kai'Sa is surprised after all these rolls.
Gonna be seeing if that is enough. 2 Udyrs, you're not too mad about that, but you kind of need to make the comp fit together. You have 4 Dragon Lord online, which I think Opal might not like, so definitely going to think about going more towards the Lissandra in the long run. But we're going to be seeing whether or not this board is strong enough to deal with those Dryads. And the answer is yes. Alan taking a loss here despite the heavy pickups earlier on. Not ideal.
It is a forging cash out player, so I think if you're taking a loss here, I think it's better than, when you hit an Udyr 2, for example, and you're able to continue upgrading this board. I imagine Magic Wand was not the ideal 3rd augment pickup for Magarki, considering you're trying to play for an AD comp in general. Ideally, the 2 trick shot Dragon Lord board with Kai'Sa over Teemo, but again, no Kai'Sa with all the gold that he had to roll down on 9 is.
I just heard someone hit a 3-star. I'm like, where is it?
Wait, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard it. We're going to be seeing where or who it is, but we will be finding out later. Veno, like you were saying, in a pretty great spot.
But But I'm surprised he hasn't been able to hit with the gold he had, Kane 2 or the Wukong 2, and he's still stuck on 8. So actually, from the spot he had, he was level 740 gold at 3-2. And all of a sudden, an entire stage later, he rolled down to 0, and this is the board he's been able to assemble. Not the best sign, considering that I think this might be a loss here as well. Or?
Kane against Kane, but one has just an extra star. She's had taken this. She's on level 840 gold, just running away with it. On the other side is Opal, level 9. Not gonna be enough. Alanzq takes this one at least.
Very curious for this carousel. Alan, second pick. I wonder if he decides to try and go for the blue buff and starts to build towards it now by taking a tier, or wants to try and close a guard breaker or Morello right now on Kindred instead.
I'm just scanning all of the units at the bottom to try and see what I missed and who that 3-star could have been, but maybe my brain is just tricking me after all those 3-star forecasts we've seen today already.
I think you have some like same day PTSD already from the 3-star sound, because I think it's a little bit too early, midway through stage 4, even if it's got a puddle to see
that's why I was so confused. I was like, who was that? Cannot find it, so we'll see how it goes. Checking in Sacred North here on those Umbrols. Now also running Sage. There's just so many players who are currently playing around Tiana, which is really surprising to me.
I would have loved to see Sacred North having the Silas on the 3rd row, getting the AP buff from Sage instead, and maybe even getting the AP buff from the Kayle. With BT, I think there's enough Omnivamp already that you don't really need to greed the Omnivamp in the first rows for the Silas. We'll see if it works out, though. We can still get a win and maybe close out the stage 4 relatively healthy.
The other side is Venom once again talking about the board and all of the potential that it had with the Kane, but the Kane 2 not coming alive. It's just so unfortunate. Going to be taking not the massive losses that you could be taking if you had, you know, not even the Morgana, but will be enough against Sacred North, this board at least.
33 HP now. Really wants to try and go 9, but I'm not sure if this board is going to be strong enough to actually make it. And now all of a sudden players have a decision to make. Do they want to try and use their gold to go 9? Do they want to try and buy an artifact? Do they have a slot open on their main carry where it would be worth it to buy an artifact? A lot of decisions to be made here at this point in stage 4.
Players have gold for the most part. Only Veno and Magarki have spent most of it, so the choice for the players that have the money should be very easy. Kerfuzzled here picking up an artifact, making sure that one goes on the board, but also has that Aurelia online already. Still missing a lot of upgrades in that line.
Very curious if somehow Kerfuzzled leans into the super hidden tech of having Anima Visage on Irelia. Because she scales with the HP she has. We'll see if he actually commits to this later in stage 5 once he sells the Mumu.
Gonna be checking Alan's board one more time as the Gnar comes around. We will be heading into Raptors. Kerfuzzled taking yet another hit, and slowly but surely this lobby is separating in the overall HP. We have Opal still sitting at the top. So healthy despite now starting to lose, but it is just not going to be enough here.
And what do we see in the shop here, Makes?
That's 2 Annies, 1 Ari, a Nautilus, and a Tima.
I was just allowing our audience to absorb this moment of silence as they see maybe the PTSD as well from the last game where we did see Annie 3 being picked up by Gluteus. Could this be a rerun from Magarki? I guess it depends on how many players are contesting this unit. It is one of the stronger frontline tanks in the game right now.
Udyr definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting here, but Magarki has a lot of items that he needs to slam in a small while. Finally, that Kaisa 2 coming alive to help him out here. Kerfuzzled in a similar position, level 9, and look at this just items.
We'll see now let's have this board on the case side of Sacred Norris, who did win his last fight, so is currently on 33 HP, still going into now the stage 5.
Puzzled there. Trying to take this win will be possible against Sacred Norris, and for Sacred Norris, the time is very, very close. 18 HP. Magarki able to win there makes him even more scared. Back against a wall. Sacred Norris needs to make something happen if he wants any chance of qualification to tomorrow.
And Ari's kit's really changing the outcome, or like the way the pacing of this game is working on stage 5 as well. We see players still so healthy relatively to where they should be. Even Magarki, the Fortune player, 5 win streak now, 32 HP, still being able to ride out this, his current setup when he went 9 with that Zaya and try and maybe even go 10 somewhere in the future. But he's on 1 gold now, so probably just still donkey rolling, making sure he's staying healthy.
Yeah, I mean, and if you are in that position where you're just donkey rolling, trying to really find any upgrade, any saving grace, you already know that the time is probably over. Unfortunately, we're going to be hopping over, though, a player that's still in a great position. And we were talking about this board early on. We were thinking maybe it's a Jenna, maybe it's the Porcelain, and Opal needs to start to maybe make something happen here. We have removed the Shojin from the Jenna. We are collecting some of these Dianas, but where is that travel going? Lysandra currently the sole carry.
And Opal, as you mentioned, he's going into the legendary variation for Dragon Lord instead of having the Jenna as the star of the show. So when you're just a little bit far behind in terms of finding those extra copies, instead you can just push to level 9 and fit in something like Irelia, as we're seeing here, as your main. And Opal's on 25 points. He just needs I think a 6th is enough to make him qualify to day 2. So really just trying to roll down heavily. First in the HP standings right now, so still should be fairly comfortable to make it through. Alan as well, after hitting the NAR 3 and hitting the heavy hitters, is now on a 5 win streak, 51 HP, still staying very much alive in this game number 6.
Sacred Norris trying to stay in the run here against Chisa, but her Kane has come around. It is Silas against Kane, almost like brothers, but one is going to come out on top. It will be Sacred Norris hanging in there by a threat.
Looking at this carousel, we have a Mythic Emblem, we have a Wukong, especially important for any of our Heavenly players. And Venno immediately walks up to, I hope this is not the Wukong 2 that Venno has still been waiting for all of this time. But we're seeing Venno at 23 HP, not too surprising considering his economic state when he went down to 0 gold level 8 and still did not hit his main upgrades.
Mythic Emblem being picked up by Kerfuzzled here. Odessa is left with the Crown Guard as we are in stage 5 with all players alive. The Annie 3 comes around for Odessa, but more and more players are going. Annie 2, yeah.
Please.
See, I'm dreaming.
Okay, not all dreams can come true, thankfully, for everyone else in this lobby.
I don't know why I said 3. I was like, yet another upgrade.
And this is, of course, not a German player, remember, so...
Right. It's
not
a
allowed.
Spanish player.
Our poor, humble Spanish players hitting their 2-star Annies on stage 5.
Some things have to stay in balance, and I'm glad the Spanish community has taken it upon them to balance out what the Germans are doing. But here's Sacred Norris one more time. 0 gold, 1 Morgana away from trying to find any upgrade here against Venno, and I think this one is going to be really close. That's Silas fighting for survival, but it's not going to be enough, and that is going to be it. 8th place.
I think it's a positioning once again. Immediately, this Silas was targeted by both the Kane and the Wukong and the Morgana, so just way too much damage onto a single unit. You have the Crown Guard, you have the BT, sure, but in the end, the targeting from both of these units on the opponent's side made it so that he could not out-tank all that damage coming through.
Tisa now back against the wall, has fallen quite a bit since the last time we checked in with her. Trying to put a board together. We do have the Kane, but we don't have the Morgana. There is a Morgana coming through in the shop, but you also don't have items. So she's hoping to sneakily put together this Kane 3 here. He's missing 3 more copies, but I don't think it's within the possibilities with how many players are currently on Kane.
And we heard some pinks. I think players are aware and trying to stop this from happening. Cheese is a player that needs to get it first in this game if she wants to make it through to day 2. So really has to play for this alternate win condition to try and do it. But the Gnar breaking through the Lissandra, able to target the Gnar just yet. He's broke onto the Morgana. Too many units to deal with. And that's going to be the end of the road for the Dutch player. She's eliminated in 7th place, it looks like.
I love this animation, by the way. It makes me very happy every time I see it, despite being sad for Chisa's knockout here. Now, we do have 2 more players on their last live on the chopping block, so to say. Kerfuzzled and Venno trying to get any upgrade from the Scuttler that saves them here. What are you looking for if you're Kerfuzzled?
To stay alive, ideally, considering he's on 22 points. He needs 6 points, maybe 5 to guarantee he makes it. It's really just about scouting and seeing what upgrades can be impactful here. And I mean, looking at Venno, 73 gold, finally being able to go 9. That's another player to worry about. Another player that's on that bubble of about to be eliminated on 10 HP on a single life.
Venno's position, though, is pretty interesting, right? All things considered, like he's at 18 points. He's basically here just to play spoiler and have a nice showing for himself, right? He's one of the players that actually are mathematically out of reach off that day 2 right now.
Upgrades coming through here.
You are playing for qualifier points at all times. It's day 1, so depending where you finish, you get more or less points for the entirety of your run in the circuit, in this set. So always going to be impactful to try and go for as many points as possible.
With Chisa being knocked out, though, we have more and more players finding their Kane 2. Alan just found it as well, so more and more of those are going to be creeping up around those boards, and we are going to be watching Venno and Kerfuzzled side by side, trying to fight off elimination here in this round 6 of the day. For Kerfuzzled, it's all going to be to let Venno on the back of that level 9, the upgrades able to hang in there.
And this elimination, huge news for Alan, who I think with the 5th place rather, and just 4 points being accumulated, that will be enough to guarantee that Alan does make it into the day 2.
Wow. Level 10 coming through from Agarki. Still looking for that Lissandra 2 as a final great upgrade, as well as some of the frontline units. But really, that Lissandra can do some heavy lifting. So trying to get her together for Alan. Like I just said, that Kane just came online. Wasn't enough, though, and now goes up against Venno. One of these 2 players is going to get knocked out.
And by a lot of time for Gnar to get as many stacks as possible before the eventual 1v1 happens up against the Kane. It's now the power of both Gnar and Kindred trying to target down the Kane before he can out-heal all the damage coming through. With heavy hitters, you have so much more burst damage, and we're seeing it there. The Kindred, every time she shoots, units disappear, and it looks like it's going to be just barely enough for Alan to win this fight.
Yeah, that very last shot.
But it is still dice, but top 4 is very good for Alan, as you're talking about. That's going to be a lovely, jubbly 5 points in the book, 29 points for him at minimum. But again, you kind of almost saw that this comp lacks a little bit of a top, and without the blue buff you were talking about earlier on today, David, right? Yes, there's a lot of damage with the heavy hitters and all that damage coming through, but almost ended up costing him in the end there.
Anything interesting here, Max, for you on this board?
Yeah, I personally really like, the Nautilus, the Annie, the Amumu, everything besides that Lilia 3 with 0 items. I don't like that.
She's just trying to be as subtle as possible, making sure that no one knows that she's even there. Just boards will blow up, and everyone will start wondering, what's happening here? Is this Azir this strong? But no, it's just an unitemized Lilia 3, ruining your day. The Spanish players can do it too.
Doing the quietest eat ever,
Wait, he's gonna lose a fight. No,
yeah, she doesn't have any items.
Wait. Is this a Lilia no item problem, or is it a Lilia problem overall? I think we have to look at
both.
It might also be a Gnar with heavy hitters problem, though, to be honest.
Here's your chance, Odessa. Get 1 item on the Lilia, please. All right. We'll see. Top 4 players, Opal and Alan, 1 live. Magarkian 2, and Odessa still has some room to make something happen, but all of these players are pretty blank in terms of money. And you're now seeing Odessa reorienting, selling some of those units, making sure that he can actually itemize that Lilia. But for Alan... Oh, come on!
And this is especially sad for Magarki because Magarki might need either a first or a second to make it to day 2. He's on 20 points right now. He had that crazy fortune cash out, and he's currently not facing Odessa, so some breathing room. Can he beat out this Narboard from Alan?
So YouTube, just saying, what's going on in this game? Magarki against Alan, both of them kind of sighing of relief not being matched up against Odessa here, but in the end somebody is going to take a hit. Alan actually knocking down Magarki to 1 life. He hangs in there.
He hangs in there, but he just faced Alan, and there's only Odessa in his pool, so...
Opal is dead, though.
A ghost copy.
Opal's fine. Opal just needed a top 4 to make it.
Yeah, we get the ghost, though. We get the ghost, right? Makes right? Cope?
I mean, Magarki has Odessa. Who does Alan have is the question. It's gonna be a rough one. I think the story here is pretty clear-cut, but it could be a double knockout depending on how it goes. Odessa just saying, yeah, you know, I held back the entire day in this very last game of day 1 of our Golden Spatula Cup by not finding just one 3-star 4 cost and instead finding 2, one of them being Ashe, who everybody has been running for all of our games, and it is going to be the matchup between the 2 of them. Odessa fighting both boards, and it will be, I will say, a double knockout between the 2 of them.
Wait a second, this Lilia has items now. Who allowed this?
Yeah.
Huge win from Odessa on either side. Spain on top for this game number 6. Alan guaranteed through. We'll see who had the bigger loss and if it'll be enough for Magarki to make it at 20 points. I think he needs at the very least a second to qualify to day 2 with 27 points.
I just needed a moment of silence for that board, you know? Just needed to process it.
If you want to half like the Omega Cobium, Kevin Parker did once make it to day 3 on 26 points. I don't quite think you can do it on day 1, but you never know.
You in fact never
very
know.
Unlikely. I mean, we had a Polish player, Stan, who almost did not make GSC. Well, actually, he didn't make GSC through Open Qualifier despite having 28 points on cutoff. So 26 would be a big ask for any player in any day of GSC, in my opinion.
I agree. We will be heading into a quick break. That has been it from the games, but our analyst desk is still ready to give you an interview, a breakdown of everything we've seen thus far, how the meta is looking, and what you can expect tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned, and we have an interview ready for you guys with Derrotra. I hope I said that one right.
Yeah, my name is Derrotra. My real name is Carlos. I'm from Spain, from Elche. I started playing TFT because I like a lot the auto chess games. I like a lot to compete in that type of tournaments. It's really difficult to pass to the second or third day because you have, you know, a lot of people and a few pass to the next day, but it's like you need to do it really well, and I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, I think the live events are the best type of events you can do because, you know, it's all the community together. You can do new relationships with another players. You can understand how the game works with another pro players that have another view of the game. So I think that that type of tournaments is really good because all the communities come together and play together, and it's really important to grow. The best thing I can say to a rookie or players who want to start the competition or something like that is go game by game. You can do an 8 and 7. You can have less than the points that everyone have, but it's game by game. You need to play one game, reset your mental, play another game, reset your mental, This type of games is not like if you lose two games in a tournament, you are out. You can always come back. I want to say thank you to my friends that support me when I play every tournament. They are in my house, like cheering me. So I thank a lot of that, and the Timidines community, because we are always playing together, you know, and it's really, really good community.
Welcome back, one and all. We have reached 1/3 of the end of the Golden Spatula Cup #1 for Inkborn Fables, and gosh, what a ride it has been, only just getting it through day #1. But Memo, here with me again to close out today. We've got a lot to talk about, but before we kind of get into the overall day, and potentially we've got an interview coming up as well, let's talk a little bit about that previous lobby, because we'd seen a day which was full of the 3-star forecast. It had been exclusively the domain of German players up until this point, but just a little bit of magic happened in our last game.
Yeah, Odessa decided to break the narrative of the day, I guess, and just go for Ash3 and an E3 at the same time. And we saw him actually not being this, like not having the strongest showing before the Ash3, but after the Ash3 was not even close, just beating everyone by a lot. And yeah, we saw him just clear the entire lobby.
So one thing I wanted to bring up with you here is when we look at the augments down the left-hand side for Odessa, they don't scream, this is a player who's going to hit multiple forecast 3-stars in the game.
Yeah, exactly. He just had a very good, solid early mid game. This is like the trend that we will go see throughout the tournament, I believe. If you have a really strong early mid game and then your initial roll down on a late goes really well, where you stabilize fairly quickly with like a decent amount of gold, it will be very easy for you to find those forecast 3-stars, especially if you're uncontested.
Well, I mean, let's start getting into the nitty-gritty of the lobby a little bit then, break down some of the details. So, we did see from the very beginning our players picking out their lines. We have the Wrath of the Moon, a very rare trait coming alongside Mulch, so at least we knew what Alan and Sacred were going for from the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, very interesting decision by Sacred Norris. I've never seen that one before, or not in like a long time that people take Wrath of the Moon. That augment kind of died when Yone got nerfed. But very, very bold play. Didn't sadly get rewarded for it. But yeah, Alanzq coming in with Mulch, showing how strong Nari roll is. Was even able to beat Magaki, the Fortune Cash player, which just shows how strong he really was at the end of the lobby.
I mean, the one thing which I was a little bit disappointed from this game is, I feel like Fuzzles in particular, a little bit of UK bias creeping in, had a really interesting game there. We had the Scuttle Puddle in play for the entire game, but bringing in the late game specialist as well, it felt like he was almost going to be able to turn the corner, but couldn't quite manage it.
Yeah, he really went with the greedy play with taking late game specialist as his second augment and looking to go level 9. But especially because it is Scuttle Puddle, it really means that everyone is kind of rich, and the money part or the gold part of the game is so inflated that the 30 gold from that silver augment was just not enough for him to push him over the line with like upgrades.
Yes, I suppose, it's certainly the received wisdom in TFT that you want to have a variety of different things rather than, trying to push too far in one given direction for, just to multiply up your power. But we have been informed that our standings already, of course, these are very important because we'll be seeing the players who will be joining us back here on day number 2. Number 64, that's our cut-off. Little Bit Pro and Jimray making it in just over the line.
Yeah, very heartbreaking, obviously, for people that are in the tiebreaker, maybe, and are not making it. But very happy to see Little Bit Pro making it today too. A player that took a break last set and is now coming back. We can see also Zaza making it. Alanzq we saw in the last game also making it. Very, very strong performance from all these players.
Yeah, and I'm loving as well. We're seeing a good contingent of Greek and Spanish players up towards here. As we get towards our top quarter players, including an Italian player, whose name I'm going to almost certainly mispronounce, Narco, starting off the day with a last place, but still managing to end out extremely strong. Let's get into our penultimate page. You can see here, again, a good variety of players from different parts of EMEA managing to make it through to day 2.
Yeah, very, very broad field here. A lot of different regions making it, showing that the EMEA scene, there's not that big of a gap anymore like there used to be. And just a strong, solid performance from all these players.
All right, let's look up at the very top with double 61. He ended the day without taking a single game outside of the top 2. There's a reason, I think, that so many people still have such faith in him after such a long time. But YLCO as well, the player we were questioning whether he could keep flipping that coin and landing on the right side. Honestly, 6 games with a performance like that, you start to think maybe YLCO has got something figured out that others don't.
Yeah, wow, I'm so amazed by double 61's performance, only hitting top 2s or first places. Obviously, one of our greats in Europe and showing up on a GC with those amazing scores. I was expecting those strong old players or players that have been playing for a while that have really solid fundamentals to perform really, really well on this patch, because you get rewarded so much more if you can build those strong level 8, level 9 boards.
So while we get our interview sorted out to end out today, one thing we're going to be trying out for today, which is something to kind of directly send the audience home with. So, in terms of kind of a takeaway for today, Memo, we saw an enormous amount of late game boards being played. We saw an enormous amount of Exalted being played. The kind of question I want to put to you, to kind of push all of our knowledge levels up a little bit is, when should you not be playing Exalted? Because it seems like so often you should.
So since right now we have seen in this tournament as well so many 4-cost 3-stars, you have to be aware of if you choose to play the Exalted line. So for example, you can fit the Ash comp really nicely with the Exalted variation in your game. There's also the fact that since everyone will go for that, or most AD flex players will go for that line, you can maybe select a line that's not as much contested, like the Kai'Sa or maybe the Kayn even, and go for these units as 3-star options to cap out even higher than the Exalted Ash boards. Obviously, this goes vice versa, and you can still maybe not find your Kai'Sa 3-star, but it gives you a very high chance of capping very high if you are in a solid spot already.
Well, I mean, as to bring us back to the tournament specifically, but to still keep on the same kind of topic here, I kind of wanted to interrogate with you, because we were talking a little bit about the sort of regional play styles here before. While Odessa, of course, showed us amazing stuff in the final game, it was still a majority of the on-stream games that the players from the dark side of things were bringing out the 3-star 4-cost. Is there anything in the kind of regional tendency or style which lends itself well to this kind of play and this kind of meta?
Yeah, there's a really, really common dark tendencies, I would say, that's also being thrown around as memes in the German scene. For example, that the German players will a lot of times play a bit more aggressive in stage 2 and push levels, hit level 5 in 2-2, 2-3, or even push level 6 in 2-5 or 2-6. Is something really common by most top German players. Obviously, they have some intentions behind it, but this has been a bit like the stereotype. But also, what's really common in our region, I would say, is that we usually always find a way to play as many upgraded high-cost units as possible. Like always build like very expensive boards that maybe don't have the best synergies, but the top German players always make it work with the items they have and the units they find.
So I'm going to expand out a little bit here, and I know that you won't have as good of an insight onto the non-German side of things, but just briefly, because I believe our interview is about to come online, how does that kind of German approach contrast with what we'd be seeing from players? Because we've had plenty of French players doing really, really well here, who have got their own, presumably their own way through the tournament, which has worked equally well.
I would say the French playstyle, if you want to call it that, is way more risky, or like not more risky, but they push the limits way more of TFT. I feel like you will see them often drop down to lower HP values and still make their way back and still find a way to win the game. I feel like they just are playing with their limits just way more.
All right, well, we'll see if that persists into tomorrow. So, thank you for your patience. We will be bringing on Huubinh, who came in, I believe, third place overall from Denmark. Huubinh, welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
I guess just first of all, to just kind of open up the discussion, how this obviously is a fantastic finish for day number one. How did you feel coming into the competition? Did you come into this one feeling it was going to be your day?
I'm gonna be honest. When I came in, I was feeling quite unconfident because I wasn't doing that well on ladder. But I think a last-minute switch in like my mindset, or like because I was my mindset going into the tournament was I was very willing to play like the forecast lines, right? And not really play around the reroll. But I decided to play around two games today, and I got first in one of them, and I got a decent fifth with the other. But I think like that change helped me a lot.
Okay. Did you have like a different feeling playing now in this tournament than in ladder? Like, do you see like a difference in play or like in level of play?
Yeah, it's yeah. I think the overall level is very much higher, but I also think it's easier. Not easier, but it feels nicer to play because let's say you are leaning into a reroll line really hard. Someone on ladder will just contest you and randomly contest you, even though that spot is not good for it. But in in tournament, players will typically pivot off if they see if they see my spot is better. So that's very nice.
Well, I mean, since we didn't get to see you on the stream so much, you mentioned that you had a couple of good games to reroll. Would you mind taking us through your sort of day overall, like how that kind of progressed from that first game to the last one?
Well, yeah. So my first game was the Darius encounter, where you get like loot when you kill.
Oh, wow!
And I just happened to have a pretty decent early game. I played around Darius, which many people know is very good right now in the early game, and then I eventually hit a Yone 2 and Lune 2 in stage 3, and then I just carried that to level 9 and played around the heavenly board with legendaries, essentially, and I got a second of that, only losing to some Sage Silas board with Exalted, which seemed pretty good actually. But
yes, we've seen that one as well.
Okay. Do you think the first game gave you like a mental boost, like having a high placement immediately when starting the tournament? Like, did you feel more confident after that? Did you have like a bit of like a momentum swing? Talk us through that.
Yeah, it totally did, because the last UC I played in was in set 9.5 because I took a break in set 10. It was GC3, and I remember starting like both of the days off as 7th or 8th, which wasn't very nice. So from there I had to like fight back up, but just knowing that you can take it a little bit easier in the next games really helped me get through it. But also help me. No, never mind. Yeah.
Well, I mean, certainly this day one performance has put you in very, very good stead. As we were talking about before, the standard of play here has been absolutely excellent. So before we let you go to kind of prepare for day two and potentially day three as well, is there anyone that you'd like to acknowledge or shout out who's kind of helped you coming into this GSC or just generally?
I usually play alone. I don't play alone, but I don't really have a study group, and so I usually do things alone. But I guess I want to thank my brother, not because he kind of helped me mentally, especially with qualifying for the GSC, because I qualified through ladder, right? But I had a really hard time in the last patch. That was what day I lost like 250 LP, and that really put me down in a bad mental state. So yeah.
Oh, well, Huubinh, shout out to your brother for managing to do that. So we've been talking about the cast today. It's a massively important, that mindset. But hopefully we'll get to talk to you again tomorrow. Again, I hope you have a great evening and great preparation going forwards. Thank you so much, Huubinh. All right, so gentle viewers, we've got a few more orders of business before we're done here today. But, as I said, Huubinh, I think, did a really good job of managing to bring it through, but we have got ourselves more winners coming out of today. So, Memo, if you remember right back at the beginning, we did challenge our viewers because we knew our viewers are well-read, well-spoken, and able to come up with proverbs on the spot. We had 3 choices here to reply to on Twitter. A blind chunk, always something before you're thirsty, and the best time to do something was 20 years ago, the second best time is now. We shall see who came up with the most witty of responses. Prepare yourself, Memo.
I'm holding myself.
A blind chunk always asks Kabuko to show him the way to happiness. I don't know, I don't want to make it that one, Memo. What do you think?
I think that one is great. I like it.
Well, there we go. We have got a creative bunch of fans, so thank you very much for giving us pause for thought at the end. Honestly, Kabuko, I think that was one of the competitions, of course, we were hoping to get to see during today, coming through as the kind of one-off, but sadly, no lucky pause for us. So, before we do go, though, of course, we'll be back in here tomorrow at 4 p.m. CST, for exactly the same as here today. In terms of the socials, if you'd like to find more from our good selves, then of course our main accounts are going to be TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter or X, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. It's all the same place, Play TFT. Now, if you'd like to see more from our individual talent for today, of course, on the right-hand side, you can see Memo. I don't know how do you get people to remember that you've got, is it the 4s, O's in your tag?
Yeah, it's just 4. I don't know. With 1 and 2 and 3, the name was already taken. Oh.
Well, there you go. So that's Memo TFT, Impetuous Panda, makes _ counterfeit casts. You can see beneath me and Weetacast as well from before. But thank you guys so much for watching again. Come back tomorrow at 4 p.m. at CST. We'll of course have our pre-show and get into the second day with the top half of our players from day number 1. So far, though, thank you guys so much for joining, and we'll see you again tomorrow.